Hello, and welcome to Magic Mythal Tomb of Annihilation, our 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons campaign. My name is Corey, and I am going to be Dungeon Master, also known as Pinwarp 2. We live stream our games nearly every Sunday night at 4 p.m. Pacific time here on Twitch, and you can catch up on weekly sessions on YouTube. You can follow us, turn on notifications, and you'll see when we go live. I am joined by my players, Andre, playing Aelin, the ASMR Monk, Liz, playing Archie, ASMR Wizard, Brad, playing Baz, Loxodon Fighter, Ryan, playing Blackwind, Half-Orc Ranger, and John, who's playing Jonah, Gnome Artificer. And you guys have just hit level 5.
Special guest? Oh.
I was going to say, and who?
Special guest. Flying Monkey, familiar. Last time on Magic Mythal. Oh, the music really took a weird turn. Anyways, last time on Magic Mythal, you guys had spent some time in Port Nyanzaru. You had burned a snake in the Yuan-ti warehouse kind of lair, if you will, in the port, so that it wouldn't escape and hurt random people. And you investigated the warehouse and discovered that there was a mechanism for an ancient device that created some sort of arcane portal. You're not quite sure where it goes, but you did determine that it looks like it goes to potentially 2 different places, or maybe the switch just changes the color of the portal. You don't really know that for sure. But it can only be activated once a day at midnight, or resets at midnight. So, after investigating that, you went back and reported to your peoples, and there was a lot of discussion about what you potentially should be doing next, and some political talk about the amulet and its uses, mostly conjecture at this point. What else happened? Oh, you guys also you still have the plan for to go on your expedition to Mesro on the boat. You paid for the boat, the Brazen Pegasus, in a couple days' time. But the plan was that the next day you were potentially going to go through this portal and deal with the Venom Queen, one of the high-ranking last members of the Nefarious 12 organization. And yeah, that was kind of the initial plan when you left the Yatepka Society and went out back to the inn. You met Zandala, a half-elf wizard, maybe sorcerer, not sure, but magic user anyways, and you learned that she had a ill-fated expedition in the jungle, led by the guide Musharib, the albino dwarf, and a handful of other hired adventurers. They tried to make a land crossing by heading down the river Tariki and then try to head east over the land through the jungle, but they were met several days in by heavy undead resistance and a strange what Zandala described as a twisting forest. Mushrib said he couldn't get his bearings. It seemed the land itself kind of twisted and changed and got them turned around. They lost most of their party and eventually had to retreat back to the port after being out there for, you're not sure the exact timeline, but probably several weeks. And as luck would have it, you ran into her, and she was the person that Baz was looking for. And you learned that Zandala told you that she was the daughter of Artis Kimber, and she was looking for her father, who was rumored to be on the continent of Chult, and potentially has some sort of link to Mesro. So she was been trying to get there since arriving in the port, and it hasn't been going well for her. So you, through this conversation, you agreed that she could come with you on your expedition to Mesro, as you were planning on going there anyways. So she is planning on meeting you in a couple days' time at the boat, to go with you. Having a very productive day in the port, you settle down for some well-deserved rest. However, the night was not without incident, as several members of the party, being Archie, Jonah, and Blackwind, had ethereal nighttime visitors in their dreams and horrid nightmares preying on seemingly some of their deepest fears and insecurities. And they've since awakened, and that's where we're picking up the campaign, or the session, I should say. So we kind of ended right after the dreams ended, and the three party members woke up and had woken up their, if they were sharing a room, Blackman being the exception, woken up the other people in the room, and that's where we're going to pick up. So it's up to you guys if there's anything else you want to do tonight, or if you're going to go back to bed and we'll just pick up in the morning again when the group reconvenes for breakfast.
Was there, in my dream, was there like the buildings that I saw, was there something that stood out that I could like sketch out? And I wasn't sure.
Yeah,
if
you had mentioned that last time, that you wanted to kind of make some quick sketches of what you saw in your dream. So yeah, I'd say you'd be able to kind of get it was very difficult and shifting and shadowy and strange, so it's very difficult to really pick things out. But you have a very general sense of the size of the city and where that obelisk and square that you've seen up close in your previous dreams is in relation to the rest of the city. So you could do a very basic sketch of that. Other landmarks in the city don't really. It's kind of like, when you wake up. The dream fades very quickly, the details. So you kind of grab some charcoal pencil and sketch out as best you can, but the details quickly fade. It's just the major events of the dream that really stick in your mind. And you don't know if it's in any way accurate, right? It could just be a metaphor.
That's why I figured I'd draw it.
But yeah, you're able to sketch that out and sketch out as best you can. And Blackwood's a decent artist. I think you wanted to sketch out as best you can that woman creature's face as well.
Yeah, or whatever as well. I still can't really recognize what it is as a knowledge. Like, is it a race that I know or no?
Yeah, no, you can't. But it is definitely the same creature thing that you saw previously.
Okay.
And that goes for Jonah and Archie too. Like, the details of the dream probably fade relatively quickly. It's just the main feelings and events of the dream that stick in your mind, as well as the horrific creatures that you encountered close up in the dream. They're pretty vivid still in your memory.
And the damage.
And the psychic damage. Yeah, that's still there.
I didn't think it.
Yeah, Archie rolled like a 21 or something, so she was okay. But the other two of you, not so lucky. Especially Jonah. He took his head is throbbing, anyways, for sure. I think you took 14 points. So that was pretty harsh, actually. I rolled pretty high on yours. But yeah, so unless, I don't know if you guys have anything else you want to do tonight, or if you'll reconvene in the morning. What do you guys think?
I'll probably just finish my night rest. Probably not aware of much of what else happened myself.
Okay.
Blackman's like, well, that was a weird dream. Back to bed.
Let me sketch this out and go back to bed. Yeah. And Archie, I know you said you were gonna like dig through all your stuff and make sure nothing's missing. Nothing is missing. Nothing seems to be like, nothing's disappeared or anything like that. Nothing's been added to your bags, so.
And nothing has been like moved other than that tablet.
Yeah, the only thing out of place from where you remember it was the tablet was out of the bag and on the table, with that note that was wrapped around it still. I assume that's how you left it though, so I don't know if you didn't leave it like that. The note's wherever you left the note, but I assumed you kept it together. So
together, yeah. I would detect magic as well.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, everything kind of has the same. There's nothing out of place with your detect magic.
Okay.
Nothing additional. Nothing new.
Additional.
Nothing additional. Yeah.
There's some
Well, she's
magical thing outside the door. Yeah, just waiting.
But yeah, while she's settled down a bit and doing that, I would just check the door and see if there's been any signs of it being tampered with or.
No, nothing. Nothing jumps out at you. I mean, it seems the exact same condition and everything as the last time you interacted with the door, which was when you came back in.
These doors have locks.
They do. Yep.
Is it still locked?
If you locked it, yes. When you came back in, however you left it is how it is.
I think Baz would probably stay awake for a little while, just kind of keeping an eye on Jonah, making sure that he gets back to sleep soundly and, isn't having any sort of like episodes, I guess.
Sure.
Did you fix the little ragged thing that he caught himself on?
Yeah.
Yeah, the loose nail that obviously caused that cut on his arm. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I imagine nobody sleeps super well after these incidences, but you still gain the benefits of the rest, which I've already applied to you guys. So in the morning, so Jonah and Blackman, you have taken psychic damage. You can still technically use hit dice to remove that. I don't think the medic. Well, the medkits could
aspirin
still
in
be
there?
used because there could be like herbs that help remove like headaches and stuff that are part of that healing kit. So if you could still make a medicine check if you wanted to use any hit dice to remove that in the morning. It's up to you if you guys want to.
I'm good. Baz, do you have any hit dice, or do I need to wait till we actually have breakfast? Or not hit dice, medicine things.
I
Sure.
don't.
Okay, I will wait till breakfast and ask somebody to help me then. Tell them about my bad headache.
Okay. So Blackman, you'll get a +1.
I feel you.
I'm full.
Nice. Good roll. Yeah, you know exactly what to take. You just pull some herbs, mash them together, and up the nose, and headache's gone.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
wide awake.
All right, let's do
Homework!
this. I don't know what we're doing, but we're doing it. All right, let's go. All right. Come on, guys.
I'm never gonna go to sleep again. Nightmares will never get me again.
There's no time to breathe or eat or anything. Just let's go.
Who
I
wants
feel
to-
alive.
All right. Yeah. Does someone want to use medicine for Jonah over breakfast,
Yeah, I can.
just to see if he gains? I mean, he'll be full anyways with those rolls. Well, now he's
There we
you'll
go.
be full now. Nice roll.
Yeah.
Always
Really
when
good.
it seems to matter the least.
Yeah, so you guys are up in the morning, I assume down in the common room, eating breakfast before you head out for the day. Jonah looks a little rough, Blackman looks fine, but, you give him some herbs and things to mix into his morning juice or whatever the heck Jonah drinks in the morning, eats in the morning. You feel better
like a
by the
nice
end of the
tea.
meal. And ready to face the day. Do you guys discuss or do anything over breakfast before people? I know you guys have things to do, like your raptor training. Let me move the date. It is the 7th day of chess. In the year 1504 of the 4th era. By the Dale Reckoning.
I would have done some extra magic stuff. I'm gonna do that this morning just to, leveled up spells and stuff. She figured out some new stuff. So while Jonah's doing his raptor stuff, she'd probably be just
I'll show my sketch off during breakfast, I guess.
Okay. So Blackwind is the first person to broach the topic of the dreams and show his sketch in the morning. Or do you just show the sketch, or do you mention that you had a dream and look what I saw?
I'll put the sketch down, but I was visited again in my dreams with more information this time. But still, like dreams are, just trying to hold water in your hands. So anyways, this is the creature I see. I saw a city this time, or ruins, and some structures that stood out, but I don't know if it's for real or if it's just fill in.
First of all, that's creepy.
Yeah.
The figure is creepy. How that doesn't freak you out more. Seeing that in your dreams.
It's trying to keep me away, break my spirit. I will not let it.
Well, I don't know if it's connected, but I had a weird ass dream last night too. And I would tell them about the tablet moving and stuff as well. Because that's what's freaked me out the most, is that I guess I could have technically sleptwalked and moved it, but that's not like my MO. I don't tend to sleepwalk, do I?
Gerald did it?
Yeah.
I've never noticed
Could
it.
Gerald have done it?
I would have had to tell him to do it. He doesn't do it on his own.
He's
What happens
alive.
if you're dreaming and you tell Gerald to do it in your dream?
I don't know. I feel like I'd have to be mentally competent enough to give him a direct command. It's not just I feel something and Gerald will do it, right? So I don't know.
Perplexing.
We can try it.
This isn't the first time something manifested physically. I found water in my room once after a dream. I think it was a lot. I don't know if I dreamed of this creature that time, but
I
But I
also
did-
had a dream, but mine came real. So now I have a new superpower.
you have
I
power?
can make my dreams real.
Oh.
What?
Yeah, it was a big scary thing, and I dreamed that it pinched me and took some of my skin. And then look, it took some of my skin. How cool is that?
Mm.
Not,
took
not
some
cool.
skin?
That's not cool, Jonah.
It
What are you
took
talking about?
some
hair.
Tonight
Bad.
I'm going to dream of cake. I'm going to have so much cake.
You
It's
could
not
It
going to
took
turn out
some
to be
hair
a
from me.
creature in a pit this time.
Mine took
Yeah.
hair.
It seems like this could be a
You-
double-edged sword.
Oh,
Why
You
are they
only dream
collecting-
of snake sack-headed creatures?
Or why would
well,
they be collecting hair or skin from us?
I don't know.
If it's
think maybe-
been... I can't tell if the hair really left or was taken, but I felt it. Did they take anything from you, Archie?
No, just my sanity.
Well, the jungle's going to claim the rest of that, so that's not the habit anyways.
Just my, feel of my feelings of safety and security.
I slept okay.
Well,
good,
I
Dad.
woke you up, probably.
Oh, that's okay. Oh,
I wish there... we need to know more about these dreams. Like, what are they? Are they portents? Are they actually them? Or these creatures?
So I say it could just be like, so. I'm sure it's a long shot, but do I recognize any of the creatures described in this at all? Like, are they from like urban myths or something like a hag or anything like that?
Give me an Arcana check. Well, wait. Yes, give me an Arcana check. Alternately, if you're proficient, which I can't remember if Archie is or not. I think you are, but I think Aelin is too. You could also give me a Religion check.
I am equally.
Man.
So, yeah.
I assist one of you. You like
Are you
any?
proficient?
I'm proficient in Arcana.
Yeah, you could assist in the Arcana. Sure. You're
Okay.
discussing
Also,
the details back and forth. So.
I dreamed of many. Poo-poo?
Poo-poo.
Poo-poo? Poo-poo? I had a dream before we met up with her. That was pretty real.
Well, and she did show up. Maybe you are manifesting your dreams.
See?
He's the creature.
Small price
He's
to
creating
pay.
the problems.
All right. So 16, 20. So 16. Archie, you are thinking about it, and uh, Archie, roll a religion as well, if you don't mind. I just want to know how much you.
Nice. Jesus.
The roll.
Oh.
So you're thinking, and so you guys are kind of discussing this as a group, right? But essentially, you guys are talking about, okay, well, you know, could this be a creature, or could these creatures be one creature, multiple creatures? You know, is this something we can recognize? Racking your brain. Through Archie and Jonah, your discussions, and the fact that you bring up Nanny Poo Poo and hags and stuff, is Nanny Poo Poo is a green hag, and you're confident with the roll that you just made, or the you're confident that Nanny Poo Poo or green hags in general aren't known to have any sort of like power like this that could manifest in dreams. So you're pretty confident that Nanny, I mean, and B, you also killed her. But you're pretty confident that although they're definitely skilled in illusion and trickery, they couldn't pull off something like this. So you're pretty confident this wouldn't be just like another green hag like Nanny Poo Poo. But Aelin and Archie, you guys are discussing, this leads you down, well, you know, another path of like, well, what could do something like this? And with those rolls, a 20 and a 27, unfortunately the realization kind of comes across you that you know, based on your visions that the Blackman has had, and that he shared with the group, and these new visions, and knowing that you all had similar dreams last night, and Blackman saw the same coin-eyed creature in this dream as he did in the previous dreams that he's had when he was like running by that obelisk, or coming up to that obelisk. It brings you around to knowing that Nanny, based on what you knew about her as far as the previous dreams that you saw, you know, when Nanny touched Blackman's face and gave him that vision. Well, you saw in that vision that it seems that Nanny was once part of a coven. And while Nanny was expelled, presumably, for what reason you don't know exactly, and you killed her and everything, it gets you talking, and both Aelin and Archie, through discussion, you would realize that there is a type of hag. Technically, they're fiends. They're not fae like the green hags, so it does fall under religion more so than arcana, which is where Jonah's kind of knowledge kind of drops off a bit. But in particular, night hags, especially night hag covens, are known to possess the ability to invade other people's dreams. It's possible that whether deliberately or whether through happenstance, it's possible that you've garnered the attention of a coven. Covens need to be at least 3, and you've seen 3 different creatures that could very well be night hags in your dreams. Does it have something to do with Nanny? Is that her previous coven? Maybe they're looking to you because you killed Nanny? You don't know. But if you are the focus of the ire of a coven of night hags, that's a very bad thing. A coven of night hags could, if they were so inclined, do this kind of invasion of dreams night after night after night, potentially to the point where they just destroy your mind. Like, it technically could be lethal. And very difficult to defend against. So and I'm only telling you all this because of the not 20 and the 27. The 20 tells you enough to know that, but Archie, you're fairly confident that they were actually using a powerful ability, spell, the dream spell in particular. And it has the ability to do psychic damage, and if used repeatedly, can prevent you from even getting natural recovery from resting. Jonah's and Blackwood's headaches this morning are testament to that. If it goes on too long, and especially if they ramp it up and really focus night after night after night, you could eventually essentially they can exhaust you mentally until you die, if they were so inclined. Defense against it? That's probably beyond your current capabilities magic-wise. You'd have to have some sort of defense against mental incursion. That kind of thing is difficult at best to come across, and in this kind of port with limited resources, it may not be possible, which is a pretty scary thing. So you can only hope that it was just a idle curiosity and they're not really interested. You will know soon enough if you sleep again and it happens again. But until tonight, live in fear, essentially.
Maybe they want to thank us.
Live in
I
fear.
mean, maybe. You do know for a fact that they kicked Nanny Poo Poo out for some reason, and then you went and killed Nanny Poo Poo. Maybe they were just curious of who killed Nanny Poo Poo and why. Or maybe there's another reason that they're interested in you. You have no idea of knowing these creatures' motives or anything about them, really, other than... And even then, this is conjecture, but it does track with what you've seen so far.
I did see in that one dream I had too, after we killed her. Did I not see her skull amulet in the dream?
You did. You saw Nanny Poo Poo's skull amulet in the dream with the coin-eyed creature.
So,
Also, you guys are smart enough. There's also the fact that you guys were going to burn Nanny Poo Poo's hut. Remember after you fought her and you went and slept? You came back to find it was already burned and her amulet was gone? It's possible that maybe they had something to do with that. There's no way for you to know at all, but you do. Yeah, that's a good point, Black. When you saw that amulet that was where Nanny Poo Poo died and she was wearing around her neck, it wasn't there in the morning, and you saw that in your dream that night. So
Yeah, this seems like the type of thing that maybe we could talk to somebody at the Temple of Sune. I mean, if this is some sort of fiendish, machination, I feel like they'd be the ones to at least seek advice from about how to prevent it or safeguard yourself or something.
Yeah, I mean, if it is a passing curiosity, we don't have to worry about it too much. If it keeps happening, I think that's something we need to look into.
I would. I'd look into it because there's a tendency for our passing just for curiosity. We tend to screw up other people's plans on accident.
It's it's curious why it's taken so long. Like, we killed Nanny Poo Poo.
And why us? Why not you two?
I did have a dream right away.
I should mention, I don't think I said anything about this when it happened, but the night when her hut burned down, I dreamt that I saw it getting burned down. There was a few things that happened. Let me try and remember.
As Andre curiously looks at his notes.
I remember dreaming that I was on watch by myself, and I saw the orange glow. I went over to investigate it, and there was a dog there. It was mangy, and when I reached out for it, there was a hiss behind me, and there was a large black snake, and it wrapped around my arm and bit me. And and then I saw Ubtao stepping over the mountains. Yeah, that was. But when I woke up, I did have a bite mark on my arm, like what happened to you, Jonah.
Maybe you went away.
Maybe it went away after a day, so I didn't really think it was worth mentioning, but. They definitely were aware of us pretty quickly.
Nana Poo Poo, I think she deliberately somehow shot a flare basically that got their attention onto us. Maybe. Even though she was planning on killing us there herself. But I think through all that, she thought that's under the vision.
Alan, you're sure? You're sure you that didn't actually happen?
I mean, maybe, but I feel like when we investigated the hut, we didn't find any signs of there being, footprints or people around there,
There was no
mine
ember.
included.
And I think I put the whatchamacallit around it too, and that didn't trigger the alarm.
Yeah, you had the alarm.
And we doubled up on watch anyway, so whoever was with you would have.
Yeah, that actually is a good point. When you did this, when Aelin had this quote unquote dream, he was on watch with Salida when he was awake, for number one.
Yeah.
And when they were asleep,
Right.
somebody else was on watch. So it would have been not impossible, would have been very unlikely that Aelin somehow snuck out without anybody in the camp noticing, especially those who were on watch.
Got bit with a dog, and the thing, yeah.
Yeah, and then burned the hut and came back and nobody noticed.
Well,
that would have been
the
very
fact
odd.
that it was cold though, that there was no hot embers or anything. It was as if the fire happened days earlier, not just that night. So
Yeah.
it was definitely supernatural. That place has got bad juju, man. Hopefully, it can cleanse itself now that she's out of there.
Yeah, I miss her. She was gonna teach me how to grow stuff. I want to grow some plants.
Yeah, like with you in the ground pushing up daisies.
No, we were going to grow some of the. She had a nice looking garden. She can't be all evil. Speaking of, I am upset with all of you.
What?
I do not think you guys have been trying to pull your punches or your magic missiles.
No, I haven't.
I thought we were going to try to not kill as many people as possible, just kill as few as possible.
My magic missile was an accident. I did not expect that to kill him. If we're talking fifth blow.
What?
Oh,
When
well,
they
yeah,
surrender,
definitely.
I'm all for it. Yes.
The other times I believe I've been doing it, we've been directly, like, I guess if I feel we have the upper hand, I'm willing to pull my punch. But if I feel like it's me or them,
Or innocent people,
Yeah. I can't
like at the
pull
bathhouse.
my magic punch, right? So it means I don't do anything. And if I think me doing nothing is gonna get my brother killed, I'm absolutely not doing that. So it's tough. If I feel
mean,
being attacked and we could die, it's hard to do nothing.
yeah. In fairness to us, we didn't know that there was someone on the boat when we burned it.
No, well, we knew that. We made a guess
Oh,
that
man.
it wasn't even a person. It was possibly a vampire. That's bad. That's not a person anymore.
Yeah.
Those are soulless.
Well, here's
No.
what I
Eaters of souls.
suggest. I say that the next time we come back from the jungle and we're back in city, I'm going to give a reward to the person who inflicts the most non-lethal knockouts. 100 gold. 10 gold. You get 10 points for every non-lethal acquisition, and minus 1 point for every time you kill somebody.
This is amazing.
I'm writing this down.
100 gold.
He's like,
Next time we're back in town after our next jungle adventure. So I'm going to be
mercy-
keeping score.
Mercy is good, but
I literally can't.
Look,
It's
I
alright.
understand. I'm not. Hey, if you don't want to participate in the contest,
I'd say mercy is good, but if it's in the middle of a battle, there's no time to. Once they surrender, yes, there's no need to. Or we're trying to get them to surrender, but. I mean, that goblin was an accident. I swear to God.
oh man, Black wins so many, so many.
Jonah, your point is taken. I
Yeah.
think we've been caught off guard frequently in
Yeah,
the past
Sure,
4 days. How long have we been in town?
I understand. And like undead and stuff. I mean, giant snakes.
Okay, what about
But-
what about the beastie snake lizard people in the warehouse? Were those people or were those beasts?
They have. Well, I mean, what about the guy that was that looked like that other guy? He definitely had like free will. He could have maybe turned out to be a good person later on.
He was trying to feed us to the snake.
But the snake was just being a snake. I understand that to protect someone else, sometimes you have to put down a rabid beast. But if somebody could be good in the future, I think we should give him the benefit of the doubt.
And he also murdered somebody else. Just
Yeah,
previous.
but that's why we take him to the town guard and you have the fair trial. Because otherwise, we're just a different set of bad guys for a different set of people, right?
Well, I mean, he
Is
did.
that why our uniform has skulls on it?
Are we the baddies?
I would have liked to have been able to question him, though. Yeah. In nature, and you're out in the wilderness.
I didn't like it.
This jungle, the whole jungle tries to kill you.
I understand.
So, but yes, I mean,
Acting self-defense is actually self-defense.
I would like to not have to question so many corpses sometimes.
We can do that?
Yeah, but they don't talk much.
Oh.
Jonah, I
mean, that is a thing people do.
I certainly take your point, and I will endeavor to do better.
And just don't lose any more manacles. They're expensive.
You can try.
Oh, yeah.
I agree. I will protect my friends and family with the utmost ferocity.
I appreciate that. I appreciate it, guys. Group hug.
Group hug.
Oh, is our new friend with us? I assume not, since we haven't been talking to
no,
her.
it's just the 5 of
Okay.
you over breakfast. 6 if you count Gerald.
A group hug is nice. I had bad dreams. They were very upsetting. This feels good.
I'm gonna beat everybody to the punch and give John inspiration for a non-lethal game.
John is maxed out on inspiration.
Well, shit.
Okay, here. John, make sure you
Stop having great ideas,
give
John.
you inspiration later for it.
Haven't had any rolls yet. I wanted to do it at breakfast. So.
Make a persuasion check to convince the party to So I will use.
Participate unless I get into melee.
Well,
you take a sleep spell.
the day is progressing. Breakfast is done, and Jonah, you have a raptor to train. Are you?
I will go with.
Okay, so Baz will head with you.
Oh, God.
What do you guys? It's only, remember, Jonah's training is only like a couple hours, so you have limited time if you only want to use time during, because I don't know what time you guys are planning on checking out this portal, but you do know that the portal is able to be activated now. It's past midnight, so. I know you said you were gonna do Jonah's training and maybe a couple other things like getting supplies and stuff. Oh, no, you did that already. You did that yesterday.
I would like to see if I could get that skull, like, put on, or, like, strapped so I could put it on my shoulder. So,
Oh,
intimidation
sure.
factor.
Yeah, you can, because you previously had that all, like, treated and everything. Yeah, you can definitely get that done this morning. Any sort of armor smith could probably fit you with something onto your leather armor. Kind of cosmetic. I would say it only costs you like maybe a gold or two to get it just for the labor. Probably only take like an hour.
An hour? Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah. Or let's just say you have enough time to find someone, do it, and get it done by the time Jonah will be done with his raptor training.
Okay. So gold, you said?
Yeah, just a gold for the guy's time to do it. You have the materials and everything. It's fine.
I'll go with you, Blackwood. I gotta stop by the Grand Souk and stock up on healer's kit charges and stuff.
Okay. What's Archie gonna do then?
I'm gonna stay here in my room with Gerald protecting me, and I'm basically like preparing my new spells and doing my spell stuff.
Okay. In your room or in the common room?
In the room, because I'm doing my whole like putting the candles out and praying to Om and
Praying to who?
Ogma.
Om is what you say when you're praying to. Okay, sounds good. So, people who are shopping, buy what you need, and here's what we'll do. We'll say the people who went to the Grand Souk, which is Blackwind and Aelin, you guys can purchase whatever supplies top up. If anybody else needs top up on supplies, you can also do that. Just assume that they picked it up for you. That way you don't have to do a separate trip.
Yeah.
So just think about that today before you head up. Essentially, before you leave the city, if you need to be topped up, just do it in the background on your sheets. Anything you want to be topped up there. Archie, you do whatever you need to do as far as if you're copying spells or doing anything mechanically, do that. And Jonah and Baz, you'll head out the Tariki anchorage to the Raptor Pen, where Chance, who is larger than you recall, by, maybe it's just perception because he's almost yours to take. You have your final lesson with him. He listens to you decently, but it's been a rough week of training. He's bit and scratched you several times. But give me a animal handling. Baz, you can give him advantage on this, as you've done in the past.
I am assisting.
And we'll see how your last session with Chance works
All right,
out.
I'm going to roll this, but what does the corral look like?
What does it look like? Well, it's actually several corrals kind of separated by like very large open areas. There's kind of a large central area that has all sorts of it's very like ranch-like, so it's just like multiple different pens with different sizes of dinosaurs in each. Obviously, the carnivores are separate from the herbivores and so on. There's some of the pens for the herbivores are quite jungly, like there's plants and leaves and it's the foliage and stuff. But the main central pen is just kind of got like courses and like room to basically like ride dinosaurs around and roam, so it's pretty wide open and kind of like muddy, kind of grassy.
Would it be possible to jump the fence or the gate?
To like Jonah jump the fence?
No, like during my training session. This is my last training session. What I want to do is, for my last hurrah, I want to see if he'll jump over the fence into.
The main fence surrounding the entire enclosure, no. There's no way you'll be able to jump that, because he's a little dinosaur, and the fences around the outside are designed to keep in, like, big dinosaurs. So there's no way he's going to be able to hop it, but you could definitely have him hop, like, maybe, like, a smaller fence in between different pens and stuff within the enclosure. Like a standard kind of, like, fence like you would have, like, around a yard.
What if, per se, he grew a size?
Yeah, there's probably.
All right, I'm gonna cast enlarge on him.
Oh my goodness!
Whoa, Jonah.
And then I'm going to try to jump the fence.
All right.
Are you sure?
Let's see how you handle. Good thing you had advantage. Drops on that one. Okay, so 17. Yeah, he seems to be, especially when you make him bigger. He seems to gain confidence and listen to you. He seems to be very happy with how you've blessed him with this additional ability. And yeah, are you wanting to like ride him when he's bigger?
Yes, I want to ride him, and when I'm on top, just jump over the fence, do a little circle around the parking lot in essence, or the green, like the immediate area outside, and then hop back over.
Sure. Yeah. I think an enlarged raptor, they have like a pounce. I think they have like a pounce ability. So they have the ability to jump. They just can't jump that high when they're little. But yeah, you'd be able to hop a fence with an enlarged raptor. Run around. 17, more than enough to keep control of him. He listens to you, and yeah, it's an invigorating experience and a bonding one too. When it's back, when
people
you're
are
back in,
screaming.
Well, I mean, maybe if he was loose, but they can see someone riding him and controlling him, so people don't really scream that much. And most of the people
Jonah's screaming.
The people who live near the dinosaur pens are probably pretty used to dinosaurs, so they don't like freak out too much. But you, success.
Good. I will after the session, I will drop in large.
Nice. Well, he shrinks back down, and you now, you're approached by the trainer who is impressed, and he says, "Honest, number one, he kind of gives you a little bit of a reprimand, like maybe before casting any of your magics in here, you clear it with one of us first, because we don't typically like that kind of thing." It's like, but that being said, that was pretty impressive overall. Surprised you didn't get bucked off, and frankly, the way this guy's been biting and scratching all week long, you're lucky he could have done some real damage to you if you had messed that up. So I'm glad you didn't. I'm glad you're okay. In fact, I'm so impressed, he says, that he hands you an official license, declaring Chance trained. He says this will allow you to legally have him around the city. He said obviously you'll need to keep him under control at all times. If he gets loose, essentially he's telling you keep your dog on a leash. But if he gets loose, he's like, don't be surprised if the guards react poorly and put him down pretty quickly. So keep him close and keep those papers on you if anyone questions you, and everything should be okay. You're legally sanctioned to, and not sanctioned like the murdery sanction. You're legally allowed to have this pet. And Jonah, I will give you Chance's stat block.
Ooh.
Wow.
Raptor.
Take him to the flooded temple.
This is him.
I'm sure
Now-
he'll do great.
If anybody
Yeah.
wants to make a little icon for him and color him like blue, like yellow and blue, because he's yellow with blue scales along his ridge, you feel free to do that. But I don't have a special icon for you. I couldn't find a good one. So, but he's got like a yellow underbelly with like a blue spine ridge down his spine. And he is it Chance? Just like the word Chance, right?
Yep.
Or should it be Chance the Raptor?
Either one's fine.
Okay.
Ants, comma, the raptor.
Chance, comma. The raptor.
Okay. I
And
have
his chance.
I have made a Chance the Raptor. Put him in there. He is friendly. Doesn't need an initiative order. Chance, where's your stat block? There you go. I always mess this up the first time. Oh, yeah, mess it up again. This one. Bam! Do you have it?
Oh, I do. Pretty awesome.
So that's his stats. The one thing though is he doesn't technically become full grown until, let me check the calendar.
24th.
The 24th. So for now, this is what these are the Velociraptor stats for like a normal Velociraptor. He's not super powerful, and even full grown, he's not going to have a lot of hit points, so he's going to be a little fragile. So be careful with him if you do want him to do anything in combat. But for now, I would say until he's full grown, he doesn't have multi-attack. He's only got one attack, and his hit is going to be a D4 instead of a D6. And his claws probably would just be like, yeah, his bite's not as powerful. His claws are still pretty sharp. So he doesn't have multi-attack and just has a single attack with a D4 until he's full grown. But otherwise, his AC and hit points are going to be and stats will be relatively what's on there.
Okay. Awesome.
So there you go. Just a note, to get him to do anything other than normal raptor stuff, it will require your action and an animal handling check if you want him to do something specific in combat, because it's, yeah. Otherwise, he'll just act as if he's a normal creature and may run away if he's in danger. So
That's probably best.
yeah.
Pretty
Alright.
cool.
So there you go. The time, energy, and multiple animal handlings have paid off in the long run.
The baby.
And you have welcome to the party, Chance. May it be a fruitful relationship and not die to the first fireball.
May we
that
not
hits the
run
party.
into frost giants.
Yeah. Okay,
Yep.
so so that takes a couple hours to finish all of that. You have maybe mark down you have the official paperwork on your character sheet just in case.
Sure.
And so now obviously you can still stable him here if you don't want to take him with you. They do offer just normal stabling services if you want them to just care for him while you're away, like kind of like kenneling. Otherwise, it's up to you. You take him with you from that.
No. I'm going to keep him kenneled to at least he's full grown.
Okay, sounds good. So I'll remove him from the actual combat tracker, but I don't know if you want to put that stat block on like your hotbar, just if you want.
I
to bring
did,
it up.
yeah. I saved it, so I'll be able to pull it up next time.
Okay, so I'll take him out of the combat tracker. I think you've already paid for stabling till he's full grown, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. So
That was my impression.
yeah. Yeah, but he is. You don't have to do any further actual like training sessions with him. He is considered as trained as he's going to get, essentially, for mechanical purposes. Unless you take like a level in Ranger and take Beastmaster or something, then you could do more advanced shit. But
Beastmaster's more the spirit Beastmaster now too.
yeah. All right. So at the end of the couple hours, you guys all will meet back at the inn, having shopped and purchased what you need and done your spell scrollies type stuff. It is now probably going on like 10:30. Still kind of mid-morning. What's the plan? What are you guys gonna do today?
We gotta pick up Narissa and then send an owl through a portal.
I'll get Zandala off the combat tracker too. She's not with you.
I have a tiny, I have a little big meow now. It's just in my hat.
In your hat?
Yeah, like in the top,
underneath.
little top area of my hat. She's just like.
Does he have a wizard hat too?
So you know, I don't know how you know this. I think I'm pretty sure I told you, and if I didn't, that's an oversight on my part. Narissa is going to be at
the
warehouse. She specifically wanted to ensure that was watched. So that's if you're going to get her, that's where you would meet her. You don't have to go and find her elsewhere.
Well, I think we mentioned we were planning on instead going through like around noon or whatever after.
Yeah. So essentially, she's just making sure nothing comes through until you guys actually get to deal with it. Do papers, leash. Yes, that is what you. So, heading over there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure. Okay, so
We just all lagged out for a bit in that
Yeah.
moment where everything stops.
Where's it? Wait, Jonah,
wait.
where's your raptor? What's happening?
Oh, Chance still needs to eat his Wheaties and get a little bit bigger.
actually,
but-
John, when he's full grown, if you want, I'll let you roll for his actual hit points at the end if you want.
Oh yeah, I
Rather
think that'll
than-
be fun. We'll do it on the day. And just so that Corey knows, I am going to thank Aylin for the brand new chain shirt he picked up for me.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Thanks.
Sounds good.
I hope it fits. I had to kind of guess.
Yeah, a little bit baggy. I'll grow into it.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Alright.
anything else that will matter mechanically that was picked up at the market? New weapons, other armors, or anything like that? Because we should decide on that
Some-
before you go there.
Some floaties for Jonah now that he's got armor in case we have to swim.
Okay.
I'm good.
Sounds. Okay.
I think I'm good anyways.
Well, probably about 11 then, you would arrive at the north side Textile House is actually the name that was kind of emblazoned on the door. Abandoned long since, but you make your way kind of past the bathhouse. I don't know which direction you take, but
yeah, as we go over there, I turn to ourselves and I'm like, at some point we should probably swing by the dye works and just see if, if anything's happened.
That's true. I should also, as we're swinging by the bathhouse, can I pick up my clothes?
Oh, sure. Yeah. They're clean and pressed, and they're like, oh, we were about to put these in the lost and found. We didn't think you were coming back for these.
To be fair, the day I dropped them off, they had an attack. The bathhouse has been closed for a day. It's only been a couple of days.
Yeah, well, this isn't a storage facility. Take your stuff. No, they're happy. They're nice about it, and they give you the nice, clean, crisply pressed clothes. They smell faintly of lavender and elderberries.
I'm gonna put them in my bag. I'm not gonna wear them where we're going.
Andre, we are just
Nice.
All right. Okay, so you arrive at the warehouse. There are two soldiery-looking guys, very similar to the guys that you saw flanking the outside of the Temple of Savris, Aelin. Not the same people, but two guys that, as you approach, they kind of very subtly flash you guys the Yatepka sign, recognizing you on sight, of course, as you're well known now to the city. I guess it is kind of like a gang sign. No,
It's like everybody's in the updeck or whatever.
and you, yeah, they just kind of mentioned to you. They're like, it's been quiet, nothing going on. So it smells a little in there. Sounds like kind of like burnt bacon or something.
Barbecue.
Yeah. Heard it tastes like chicken.
He says that Nerissa is just up near the back.
Thanks, guys.
And
Any of them look like doppelgangers.
roll an insight check. I don't know you, but you seem like you're not yourself.
Is this mole always there?
It was on the other side.
It's funny you say that, Ryan, because I was going to have, if Diamsar had gotten away with it, and not been discovered as a doppelganger, I was totally gonna switch what side of his face it was on the next time you guys came into him and see if anybody picked up. That's why I deliberately described it on his right side, because if he had recurred, I was gonna have him be like I was gonna describe him with the left side and see if anybody had been like, wait a minute.
I don't even think I remembered that he had a mole.
Not a mole. He
There's
had
a
a
scar.
scar. He had a scar.
Yeah.
But anyways,
I just, in my notes, all I wrote down was asshole.
asshole. I mean,
Dead
you're
asshole.
not wrong. Yeah, so inside the abandoned textile house, which does indeed smell kind of like burnt bacon, you see Nerissa greets you. She's kind of up near where the altar thing was in that back garden section. She kind of gives you her kind of little cross-armed salute, and she's like, "Ah, good, you're here. I'm glad. Right on time. A little early even. I don't think it's quite midday yet, but it's fine. So." Looks you all over. You're all prepared for whatever we may encounter.
Hopefully.
Does it look like a doppelganger?
I mean, insight check.
Do I know how common creatures with the ability to doppelgang like that are?
To doppelgang? It's not a verb. She seems eager, but no, there's nothing suspicious about her versus how you've seen her and her mannerisms before. But yeah, she does seem eager to get this over with. Not like hopping back and forth like let's go, but obviously she's happy.
You won't believe what's on the other side.
Find out. Next page.
Why don't you go on ahead?
It's
No,
clickbait, damn it.
Clickbait. you... Sorry. Just gonna say, she tells you that most Yatepka society members hate this one simple trick.
One secret.
One secret location.
We figured out the solution.
Number 4 will blow your mind.
Right. So, she kind of walks over to the altar. She's like, I seem to recall that pulling this lever will activate this. Are we ready to begin?
Yeah, let's do this.
Yeah.
Sure.
Before we begin, I'm going to give Archie an elixir and tell her to drink it if she wants to do her wing thing, but for a longer period of time.
Hell yeah.
There's experimental elixir in the party inventory. When I hadn't rolled before.
Thanks, Jonah.
No problem.
I'll try not to kill anybody.
Yeah.
He's like our drug dealer. Hey man, give me a hit.
Yeah, I came prepared with the puffball this time, so we can actually do a potential. Find out if there's immediate danger on the other side. Is the hope.
Sure. Okay. So, pull the lever.
Pull the lever.
Pull the lever.
Oh, my finger.
There's a creaking sound as the lever shifts into place, followed by some sort of grinding sound from within the altar, and then with a rumble and a crack like thunder that emanates from the air right in front of the altar, where assumedly you guys are not standing, because you know where this thing's going to appear. Suddenly there's a kind of a tear in the air, followed by a swirl of purplish energy and a bright flash of light as an expanding bubble purplish orb kind of appears in the air. The air around it kind of rippling almost like a heat wave and distorting the edges. And it kind of sits there swirling, taking up a roughly 10-foot square. And hums slightly.
Way more vivid than I remember it being.
No, that's how I described it last time. I've had a week to think about it, Alan. No. Okay.
Something's changed. There's more detail somehow.
All leveled up.
Well,
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I'll bring down Al and I'll just give him a little pep talk. Be like, I know you're like an hour to half an hour old, but this is your chance, buddy.
He just kind of looks up at you and like cocks his head.
Big old blink.
His eyes that take up half of his body.
and they're out of sync, blinking.
Yeah, so we kind of went over this last time before we retconned it, but go through, have a quick look, real quick, and then try and hopefully come back through. And if not, if he doesn't come back, in a round, I will.
In a round, 6 seconds.
Yeah, I want to make sure that you can go both ways through this thing. If we've opened it, I want to see. My initial test is there, something horrible on the other side, like it's just gonna kill you.
Just a lake of fire or something, yeah.
Yeah, and that you can move both ways through this thing. That's the initial test, is what I'm trying to determine.
Okay, so literally it's fly through, turn around, and come back right away. Okay.
Unless somebody wants me to do something different.
No, I'm gonna stand at the ready to attack anything that comes through other than the owl.
Okay. The owl, chirp chirp, pat pat, hits the edge of, and you see the owl stretched out like a strange string of like spaghetti, as it just kind of stops in midair when it hits the edge, and then eventually just kind of like vanishes. A moment later, there is kind of the surface of this orb kind of like shimmers, and your owl pops back a few seconds later
Hey,
and
buddy.
lands.
And he's
Um,
inside out.
It seems slightly kind of disoriented and panicked a bit, and flies over to you, and just kind of like nuzzles against your neck. But none the worse for wear. Doesn't seem hurt or anything.
It's possible that that there wasn't anything horrible over there. It's just the act of going through it is not
Right? Can I ask him
pleasant.
if what
I
like
mean,
you
it
know,
doesn't look pleasant.
Yeah.
quick just came through, came back.
Yeah, I mean, you get the sense that the other side was a small, dark room.
Okay.
With basically with the same thing with the orb. So he popped out, flew a circle, popped right back in. Nothing killed him or attacked him. He didn't see anything else. Just a relatively small, dark room.
So next time, I'll cast light on him before I do. No, I'm not that.
Owls have dark vision.
I know.
Don't
All
they?
right, so yeah.
He does have dark vision, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I figure. I'm like, he's an owl. How could he not? the saying "blind as an owl" is not a thing.
No, yeah, he's got as a note, he's got dark vision to 120 feet, and
advantage. Yeah.
yeah.
I know. I looked him up.
On hearing and sight are the two he has advantage on, so not smell.
So, what's
So
the,
yeah,
what's the plan? One by one, all at the same time?
I mean, if you want, I'll go first. I'm not afraid. And then I can see in there and pop back and let you know.
do you want yeah, I guess we don't yeah.
Hold hands and jump through together, like.
I mean, if
And,
we
like, jump
if we
through
know
like
we
a
can get
squeeze.
back,
Yeah.
we might as well just all go through.
Okay. Well, let me go first either way.
Sure.
All right, I'm gonna go with you. We're gonna go at the same time. Maybe we'll get mixed together.
It's a 10-foot portal.
Oh, okay.
We've never said we don't
Yeah.
know if. What if you come out entangled on the other side because you went in together and it's like one creature?
it's like the
Great.
Fly teleportation.
A super warrior.
It's the quantum entanglement.
Yeah, let's not hold hands. Let's just go.
I just imagine Blackwind's like head on Baz's body and Baz's big elephant head on Blackwind's.
Help me!
Blackman. Awful man.
Yeah.
Feel
Which one gets the
bobblehead.
cooking skills, though?
So yeah, we'll go through one or two at a time, I guess.
Yeah, Baz and Black one first.
Yep. Let's
Okay.
go.
So sorry. So Baz and Blackwind together, Aelin, Nerissa next, Jonah, or
Sure, yeah.
okay. Let me prepare the map.
Gerald's coming through too. I guess technically I'm going 3. It's me, Al, and Gerald. I'm a posse all on my own. Are there any other spells that allow me to get creatures that I can control?
Unseen Servant.
Need more.
I need all of the familiar and friends. I had no friends in school. I've had to make my own.
We lost Liz. Liz Comp.
Why? Why does it do that? Oh, I know why it did that. I did not plug it in. What's that? Corey's doing the thing.
Yeah, I'm just getting the map. Get rid of this one. Move you guys over. So you guys step through one after the other. I assume within like rounds of each other. You're not spending minutes between each. So you all step through. Boop, boop, boop.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably a round in between, right? Like
Yeah.
a few seconds because they've got to stretch.
Essentially, I'm going to give you all the map at the same time, is what I'm saying. Because there's not enough time to really do anything until.
Yeah, down where it force above.
Do that. Oh my god. I don't even know the song, and I don't want to. I don't want to.
I don't know if it's Pearl Jam or not. I mean, I know it sounds exactly like
It sounds like Pearl Jam.
oh, Stone Temple Pilot. It's Stone Temple Pilots. Thing. Wait, is it?
We don't know.
Okay. Question: has everybody ensured that their vision is set correctly on the character sheet? It should. If you have dark vision, it
Probably.
should just say dark vision space the range, and that's it.
Yes.
Okay.
Dark
That's
vision,
good.
one word.
Dark vision, one word. Yeah.
When the dogs do find her. Dogs find,
So who's first through? Baz.
find it.
In Blackwind,
We'll put Baz right here.
you need to take out you need to fix your vision. It says low light 120, dark vision 30. You need to fix that because
Yes.
So this is Dark Vision 120.
Okay. Whoops. Just deleted all the tokens.
trying-
Noob.
dark light vision.
It says dark vision 120. I see it. It's fine. Yeah, that's correct. Now, see, I'm gonna check you all. Dark vision 60. Dark vision 60. Yeah, Jonas is wrong.
It's not though.
Oh,
it just
now
hasn't
it's right.
updated.
Now it's right.
Now I had to move the cursor to
Apparently, yeah.
make it go live.
Locked it in. It was still.
Yeah, Baz is 120, Blackwind 60, and Gerald is blind, isn't he? In dark.
I
Yeah.
mean, you don't. Have to
Oh no, he's got
need
60. He's got dark vision 60 as well.
dark vision 60 as well. I can't add
Because
that.
of course he does. Everybody gets dark vision. It's fine.
Should have made a human golem instead.
A human golem.
I'll do 120.
Take a page out of Nanny Poo Poo's book.
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep away from fire.
Stick you guys in here. Aelin, put you there. Narissa, you can be visible on the combat tracker since you're here now. You can go right there. Jonah, you can go there. Who am I missing? Archie. Baz. No, Baz is there. Archie. You
Her elf
are.
so beefy now.
You're right there. I'm gonna move you down there, Aelin.
I'm so sad I didn't break 30 hit points.
Because I need to put Gerald. beside
Gerald.
Archie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of you. Yes, that's correct. Yes. Counting Narissa. Okay, hopefully. Let me make sure these are turned on before I give you the whole map. Line of sight on. Yeah, okay, good. You guys should have.
Hey.
Alright. You appear in a room. It is dimly lit with a purplish glow, and two flickering, what looks like braziers with like dim coals, kind of flickering with flame, flanking either side. There is kind of short. You seem to be up on some sort of like raised platform. There is a passageway to the north, but it only goes about like 5 feet or so before ending in like just a wall of rubble. It looks like it's collapsed. There's a short balcony that you only goes up to a standard like waist, so it's probably even so Jonah's neck, Baz's thigh or knee. That,
Ankle.
and on the other side there is a staircase leading downwards, and a passageway leading east to west. First thing you will, first of all, it is relatively silent, but you can hear in the distance what sounds like water, like kind of splashing water, maybe not like it's like flowing. It just sounds like, like if water is kind of like just like lapping against like a shore, not crashing, just kind of like splashing. That's what it feels or sounds like. The other thing you'll notice as well, as it just comes at the edge of your vision, but there's some sort of like intermittent purplish glow, and I don't know if any of you can see it in your current position.
I
I can.
It kind of occasionally illuminates part of the hallway and then fades away again. The other thing you hear is kind of a low, kind of crackling sound. You're not sure if it's a fire or torches kind of sputtering, but otherwise it's pretty quiet and just dark down here. You don't hear footsteps or voices or anything. Yeah, and there's this big orb. There is a Jonah, you'll probably be the first to perceive it, but there is just off to the north where you're standing, Jonah. There is a kind of a switch, just embedded in the wall. It's not hidden by any means, but it looks very similar to the switch that was on the altar. You don't know if pulling it will change this blue or just turn it off.
Will not pull it. I'll point it out to everybody.
Good restraints.
I maged armor before we came through, just so bookkeeping.
Okay.
All right. Well,
Bulobo's supposed to be flooded, so maybe this is the right place.
Okay. Baz, I think it's in your line of sight, maybe Archie's as well, but you can make out, can you see over here?
yeah.
Yeah.
There looks to be some sort of statue that was on like a raised platform in the corner, that has been completely like collapsed and kind of shattered on the ground. Looks like it would have stood maybe 15 feet tall or so. The roofs in here, by the way, are only about 20 feet, so they're not super high.
I'm gonna sniff the air, see if I can smell anything particularly unique or dangerous.
Sure. Oh, I can flip the map so I can only see what you guys see. That's cool. Sorry. Yes, make a perception check if you would. All right. You can smell. I mean, these burning braziers in front of you kind of give off that kind of smoky, like burning smell, kind of. But you can also smell. It's kind of like a musty smell, like mildew or like wet earth, but otherwise nothing else that you pick up.
Okay.
Can I tell from the brazier that I'm standing next to if like this is some sort of perpetual flame, or does it seem like it's something that someone's been tending to and maintaining?
It's giving off heat, and examining it, it looks like it's a natural flame. So somebody's been here
Eating it and okay.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty low and giving off pretty faint light. So it's kind of like died down, but this would be something that would have to be maintained. It's not like a magical flame by any means.
Sure.
Not
So we're definitely not like locked off or cut away from. There's other people who've been here and may still be here.
Yeah. I mean, if I had to take a guess, it would be Bulobo underneath, and they've just cleared out some of the tunnels after it was flooded. I found ones that weren't. So
Narissa kind of like squints in the very dim light shadows. Probably the one party member that can't see shit in here, other than the faint glow of these braziers. But she's just kind of like glances like past the like down in that direction. And she's like, you see that, right? Like that glow, that purple, that violet glow coming and going.
I'm gonna.
It's like that's not natural, right? That doesn't seem natural.
No, it.
Beats me.
Did you say this is like stairs up or down from this platform? Is it a drop?
It is a, so these stairs here are heading down, about 10 feet overall from top to bottom, or 10? Hold on, oh, 20 feet top to bottom, and this is like a balcony that kind of overlooks it. Like right here, you could just kind of like step over onto it, but like right here, it would be like a drop down about 20 feet. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And there's no exits from it. It's just.
There's an exit to the north by Jonah, but it's collapsed. It looks like it's collapsed in, and maybe something's beyond the rubble, but you can't see any way through it.
Okay.
I'll get out of everybody's way and try and climb down, just peek around over here.
Yeah,
quietly.
I want to see what that light is, where it's coming from. So I'm gonna follow.
Okay. Can I move map? Yeah. Jonah, or not Jonah. Aelin. You can see that there is another set of stairs just around the corner that seem to go up, and you're not sure how far up they go, just on your current vantage point, but it's another like 20 feet up at least. It seems to like level out and go further. Yeah, Blackwood sneaking up to the corner there, and let me know, Jonah, and is Gerald just following you as normal?
Yeah.
Okay. And Baz, what are you doing, and Jonah, while these
I
people
would
climb?
probably be following along, and I would offer to help Jonah and Narissa down.
Narissa
Thank you
gives
very
you that
much.
look like I'm fine, and just kind of hops it.
Fair enough.
She's so cool.
I could have used your help, as the same.
Narissa kind of does when she gets to the bottom, she's just like, she kind of like whispers, and she's like, I'm sorry, I can barely see shit in here. Can we light a light? I know, I hate to be a burden, but.
I would just ask her if she's got like a dagger or whatever. What does she use? Her weapon?
fists.
She doesn't have any weapons. She's got her fists.
I will pull out one of my pebbles. I'll cast light.
Little lightning, little thunder.
I'll pull out a pebble, cast light on it, and I'll give it to her.
Okay. She kind of like
So she has a light.
covers it so that it, as best she can, like in her hand, so that she can kind of like. She'll probably even pull like a little piece of cloth out and wrap it around her hand to try to just direct the beam. So essentially, I'm not going to put a light source on her,
Sure.
unless she completely opens it up or drops it. But she's holding it just so she can kind of see in certain directions. But you notice that she's very careful not to just shine it off into the distance. She's kind of like just like shining around the walls and like keeping it relatively pointed down.
I give her a thumbs up.
Okay, so you kind of climb down. So, Blackman, you can see over on the left here, down near the bottom of the stairs, you can see out that there seems to be some sort of, it kind of only appears near the end of your vision, but it looks to you like there's some sort of like crumpled, you're not sure if it's a bench or like a fallen like pillar or something, but it looks like this kind of crumpled piece of like worked stone. Beyond that, it looks to you like there's like a drop off. You're not sure if it's a natural, like it's collapsed downwards or what it is, but it's definitely some sort of edge. You don't know how deep it is, but that seems to be the source of this purplish glow that occasionally kind of like comes from down over that edge and kind of just emanates throughout the cavern and then shrinks back down again.
I'll whisper. The glow seems to be coming from below a ledge of some sort, or a drop off.
I want to get a better look in the room.
Same.
I'm just gonna check and see if I hear anybody or anything coming from that direction, alerted by our presence.
Okay. Yeah, looking over, you can only see to the top of the landing. It's obviously it goes a little bit further, but that's as far as you can really see from the bottom of the stairs. You don't
Just
see
like
anything
waiting
up
and
there.
listening. Yeah.
Okay, so you guys kind of creep up to the entrance to this doorway here. Narissa kind of hangs back a little bit and just kind of tries to stay like in the middle of the stairs and kind of like keep an eye on where Aelin is. Jonah, what are you doing?
I'll go over by a little closer to Aelin.
Okay. Down below, you guys kind of, when you come into this alcove, it's kind of this worked kind of like this archway that seems kind of crumbly. It doesn't look all that stable, actually. It looks like it's really weathered and old, and the ceiling is kind of bulged in a few places where it's obviously supposed to have been worked stone, but it's kind of like bulged inwards, and you can see like bits of like earth and stuff where so it doesn't look super stable. In here there is several pieces of like collapsed, looks like stonework that's fallen down in various piles here and there. There is some sort of, maybe it was once a statue. The only thing on it seems to be there's just a single stone foot, but what happened to the rest of the statue, you're not sure. There is a short step, like only a couple feet of stairs leading up to a little kind of like a dais, and there's two pillars that lead into the roof to the left and right of that. Over here, you can see what looks to be some sort of like raised altar with a couple candles sitting on it, just kind of flickering in the dark there. There seems to be, in the candlelight, you can see a dark red stain on the dais, and above the dais, set into the wall, there seems to be a figure that looks similar to Laquette, like her, the way that she kind of looked. It's got like a serpentine lower body and a humanoid upper body, female, except she has 4 arms, whereas Laquette only had 2. And she's kind of got 2 arms raised up like this. She has some sort of like crown with like 3 like jagged black like spikes sticking out of it. And she's just got like a doesn't really have any expression on her face at all. Just kind of like a blank stare looking forward. And then her other hands below, one of which is broken off at the elbow. You don't know where the rest of the arm is, but the other one, her left hand, is kind of reaching out as if to like accept something. There's a kind of a bloody stain on that stone, as well as directly below it. There's just like, it doesn't look like recent. It looks like dry, but you can definitely see, and in the candlelight, it's, I mean, pretty obvious it's probably blood.
One hell of a party they had here last night.
You can, if you'd like, make a religion check. Archie, yeah, looking at it, you assume it must be some sort of like Yuan-ti. You're not sure if it's a god. The only thing you're actually fairly certain it's probably not a depiction of a god. It doesn't match anything you know, but you're a little limited on your Yuan-ti god knowledge. But maybe it's some sort of like, I don't know, ancient leader. It looks really old. By the way, Archie, your archaeologist feature allows you, just looking around at this, this is definitely a temple of some sort. That, because you can discern just by having a look around in the masonry and the structures the primary purpose of ancient ruins. You just get that feature. So yeah, this is definitely a temple if it wasn't clear already, but you're certain that this is some sort of temple.
Okay.
But this doesn't seem to be a depiction of a god. It might be, maybe it's an ancient priestess or a leader of Yuan-ti. You're not sure.
Does the architecture remind me of anything we've seen, any other runes we've seen so far?
Yeah, I mean, you can't be 100% certain, just looking at it, but it seems similar in design to some of the ruins that you've seen in. Actually, let me think. It's similar to the architectural style of the Man and Crocodile Shrine that you saw at where Camp Righteous was.
Okay.
It doesn't really match, like, it doesn't look like it's a match for, like, Mbala. Like, that kind of architecture, it's a little bit different than that. But it most closely resembles that Man and Crocodile Shrine.
Okay. Okay.
Marissa kind of creeps a little closer and peers, kind of squints at the candlelight. And she's like, looks clear. And this purple light kind of suffuses the room. So you're not really sure of colors in here because it's black and white. Like it's grayscale to anyone with dark vision, and when the light infuses everything just kind of turns like a purplish glow. So you're not really sure if there's any other actual colors here, except for around the candlelight. You can see that it looks like gray stone, like actually gray stone.
Okay, well, I mean, do you guys wanna? I want to go take a look at where that purple's coming from.
Yeah, me too.
So, do you
Yeah.
want to go first, or do you
Sure.
want me to look for
I mean, yeah.
physical traps, or do you guys want to just go in first?
Blackburn has already jumped down. Sure.
Are you guys wanting to like sneak, or are you just walking?
I would move quietly if I could.
I will attempt to move as quietly as I can, but it's
Alright.
probably not going to work.
We're trying to move quietly.
We'll try.
Give me some stealth checks.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything from the north, so hopefully we're not disturbing anything.
Oh, Jesus.
Mm,
There's that bucket.
Oof. I mean, not an impressive showing, definitely. You guys are kind of the ground is slightly uneven and buckled in places with the gravel and stuff. You kind of crunch and move, especially those of you with heavier armor. It's very, yeah.
The highest roll.
Advantage, yes.
Yeah. So Blackwind, you heading north. It doesn't look like the chamber goes anywhere. It kind of ends at a cliff here, as well as just beyond. There is what looks to be some sort of like raised, like block, at the top of those stairs, but there's nothing on it. But you don't see anything else up there. Baz, you will notice as you kind of move down further, yeah, there is a large kind of open pit. It probably drops a good like 40-50 feet from the edge here, and you can see that there is a large pool of kind of water that seems to just kind of be like undulating a little bit, as if something's like agitating it. And from the center, deep in the water, you can't see through because it looks kind of murky. This glow seems to just kind of like get brighter in the center until it kind of just like fills the room, and then kind of weaken and go down, just intermittently. You can also see down this direction there is a circle of pillars in a large open room, some sort of drawing on the floor, and there's also kind of a some sort of, they look like arcane or some sort of like ruins or something on the floor, and those ruins are like emanating light, a kind of a reddish glow, just barely, not really enough to even illuminate the space around them, but you do see that right down here. And then you also see what looks to be at the foot of maybe a staircase. There is some torches kind of flickering away, very faintly kind of sputtering, flanking either side of what looks like potentially a staircase. Again, no movement, no other sound.
I'll just turn back to the group and say, Looks like next room is clear, but there's some weird arcane stuff on the floor. Might be worth checking out, but being careful around.
Based on the research that I did on the Yuan-ti, do I recognize anything about the figure? I'm just seeing the
Yeah,
statue.
give me a religion check with advantage. As you research this specifically.
Ugh.
Okay. Well, you, I mean, similar to Archie, you're pretty positive that that doesn't match any depiction of the three primary Yuan-ti deities that you researched. However, the regalia that she's wearing indicates to you that she is most likely a depiction of a Nightmare Speaker, which would be like a priestess of Dendar the Night Serpent.
And of what we know of Bulobo, did we know that it was a Yuan-ti temple? Like that it would make sense that there's a giant statue to a Yuan-ti figure here?
We know it was from the time of Omu. It was a small outpost with a subterranean component that was flooded. There was the Tabaxi Chultan tribe in the area.
Yeah, Bulobo, I know Archie had researched that specifically, and the notes on the purpose of the actual area itself was very sparse. Like, it didn't seem to have any major significance in history. So as to what exactly was here and what the purpose of this outpost was, other than the fact that it was linked to Omu, and it was odd in the fact that it was this far north, it wasn't a, yeah, there's not really any indication, definitely no indication in your research, Archie, about Yuan-ti being here. Because bearing in mind that everything you read so far, there's no real link between Yuan-ti and Omu, like in the histories you've read. Like, the Omuans weren't Yuan-ti.
Does the statue look as old as the rest of the? Does it look? Do the timelings like match? Does the statue look as weathered, as the rest of the building?
Yeah, you want to go over and investigate it closer?
Yeah.
I was checking out the red puddles too to see how old, if it's
Sure.
old or...
Give me a survival check, Blackwind, and Archie, if you want to do investigation as you...
Don't look it.
Nice.
Oh, it's just jam.
Nice, you guys.
Wow.
Look at these rolls.
God damn.
Yeah, Archie, looking it over, and suspecting that Bulobo had nothing to do with Yuan-ti, looking it over, you're pretty confident that this is a more recent addition. It doesn't match the surrounding architecture. So potentially that means Yuan-ti just moved in. Blackwind, you can also tell, although it's not attracting any sort of like insects or anything like that, just kind of like maybe just touching it slightly and looking at it, the blood there, it's definitely blood for one. You would estimate that it's still slightly tacky, so it might be maybe hours or maybe up to a day old. So something was blood was spilled here recently, but there's no indication as to what. The amount there, though, you'd have to imagine it must be at least a medium-sized creature. Whether it's a humanoid or an animal, there's no way to tell. There's no bits of fur or any other indication of what this might have come from. But you would also notice that something as well. It's the same on the hand that's reaching out. So something must have been placed in the hand that.
And then it
was
dripped
bloody.
down.
Yeah.
Okay. So it looks like somebody put an offering in this hand, and it was within a day. Less than a day, probably.
Baz, can you actually, Baz, you don't need to give me a perception check. Baz, you notice for a very brief second, some sort of movement, maybe a shadow passing in front of a light from down here. It just kind of like dims slightly, like a shadow passed over it, but they're staring at it. You don't see. It's like there maybe somebody like or something like for a moment might have passed through the light, but you don't see any movement. You don't see anything. But you just see like that flicker, as if something passed in front of the torch.
Slowly back up this way, like sort of eyes sort of still looking that way. And I'm just gonna whisper. I think we might have some company down that way. And then I will slowly make my way back over here, kind of on guard. I'm not readying an action to attack. I'm just
Keeping a close eye in that area.
yeah.
Stick with Baz.
Yeah, and you can see based on the angles now, especially when the purple light kind of bathes the room, you can also see that. I mean, it's probably obvious to you now looking at it, but it looks to you like a large painted kind of like entwining serpent is painted on the floor with those ruins in the center. But yeah, it looks again. It's grayscale, but in and then purple when the light passes over it. So you don't know if it's in a specific color. Nerissa is kind of feeling her way like along the wall, like occasionally just flashing the light at her feet to make sure she doesn't stumble, but kind of sticking near you guys. She can't see very well.
I just want to get a peek over on this side just to see if it's wall or if it falls off or like what.
Yeah,
this...
like right here, this thick black line here is like the edge of like a cliff, and it's just it falls like straight down like 40-50 feet into this pool of undulating water. It looks like a large kind of like circular, pool, like an ovoid pool.
Can I tell if that purple light seems magical in nature or it doesn't seem natural, but that's...
I mean, it's definitely not natural. It doesn't seem, but you can make an Arcana check. And Blackwin, look, now that you're up there, you can kind of see down into the water better. You could make a nature check if you want.
Nature boy.
Yeah, Archie, it doesn't seem natural to you, but you're not sure. Blackwin, you're looking and you know that there exists like phosphorescent plants underground and stuff, but this kind of pulsing you don't know what could be causing it. It doesn't seem natural to you.
And it's emanating from like one source, or is it kind of like a bunch of...
It seems to be emanating from deep within the pool, and there's kind of like glows, and then the light kind of breaks out and then dims again. So somewhere under the water, somewhere near the center of the pool.
So cool.
There's obviously something that wants to be found down there.
Yeah, Archie, for the first time, you can kind of barely make out those runes on the floor, and this like magenta kind of reddish glow.
Ooh. Okay. Okay.
I guess Gerald should be following you.
I'd say, assume Gerald is following me.
Yeah.
You can.
I don't
always...
move him all that often, but yeah, I assume he's within 5 feet of you unless you tell him to do something else. So.
Yeah, and as
he's just a shadow.
As Archie and the rest of the group kind of get up towards me and seem like they're ready to move that way, I will sort of lead the way, kind of, sword at the ready. I'll get up to as close as here.
Yeah, I want to get a look at those runes.
I don't want to step on anything, but I want to be close enough that if Archie or Jonah or whoever want to examine these,
hell yeah,
that they can feel safe to do so.
Okay.
And Baz said he saw movement there.
Yeah, well, it was in that general area, kind of those torches, that area, yeah.
Yeah.
Moving up, you guys can kind of see as well, limited with the angles. You can kind of see like up this way. There seems to be whatever this staircase is. It seems to go up quite a bit, because kind of higher up, maybe another like 50, 75 feet or so up, there it looks like you can see like the edge. There's a torch flickering at what looks like the top of a kind of a broken, partially collapsing stairwell. So it looks like this area here like goes upwards, to this other area. But you can't really see everything, but you can kind of see that. You guys can see that, right? That flickering torch there. Those of you who have line of sight on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And maybe more torchlight beyond up there.
All right. I just want to point this out. How freaking cool is this lighting stuff?
Yeah, it's awesome.
This is so. It's so
Inspiration to fantasy ground.
Good school ball though.
Corey for setting it up. I don't know. No, don't give the DM.
Yeah, we don't want to give Corey inspiration.
I did, as a matter of fact, I did set up all this lighting.
Inspiration.
Corey, bad. You want to use you have Brad's permission.
Jonah, you noticed something given the angle you have here. I don't know if you can see it south of you.
Yes. I see something.
Yeah.
Do I know what it is? It looks ominous.
Yeah, there is. You're not sure what it is, but it is a rather rapidly flashing kind of like. It looks almost like an orb or something of kind of this yellow, greenish, kind of like sickly light that's kind of just like pulsing there. It doesn't seem to emanate very far. It's just like contained in this small area.
And I can't tell what it is.
Not from back here, no.
I will move closer.
I would like to check out the runes on the floor.
Sure. Make a Arcana check.
Arcana.
Yeah. So Jonah, you can see from there. So this whole area here is collapsed downwards towards the pool, and then this area kind of like right along here and up here is like above you. So you can kind of see this light kind of like emanating and flashing from up there, and these torches flanking the top of this stairwell. But yeah, you can't really tell. There's all sorts of like flickering light up there, probably multiple light sources, but you can't really tell what's going on up there, even from this close or this distance. What do you get? 23. Archie, examining these ruins, you're pretty confident that this is some sort of summoning circle.
Oh.
And not only is it a summoning circle, it is a complete summoning circle that's active right now. You would know as well, if you wanted to fuck with it, you'd probably need some sort of dispel magic. It wouldn't be something you could just kind of like scrub out on the floor.
So, summoning circle. Do I know if a circle like this, if it was deactivated, would it unsummon whatever it had summoned?
23. No, not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
And also, you're not 100% sure that something has been summoned, just that the circle is complete and active. So you don't know if something actually has come through or not, or where it goes, or anything like that. Without longer and more thorough investigation, maybe other alternate means, you wouldn't be able to know any specifics of what this might do.
Can I tell how?
Here, she kind of sticks next to Blackwind, or pretty close to her. She kind
of. Can I get any sort of sense if this is like? I guess it's sort of like this is newer than like the portal we took in, right? Like these, they don't seem connected.
Yeah, like this, being this close, you can see that the snake motif seems to be like painted onto the floor.
Okay.
More recently, it's not like carved into the floor; it's painted on the floor. The symbols as well, whatever kind of like strange ruins they are. You're not familiar with like the symbology. You assume it has something to do with like Yuan-ti blood magic or some sort, but
it doesn't remind me of the scribblings that what's his name was scribbling in that journal notebook or whatever.
No.
That I couldn't place those specifically either. No. Okay.
No, it doesn't. It is. Yeah, those were kind of just more like mad scribblings. These definitely have a more kind of like purposeful arcane bent, not just like random placement of squiggly lines.
Okay.
But what they do exactly, you're not sure.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you guys?
I could. So yeah, I don't know if it's a summoning circle. I could attempt to deactivate it. I can do that. I can only do it a limited amount of times.
We don't know what it would do though, like good or bad or whatever.
I mean,
I would say with the 23, if you did dispel it successfully, you don't know if it would be automatic or you'd have to roll or how hard it would be. But
sure.
if you did dispel it, you're pretty confident whoever made it would know instantly that it's been fucked with. Whoever's responsible, because it's active right now. So somebody is actively like linked to it.
Well, do we want someone to know, or do we want something to come through and then someone to know?
I mean, possible something's already come through, but it is still active. Okay, there's a question. If something's come through a summoning circle, do you need to... I guess it just depends on the spell, whether it needs to stay active to hold it, or whether it would be inert
More
after.
things could come through.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about this to know.
Yeah, it's unclear. Some, it's
I don't know the intended purpose.
like
so...
certain like conjured creatures would disappear if the source, but something that's like a physical like summoning, where it's not just like conjured by magic, it could very well do nothing to those creatures.
Yeah.
Like they might just it's almost like the gateway. Like someone turned off that gate, you guys wouldn't disappear because you came through it, right?
Yeah, so it's hard to say whether dispelling it would help.
It might actually be part of
I
the
vote we-
gateway.
You mean the one we came through?
Possibly, man.
It
I mean,
doesn't like it. That seems to be an older. If I'm understanding correctly, the gateways seem to be a much older
it is true.
Yeah.
magic thing and whatnot. This seems newer. This seems.
Are there any tracks or anything that would track wise or activity?
Sure. Make
Besides the
a survival check as you kind of like examine the floor around this area.
Like
I say we take it out and then
Deal
wait
with the
and see what comes to
consequences.
investigate. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get the drop on anything in here.
I don't know what we would even be dispelling. I mean,
Glyph.
Yeah, the thing that can summon things.
Yes. So dispelling it could have the benefit of, if it is a conjured something that it's brought, that it's summoned, it could get rid of it.
or
it
it could
could
release something.
More things from coming through. Or it could not. Whatever came through could be physical and it might not do anything. There's no way to know.
But it could also stop anything else from coming through as well.
It could.
And Blackwood,
Go for it.
you can tell that there are. I mean, the ground is pretty like dusty, and there is like loose dirt on the ground that's kind of like fallen from the roof above. So you can make out pretty clear tracks surrounding this, circular tracks, recent tracks within probably the last hour at least. You can make out kind of different sets of tracks, definitely humanoid tracks with like feet, booted, but also you're fairly certain that either something with a tail dragging behind it, or like a snake has definitely like left like that kind of like that sidewinder kind of slithery through the dirt.
I point them out, but I'm like, I don't know if we should mess with something that we have no idea what it's doing at the moment.
My assumption is it can't be good. If being can with his
Messing with it could be
if he
problematic.
looks at the tracks, can he tell if something showed up here and left? Like, is there an in track and out track, or just
I would say I mean, it's hard. It doesn't look Blackwood to you, although it's difficult to tell because where the snake is drawn and where the glyphs are, the floor there is clean.
yeah,
Like it's
okay.
been like loose dirt cleared away, so you don't really see anything. I mean, there's no signs of something that came through and left tracks. And around the edges, it looks more like something traveling around the edges of it, like circular kind of like patrol, if you will. or like route. And then there's definitely tracks leading up towards those stairs and back. There isn't that many tracks, although there's some you would have probably noticed as well. There's tracks leading up that way as well, probably towards that shrine, you would assume.
My
Track
concern
arteries.
is I want something to come through behind us once we've kind of, moved.
I say take it out.
Do
Yeah.
summoning circles necessarily always summon a creature, or like what's the purpose of this one? We don't know.
I don't know the correct person. Do I know that they're usually used to summon creatures?
Or portals.
Or the 23?
I mean, there's the point of a summoning circle is to summon something, yes.
Also, if these creatures have tails, shouldn't they have ramp and not stairs? Seems like an oversight. No.
What?
I mean, it's the tailed creatures showed up after the stairs were built, but yeah. You'd think
But-
they'd spend some time on
They
that.
ha-
Yeah.
The
Yeah, they
residents
haven't,
have been here recently.
Haven't
Maybe-
haven't made
remodeled.
it snake accessible yet.
They're still working on the kitchen.
There is as well. Sorry, let me point this out as well because I didn't really describe it terribly well.
A figure pointing at us.
A switch off.
There's a dragon. No. Over on this wall here. There is. I think you can see it. Yeah. There is. It looks to be like painted, like almost like a mural along the wall. It goes all around kind of this curved wall along the right hand side. And it starts like right here and it ends like right there. This big mural. It seems to depict. There's no words, but it seems to you to be depicting multiple kind of like large serpents. Like you can kind of see squiggly serpents. There is like images of all along the bottom of it of like piled bones and skulls. And in the center, right here, I think Blackwood can see that there. Yeah, in the center right here, there's an image at the and also right here you can see it both from where you are, Blackwood. There is it's almost like a repeating mural of this large serpent like over top of bones, and it seems to be depicting this large black serpent like opening its maw wide to swallow like a large yelp kind of orb in the center. You're not sure if that's supposed to depict the planet or the sun or what it is. It's just kind of this big circular orb that the snake is like opening its jaws wide to.
The Zentarum were here.
At least it doesn't show our bodies and it standing over it.
Blackwood, as you make your way down to the torchlight here, you hear, as you kind of step into the light, you hear kind of a hissing sound. Now there is what looks to be like an archway. See this black thing here? That is like an archway like above you. There is a raised platform about 10 feet up, or no, about 20 feet up from where you are here. So these stairs go about 20 feet up. So from the bottom of the stairs, it's like 20 feet difference here. Does that make sense? So from where you are, it's almost like 40 feet up, because you're at the bottom of the stairs.
Okay.
But there, you hear kind of like a scraping sound, like something like moving on stone. And you hear kind of a rattling, almost like a hissing sound coming from up here, but you can't see over the lip of this stone platform. So there's definitely something up there. Can you see from down here? Yeah. You can also, yeah, you can just make out the top of the stairs, another up here as well. There's that torch light kind of flickering at the entrance to some sort of room at the top of the stairs.
Right. I kind of point up in the air at the area anyways. I don't know if anybody else can see it, but signal, point to my ears, and something's up there. Kind of.
I'm making my way over.
Let's
What
Are we,
consent?
let's decide what we're doing with this summoning circle. I think we should disable it.
Dispel it. Go ahead.
Okay, Baz, as you walk down here, you kind of like walk down and meet where Blackwind is by this kind of dimly flickering torch. That's not putting off a lot of light. You're just kind of like in the out. It's only like a 10-foot radius. It's really kind of sputtering there. But as you're walking down there, there is kind of an echoey, almost like a sigh that reverberates through the cavern. Baz, you hear it most clearly, but Blackwood, you can pick it out as well. It almost sounds like faintly, and it's coming from up top, definitely up top of those stairs. You can hear faintly what sounds to you almost like a woman's voice, but it's a very kind of whispered, kind of rasping voice. But it does. Yeah, neither of you can understand what it says, but it's definitely speaking. But it's just very faintly. You're not sure if it's actually trying to whisper. It doesn't sound like it's trying to whisper, like be quiet. It's just that you can overhear it, and it has like a naturally raspy, but still kind of almost feminine sound to it.
Well, I certainly didn't hear it. So I'm taking the consensus of the group, and I'm going to attempt to dispel the circle.
Okay. So dispel magic requires, because it's not going to automatically work.
It's level 3.
You're,
So it's technical spell level. Ability check using your spell casting ability. Is what it says.
Is that guidance worthy? Is this an ability check?
I don't believe you can guide dispel magic.
Really?
Why not?
It is an ability check, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know. If I can, I will offer guidance.
Let me check. I feel like it's part of this ability of the spellcaster alone that does it, but let me just check. Can you guidance spell magics?
Yeah, it specifically says in the spell, make an ability check.
So maybe. So that would be. So my bonus is my intellect plus proficiency,
Yeah,
right? I
it's
get
a
both of
spell.
those.
It's essentially an Arcana check, assuming you're proficient in Arcana. I mean, it's not exactly.
No, but yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And I would say, like, even if it is technically, like, rules as written, maybe not a thing. I feel like if you're willing to fudging it from the perspective of this is another arcane user that's doing it, because normally guidance is from like a cleric, and a cleric wouldn't necessarily
be able to guide on magical.
Yeah.
That all depends on.
I know.
It's all magic.
Yeah, okay, cool.
My question is do I get the proficiency?
Well, it's an ability check. It's not a skill check. It's an ability check using your spellcasting ability. It's not an Arcana check. So there's. So yeah.
That's what I don't. That's what I'm saying. Like on Firebolt, I get when I use my spellcasting ability to cast Firebolt, I get proficiency. So that's why I don't
Yeah,
know.
but that's because of the rules for for making an attack roll with a spell. That's not a rule of Firebolt. It's not the fact that you're making an ability check gives you proficiency.
I'm just saying I don't. That's why I'm asking, because I don't understand if I get proficiency or not.
Yeah, you do not, because it's not a skill check. Proficiency applies to skill checks and saves, not ability checks.
I see. So it's an intellect.
Yeah, if it had said make an Arcana check, then yes, if you were proficient, you get proficiency. But it's purely based on your innate power and intelligence, not the Arcana skill itself. Because the way I read it is you're literally trying to like unravel someone else's magic using purely your intellect and the guidance of Jonah, your friend.
Intellect ability check.
Yeah. So intellect ability check plus a 1d4 from Jonah.
Oh boy.
And I would rule that you can't help someone to give them advantage on a dispel magic check.
So
Sure.
16.
it gonna turn off?
Level 7 or higher. It
Pretty
won't.
good.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
Yeah.
If it is a level 7 spell, we should be concerned.
Yeah.
God damn it, we went into the high level zone too early.
So you got 16?
16. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you feel it, the magic resisting your ability, but ultimately you puzzle out the twisted magics that you're not familiar with. And
Social NPCs vanishes from the world.
the glow of this foul magic that's emanating from it just kind of like shudders and winks out, leaving just the grayscale ruins on the floor.
Ooh,
Nice, Archie.
I did it.
Let's celebrate.
When that happens, suddenly there's a loud kind of hissing sound from the top of the stairs,
Oh, no.
and you hear a woman's voice quite loudly now, speaking common, reverberate from up above, and it says, in kind of this raspy, kind of half like shout, half whisper, raspy voice, it says, "Ah, yes, she tastes your fear, relishes upon it, so sweet. Step towards closer, that she might taste it better."
If you say so.
Narissa
Oh,
kind of
boy.
like in the dark kind of creeps towards after Blackwind towards the light,
Oh,
and I think she will. She's like, she kind of like half whispers. She's like, "Well, I think they know we're here," and she will drop the covering on her light.
cool.
Nice.
So she is glowing now, and you can see, because of the light of the light spell, you can actually see the true color when the purple fades. Anyways, you can see that the runes are written in some sort of like red paint. In fact, looking at it now, you're pretty sure it's blood. It's not just paint. And the serpent itself seems to be like this blackish, actually like gray color.
All right. Well,
I sure like their blood.
I'll look back at the party and be like, onward.
I mean, we're here for a purpose.
Invitation. So I will lead the way, heading up these stairs. Going 30 feet at a time, in case I notice anything off-putting. I will stop, but if I don't, I will continue.
Okay.
As we're moving, I'm gonna kind of stick to the middle and let the back catch up, and then when they pass, I'll move up ahead, kind of like daisy chain back to the middle, just since I can move a little faster.
Okay.
I'll keep my eyes above just to make sure nothing peeks out up there.
Yeah, you don't see any movement up there, but like I said, the ridge is quite a bit higher than you, so you can't really see over the lip too well. But you don't see anything like peeking
What's
down.
the wall like for climbing?
And go on.
It's kind of a rough stone wall. It looks like this section here may have been like more of a natural cavern. Like the walls kind of collapsed backwards and like opened up into this kind of like stone cave. But so it's kind of like rough wall. There's footholds, and it doesn't look like it'd be difficult to climb. Not for someone skilled in athletics, anyways. Sorry, question, Jenna?
I would run up to Baz and tell him about the light that he's about to come up across. That's all. The pulsating,
Flickering.
Yeah,
the flickering eye.
I saw it too, right?
I don't know. Did you see the
I don't know.
No,
I don't,
green
I
light?
don't think Baz ever had the angle on it.
I think
You'd have to
yeah,
be like
Jonah
in
was the
this
only one who
area.
saw it.
I came here, didn't
Well, did you see it? It's on the map.
I saw the pulsating thing
Brad saw it when
my map.
on his map when he was moving around.
Oh, okay, that's what.
He just didn't know as.
Okay.
But I've got 120 feet of vision, and well, okay, maybe not. I might not have been able to see it then. Never mind.
I'm just saying.
Well, the
Either way,
just so you know, the Fantasy Grounds lighting system knows the range of your vision, and it will not show you light sources beyond that range unless the light source fade range is larger. So for example, I could put like 200 feet on this pulsing orb, and you'd be able to see it with line of sight from 200 feet away, even if you couldn't see what's between you and it. It's kind of neat
Gotcha.
that way. But if this was like really faint and you didn't get within 120, it wouldn't show up pulsing for you.
So if Brad saw something, Baz saw something. Is what you're
Exactly.
saying.
That's what I'm saying.
then yeah, I saw it.
So if we see something, we might have to ask about it because
Yeah.
Corey might not automatically know we've seen
it's,
it.
It's true. I might not know all the angles that will actually make light sources appear, unless I've
Yeah.
really meticulously planned the entire distances on the map and set up the lights accordingly. So yeah.
Cool. Well,
Um,
in either event, I will respond to Jonah and say, "Oh, good call. Thank you."
If you see something, say something.
so that's the rule. All right. So as you get to like the foot of this 20-foot staircase, these two flickering torches, you can see this pulse of like sickly yellow light. It's pretty faint, and you can also see there's obviously other sort of like firelight up there flickering. The purplish light from the pool below you, that's quite a bit further below you now. It's probably like 100 feet or so down from where you are now, to this pool of water below. You can see that the purplish light doesn't really enter this room. It just kind of barely, like a sliver of it, kind of. The voice kind of, as you reach and take your first step up, the voice kind of like whispers out, obviously coming from up here still somewhere. It says, "Ah, yes, Slayers of Laquette, welcome."
Slayers of the what?
Laquette. The person of the throne. Baz,
Yeah. What?
be careful as you move forward. She obviously knows we're here and she's inviting us to come up. Could be traps.
I will look for traps.
The voice responds, and it's like, "So suspicious."
Yep.
I mean, yeah.
I will check for traps as I move up the stairs.
Okay, give me an investigation check as you make your
Sure.
way up.
I think it's pretty clear.
Yep. Looks like crumbly stone steps.
Cool.
Heading up.
All right. As you make your way up.
Bring him away.
Oops, I accidentally grabbed Aelin or Nurse instead of
What?
Aelin.
Move.
Well, I'd be waiting until Aracellus is at least
God.
like in front of me, and then move up again to the middle.
Yeah.
And I said that disco ball, and the disco ball appears.
Yeah. So, and like I said, Nerissa is kind of sticking relatively close to Blackwind, just kind of like moving along with him. Okay. And so, Baz, you reach the top of the stairs and can see into this room more fully. There's no way for me to put elevation. I couldn't figure out how to do an elevation here, so that's why you guys technically can see what the room looks like from the staircase. But you really wouldn't be able to see it until you got up to like the upper steps. You'd just be able to see kind of like the roof. So you can see the light sources, but you can't really see the features of the room until you get up here.
That's really cool.
So Baz, you were the first to see this room. So it's a hexagonal, right? 6, yeah. Hexagonal room. That seems to be like a carved out of the natural stone. The stonework that like made up the walls on like the left, like on these kind of sides opposite of you, seems to have like crumbled and fallen, and just kind of like earth, kind of like broken through, and like piles of dirt on the floor. So it seems this room is like partially like the weight of the earth has like collapsed it. You can also see that there is like small like puddles of water kind of like forming on the floors, and they're kind of dripping from the roof. And you can see as well that there are there's just like a cluster of torches kind of sputtering away to your left there, and to your right you can see what looks to be like a waist-sized like shelf that has what looks to be like a line of skulls, and behind the skulls there's a line of candles that are burning. There's also some sort of mural on the wall here that very much resembles the painted mural on the room with the pillars down below. It's kind of got a snake that's kind of looks like it's like kind of coiled and reaching upwards, with like bones painted all around it, and just an orb that it's like reaching towards. In the candlelight, the orb is painted yellow, so you assume it must be a depiction of the sun. There in the center, there is another smaller hexagon painted on the floor with a circle of runes around it, and what looks to you like a small platform that's like a couple feet off the ground. There is a yellow orb that's kind of shifting around, and it looks like an eyeball, and it's kind of pulsing with this sickly glow. And it looks like it's like sitting there on top of this. You're not sure if it's a real, like it looks like a real, like actual eyeball, not like a rock carved to look like an eyeball. It's like shifting and moving around. But it doesn't seem to be moving with any sort of purpose. Like it's not like it's like focused. It doesn't look like it's focusing. It's just kind of like shifting around. And then you also see over here, there's another staircase that leads up. You assume to that platform you kind of could see from up above here.
Yeah.
Again, looking around this room, you see nobody. It seems to you, other than what I just described, you don't see anybody else in this room.
I'll just go.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead, Ryan.
Oh, I was going to ask if that passage, is it kind of wide enough for us, or do we have to squeeze through
Which
it?
passage?
That little thing that I see off to the side here. Or is
Oh,
it
right
actually
here?
up above? Yeah.
It's up above. It's about 20 feet
Okay.
off the ground here, but you could climb up to it, and yes, it is wide enough. You could technically squeeze through there.
I'll do it. Okay. I wasn't sure if it was like kind of like this weird passage that went level or not. But
Yeah, it's like a crumbled piece of wall, but yeah, there is actually a gap there. That's not me like failing in my wall building. That's an actual gap there.
Okay. I'll move up and I'll join Baz at the front here.
And yeah, I'll sort of
That's
step into the
creepy.
room and just be like,
This is where the Yuan-ti have their balls.
yeah,
Or do Yuan-tis have balls?
hello?
You hear a voice that, with the echoing in this room, it seems like the acoustics here are quite like the roof is actually kind of like a dome-like roof that goes up probably a good like 30 feet. And there's carvings all over the roof, but they're very faded and faint, and cracked in a lot of places. They don't look like they're like fresh like these murals that were painted here. But up above, yeah, your voice kind of just like echoes in this wide open chamber. The acoustics here are quite good, are quite echoey. And the voice kind of responds, again, echoing and bouncing off the walls. You can't pinpoint where it's coming from. And it says, "Yes, make yourselves at home. Come in, come closer. Don't be shy."
I'll put my hand in front of Baz and be like, I don't like the feeling of this open invitation to enter this area. Seems a little iffy. I want to investigate the immediate area for, or like, you know, anything that might be.
From behind them, Archie's gonna respond to the voice, just going, "Who are you?"
Yeah, I'm just looking for anything that sticks out or shouldn't be there, I guess. That's
Sure.
the first thing I'm looking for.
Give me an investigation check as you kind of crouch down on the floor and look at, see if there's any like bad juju in the before you step any further in the room.
Yes, my.
The voice responds to you, Archie, and she's like, "Yes, proper introductions she will give you. Enter where I can see you."
I'm like, this is a bad idea entering here. Let's climb up or go through the side. That little passage.
Over here. Give people a little bit of space if they would like to come up.
I just want to get a look at the eye.
I
So Baz,
would as well.
So Baz, you're gonna step over here? Blackwood's
Yeah.
saying no, we shouldn't do it, but you ignore him.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you're in control of your
Maybe they
character,
mean-
so
Maybe they mean a different room.
I'm just gonna, you know, I'm treating this like, you know, I've got nothing to be afraid of.
okay. Baz, you step over towards these skulls. You can tell these are all humanoid skulls. They look human, like they don't have like tusks or weird oblong features like grung skulls or anything. So you're fairly certain they're all human skulls. They're the right size and shape.
No Loxodons.
No Loxodons. None of them have big tusks.
They need a new trophy.
Yeah, Nerissa kind of tentatively steps over here and kind of like leans around, shining her like the light stone that she's holding in her palm, kind of up the stairs. It only goes up about 10 more feet here.
How high upstairs do I need to get to be able to see this eye?
Right there. Any lower than that, and you wouldn't be able to see far enough into the room.
Okay. I want to get a look at it. See if
Perfect. The trap is set. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah.
Instant death trap.
So Jonah and Archie and Aelin, you kind of go up high enough that you can now see. Because remember, the thing's not like raised up. It's like maybe like a foot off the ground on this little platform. So now you can see, you got line of sight on it, and you can see this like shifting eye. And again, it's not looking at you. It doesn't look like it's just kind of moving around. But it does move in different directions, and you can see that it does in fact have like a snake-like pupil on it. Yeah, and it doesn't look like it's a construct. Like it looks like an actual eyeball. Like it looks like it's made of like organic matter.
Does it look magical?
I mean, it's pulsing a sickly light as it shifts around.
It's an eyeball floating on its own.
I mean, it's not floating. It's sitting on like
Oh,
this
sitting,
this
yeah.
2 foot tall like thin platform.
Um,
It's almost like a little bird bath it's kind of sitting in. Sitting
It's
next
having
to
a
the ground.
bath.
Um,
It needs some Visine.
on the ground, like, do they look like they're also painted in blood and stuff? Like
yeah, you can definitely tell, especially with Nerissa's like actual light that bathes over it, so you can see color within that light. You can see they're definitely painted on with a mixture of what looks like blood as well as kind of some sort of like purplish substance. You're not sure what exactly it is that's closer in that inner ring. There's like this purple substance that's kind of like spread on the floor. You can also see at the back here, there's like a little pile of skulls surrounded by like melted wax candles of various like sizes. There doesn't seem to be any sort of like altar or anything on here. It's just like a little bench. Yeah, and as you kind of take in this scene, kind of like move into the room a little bit, the voice kind of reverberates again. Not super loud, but loud enough that it echoes, and again, you can't really pinpoint where it's coming from exactly. You know what? Everybody can give me an active perception check. I just want to see how good your hearing actually is.
Power.
Ooh, Blackwind, nicely done.
I can't investigate, but I know shit. Something is afoot. Or I miss.
Okay. Yeah, Blackwind, you are the only one that, as the voice speaks, that you can't be 100% sure, and you don't see anything, but you're almost certain that the voice is coming from the roof, up in that kind of like that dome, somewhere up there seems to be the origin point of that voice.
Like up above this area, kind of.
When you say,
Or
yeah, like the roof of
yeah,
this
like
big room.
in this area, but that's what I mean. Okay.
Yeah.
So do I look up, or can I look up? But I don't see it.
Yeah, you see this big dome with like all these carvings, and seems to be depicting like maybe it's a war of some sort, warriors and things. You can see it a bit better now that you're up here. Warriors like fighting each other, and like scenes, there's like cities and stuff carved in, like buildings, it looks like. But it's all kind of very faded and crumbling. But you don't see anything up there. Nobody's looking down at you or anything. But you do.
That's where the mural is. So it's painted on the roof.
No, the mural is on the wall by these
on the
skulls.
wall. Very well.
Yeah, and the voice kind of says, she says, yes, let me take a look at you. Interesting. Yes, god-blooded. Very interesting.
Thanks.
And she says, introductions. Yes, she will introduce you. She is Shasskatar. She is lord of this domain.
And
We know that name.
what, remind us the name of this domain?
She's like, what it was called, she doesn't know. What it is called is the Whispered Fang. She has dwelt here. She has resided for over a century. She communes and anticipates and waits and dreams.
Shasskatar
Yes.
is number 3, by the way.
Ah,
Yeah, but she was also, isn't she the one that was either fucking with the grung or she was fucking with?
Just fucking with the ground.
Yeah, it wasn't the Sokola, that was somebody else. That was a different new prophet.
It was Shasskatar, the Venom Queen, was the one who was messing in. That's who we expected to be here. She's the one we're supposed to kill. Is Shasskatar.
Yeah.
I assume you guys are talking as players, not characters, yes?
Yeah, I'm
You get-
all this going in as a group. We knew we're coming here to take care of Shasskatar.
I'll let up that I think something's in here with us. I heard the voice in the room come from within this area.
I don't see you, buddy.
Yeah, I don't think she's
This is the
visible.
eyeball.
Well, I heard the voice come from above in the dome area, but I can't be 100% certain exactly where, but it definitely, I'm pretty certain it was emanating from the room, right?
Yeah, as near as you can pinpoint it, it seemed to be coming from the roof as a point of origin, but you don't see anything up there. It just looks like these carvings in the roof.
Do I recognize the eyeball of what it is?
I mean, you can make a...
Oh, I would be Arcana.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. You know what? I will allow a. From a distance, I will allow a nature check if you are proficient. Otherwise, just a straight intelligence check.
before. I'm gonna cast my cantrip with my ring too.
Blackwind,
I don't know.
you now have light. Look at that. It
Ooh.
actually puts it on you. It's an effect I can drop on you in the combat tracker. Yeah, Jonah, from the distance there, you are as best as you can figure it. This eyeball looks like, for all intents and purposes, a disembodied eyeball that's apparently got some sort of motor control to move itself. And that's what, as far as you can tell, it's an actual eyeball. It doesn't look like it's like an item, like an actual like constructed thing or magical.
Flesh, an
It's
actual
not. It's
flesh.
not an illusion. It looks real to you, as best as you can tell. That being said, perhaps if you could get closer to investigate further, prod it, poke it, and whatever. As Blackwind moves across the room, Narissa kind of just, again, she's looking up at the roof because you mentioned that, but she's kind of keeping her eye on the stairs up here too.
I didn't see anything, even though I have a feeling there's something coming.
I would, with the thought hearing of the roof, I'd nudge Archie and be like, if you want, you could go take a look to see what's on the roof. Or you could give it to someone else, and they could go look.
The voice interrupts you, and she says, "So, you disturb her in her restful slumber. You interrupt the dream. What is your intent here? What do you wish of her?"
I don't talk with disembodied voices.
Blackwood don't fuck with voices.
Get out of my
I
head.
hate ghosts.
Ghosts.
Can I? I'm gonna put my vision into Al. And then I just want to send him up the stairs. So I'm looking through his eyes. I just want to see what's like. How do you do an arrow?
Left click, right click.
Yeah,
I just want to send him up there just to make sure he doesn't see anything up there directly. Since we're sitting here talking to a disembodied voice.
Just give me a sec.
Does
I
the
don't-
eyeball have an eyelid?
No.
Ooh.
Just give me one sec. So your owl flies, and Archie's eyes turn white. Her ears stop up. She only hears and sees what little dude hears and sees. Give me a active perception check with advantage for the whoa. What happened?
Whoa.
She turned into Joey?
Uh-oh. Hold on.
Uh-oh. Couldn't handle the owl.
Uh-oh. Did our fantasy grounds crap out?
Jeff roll.
Yes.
Might just be lagging.
Oh.
Well, yeah, this is what it always does.
Okay.
There
Seems to be
There it is.
Rubber banding. It's all the extra dice rolling that helps it, I think.
Pushes it through.
It's like a plugged fucking like drainage pipe or something. Just keep ramming shit in it.
Archie, did you roll? Where is it? No. Okay.
I was waiting for it to kick back in.
Okay. Well, let's see. Yeah. Okay. Archie, seeing through your little owl's eyes as he flutters up the steps into this it's not much larger than what is on the map here. It's, you know, this kind of open cave, but you do see in the dark against the far wall a man kind of standing off to the right. Just to check something. He's kind of standing like right up there in that general area, so he wouldn't be visible from the bottom of the steps or from the bottom down here, because he's too far back from the lit. But he looks like a Chalton man, wearing he's bare from the waist up. He has what looks to be some sort of some sort of like skirt or something that he's wearing with a ornate kind of carved belt. That's got various like designs kind of pleated through it. He's also wearing what looks like bone necklaces around his neck. Like, you're not sure if they're shark teeth or just animal teeth. And you can also see that he has some sort of like body paint or something, although you can't tell color because it's just dark grayscale. Like painted from his eyeballs in kind of like a line down his nose, across his chin, down his neck, and then down his torso as well. It also actually emanates from the top of his head. He's got like his hair pulled back. He's bald mostly, but in the back he's got like a ponytail that looks like it's got maybe bones or something woven into it. And he's wearing some sort of like headdress. Looks like carved like wiry kind of copper in a strange design around his eyes. His eyes are just kind of like these sunken kind of pools. Very you don't really see. You're not sure if he's got his eyes closed or not. It's hard to tell. But the thing that really stands out at him, in place where his arms should be, he doesn't have arms from the shoulder down. Like, you can barely make out his shoulder, but below that, it is a writhing mass of what looks like snakes. Of like multiple snakes on both sides. And here's a picture of him.
As I'm
shit.
How can the operation be done overnight?
I'm blind, but I would be probably whispering it to Jonah. I would have just like crouched down because I can't see, so I would just be whispering what's up there, what I see up there.
And which is kind of funny because she can't tell how loud she's talking, and she also can't hear her own voice. So she's kind of, you know how it's hard to enunciate properly. She'd probably be a bit difficult to understand because you're not used to just talking in.
Nope, it's the first time I've done it. I've had no practice.
Yeah, it's
Jonah,
just an
what's
odd
happening?
thing not being able to hear.
I think
Why is she doing that?
Oh right, nobody's ever seen me do it before.
A voice reverberates in the room. A voice reverberates in the room, and it says, "She waits. She wants to speak. No reason to be rude."
If you would,
I'm pretty sure.
show yourself, I would certainly make having a conversation a bit easier.
You know, call me paranoid, but I don't quite believe you.
And the voice answers. She's like, "She doesn't trust your intentions in her domain. She will show herself, should it be to her interest. She can hear. Conversation does not require sight. Speak your intentions."
What's with the eye?
And then there's kind of like a chuckle. It's like, she sees her echo of the world. She watches and listens. She communes. And then she says, she is in service. She says, but seems you are in service as well.
It's all very, very confusing and confounding.
And then the voice answers again. She's like, confusing, yes. However, you have not answered her. What are your intentions here? What do you seek?
I'm a pop out of Al.
What the fuck is going on?
I'm okay. I was just looking through my owl's eyes for a second.
What?
Just a thing.
I'm gonna just into the room. I will just be like, our intention is to understand her intentions.
And
I don't know. 5 windows of those. Yeah. We're here to ask some questions.
she's like, you're curious. You wish to know Shasskatar? And then she chuckles again. She's like, it's been long since I've had company. Well, company that's worth conversing with anyhow. It's like, my intentions? I simply wait and serve and anticipate. But I imagine you want more specifics.
To whom do you serve? She doesn't say it like that.
She's
I
like,
think we know.
it's like, it matters not. I serve at the mercy and intent of Cresvoon. She says, who dwells elsewhere.
Cresvoon? Do I recognize that from
Nope.
anything?
Nope.
It's not Chelton or anything.
Never
Oh,
heard
that's where
that
I
name
went to high
before
school.
in your entire life.
I just didn't know if like Cresvoon meant one.
No.
That's the leader of the 12. Making sure.
Is there any... Oh, sorry. You haven't
Uh,
spoken for a while, so.
why?
She's like, why indeed? I serve because I must, because it is my purpose. It is why I'm here. It is
You're a
my
slave.
destiny. Cresvoon, in turn, serves another. Far away, visits in dreams.
Okay.
Why does your service have to entail hurting the Chelton and Grung people?
And she chuckles again. She's like, but you are new. You are not but meddlesome children in this land. It is not yours. It never was. It never will be. This is ours.
I don't want it. I just want to understand.
She's like, but you are here.
Yeah.
Yeah, to understand. Oh, that was clear.
And you're there. We are here. You are.
She's like,
When you
Somehow-
say it's not yours, do you mean the Chelton people or us specifically?
she's like, you and your warm-blooded race. All of you. You do not belong here. This land ever belonged to us. And to us, it will be ours again. When the night falls, we will take our rightful place, and you will be but whispers.
Their blood magic is filthy and destroying all that is good in the living world. This stuff, you have to stop whatever you're doing. Like, look at this. Who's gonna clean this place up?
She's
Is
like,
the eye still just kind of like roaming around aimlessly?
it's just kind of like shifting around. And she says, perhaps you are right. Perhaps the magic is not what it was. Cressvoon, the master he serves, he has brought new magic. It will be enough. It will be your undoing. Great power to free himself.
What was the name she spoke? Sorry. Or it spoke?
What was the name?
Cressvoon.
Yeah, the only name she said is Cressvoon.
Yeah.
But she did mention Cressvoon serving another.
Yeah.
Ooh boy, spelled that wrong.
Oh, me
Oh,
too.
I thought it said Crest Moon. Thank God for that.
It's like, you seek to put an end to us? Put an end to me? I've dwelt here long. The slumber has been interesting.
Why now? Why do what you're doing now? Whatever it is that you're doing.
I have served for over 100 years. Cressvoon, however, his plans new. His master new. An opportunity.
Where's Cressvoon?
You say where?
Yeah.
And she says he dwells in a temple, a grand temple, a cathedral of the night. She's like, I have not seen where he dwells. I am here, as I will always be.
At
You
all
know
your
the best
rage.
way to go meet with Cressvoon?
Kind of just hisses and says, Cressvoon visits in dream. Cressvoon sends instruction. I do not visit.
I do not visit, or she does not visit.
You found me! No, yeah. Assume if I ever F up that she's speaking in the third person.
Baz is going to go up the stairs and just check out his room.
When you get halfway up, she says, leaving so soon? Business concluded then?
I'm just looking around. I'll be back.
It's like, and then you hear, kind of more harshly, she says, I don't think so. You'll be dead.
Why?
Roll initiative.
Can I?
Oh,
You stepped over the line.
What I want to do. I don't want to break the conversation, and then I don't get to do what I'm gonna do because I don't want to interrupt.
I've been waiting for 30 minutes to throw a ball bearing at that eye.
I'm sorry.
You like just want to hit it with the eye. You could type a message to Corey too, right? Just say, I'm gonna throw the ball bearing at it.
Well, that action in particular could interrupt the thing that other people are doing, so I didn't want to just be like, oh hey, I'm gonna
Like,
do this.
If I'm casting a spell, there's verbal and somatic components and stuff that happens with that, so it's like it's a little awkward.
Say when I get the chance or whatever. Or when you want to do it anyways. Just if you want to do something while somebody else is talking.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, if you don't want to interrupt by saying something, you gotta give me some sort of clue that you want to interrupt. Whether that's putting up your hand and waving at me on the camera, or typing to me and say, I'd like to do this, and then I can actually stop and I just carry on. Because I don't know that you're trying to interrupt unless you let me know you're trying to interrupt, right?
Oh, because I'm not trying to interrupt. I'm trying.
Yeah, that's why we didn't do it.
No, I know, you don't want to interrupt what's happening, but at the same time, if I don't know you're waiting to do something right then, like how am I supposed to know you're not just watching and listening, right?
Yeah. Like just a little bit of what would your character would they just do it while the conversation was going on. But
Well,
Yeah,
sure.
I would not.
All right. I don't know what happened to my combat tracker. Something went so wrong with this. I have to clean it up. Sorry, give me a sec. You know what? Why don't we take a quick break while I fix this? Because I don't know what happened when we got that error. It put shit in the combat tracker like 8 times, and I
wow,
have to go and clean them all out.
TKK.
So yeah, I mean, if you
We're
really want to fight like
multiversing.
literally 8 times the battle, but yeah, let's take a quick break while I fix this, and you guys can do whatever you need to do, and then we'll come back and see what happens. So yeah, we will be right back.
Is your
Well, I
Let me
just
flip it back. So we're back. Okay, so you had a question about Yuan-ti.
from any of our knowledge rules or
Maybe
yeah.
he's come from.
I take it back. All I know is that they're monsters.
So you want to know what the creature type is? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm asking. Basically, if any of our knowledge rules, like one was a 22, you looked into the auntie specifically. If we know what creature type they would be considered, or yeah.
They would be considered. The purebloods would be considered humanoids. Anything more monstrous than that would, I believe, be monstrosities. Yes.
Hey.
Yeah. So purebloods
Okay.
are humanoid. Everything else is monstrosity.
Okay, thank you.
So you could hold person a pure blood.
Yeah.
But not the other ones.
Mostly, I wanted to understand what my protection from evil and good would work against, and it does not work against monstrosities.
That's because they're not cosmically evil. Huh? See? Full circle.
Or from another plane altogether. That's the other thing that he protects you from.
The
Yeah,
silver
monstrosity.
flame.
The good and evil is a.
The silver flame classifies them as entities of innate evil, like Medusas and hags.
Okay, let me.
Because I have no idea what I'm gonna do.
Sorry, I thought I was ready, but then I found more guys in the combat tracker that aren't supposed to be there. Okay.
They're multiplying. Skynet is aware and is making D&D harder.
Okay. Let me. I can show that guy because you know he's there. So I think I've got some. Wait, I gotta make sure I give you all the lore information I needed to from that encounter. No, just kidding. Okay, so you see a creature suddenly, where before she seemed to be effectively invisible. You see a snake-like creature that very much resembles Laquette. Kind of this like serpentine lower-bodied kind of creature with a upper body of a beautiful dark brown skinned kind of Chalton woman. Yeah, she is indistinguishable from the wall until she moves, so you cannot actually see her in normal circumstances, making it impossible for her to discern. Hence why you couldn't just look up and see her, because as long as she wasn't moving, she looked like part of the carvings. However, now you can see her as she lowers herself to the floor. And she kind of slithers down the wall, and this is what causes initiative to be rolled, is her becoming visible. Although, where the hell is she on the map? Because her token's not there, so let me place her. Oops, that's not where she is. She would be here. As she slithers down this kind of broken wall from the ceiling, and her appearance and hostile intent causes the initiative to be rolled. This is the starting positions of everybody. Archie, you what? Why does it skip your turn?
Weird.
I am going to shut down. I just have to do something real quick. I'm sorry. I'm having a problem with my computer. You guys can still hear me okay, yes?
Mm-hmm.
What's your problem?
What's your problem, Corey?
Skipping Liz's turn. Blaming the computer.
Okay, hopefully it'll be fine now. I just had to. I restarted the ProStream extension. It was giving me errors as when I was trying to start the combat round, so I just turned it off and restarted it. Okay, it should be fine now. Archie, you with a 23 initiative, you are the first to go as this creature suddenly becomes visible against the backdrop of the wall as it slithers down into sight. She's not as large as Lacat, but she's very similar in form.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm going to this side of the room.
30 feet, okay.
What do I want to do? God. Yeah, screw it. I'm going to
Rage.
I would like to rage. No, I'm gonna from here. I'm just gonna like point at Gerald, and 6 little circular pieces of rock are gonna break off of him and fly over and start swirling around me. I'm gonna cast Melf's Minute Meteors.
Ooh, neat.
Ooh.
I love it.
This is my other new fancy. Okay, so I've never used it before, but when you cast it and as a bonus action. Okay, so I get to do it when I cast it. I am going to expend 2 of the meteors towards her.
Okay.
Oh boy. Okay, so it is so basically I choose 2 points within 120 feet of me, 1 for each of the meteors. When it reaches its destination or impacts a solid surface, it will explode. Each creature within 5 feet of the point of the meteor explosion makes a dex saving throw, and they take damage on a failed or half damage on a success. So I'm just gonna basically the 2 points on either side of her is where I will send them. So she makes 2 dex saving throws. So I can't target her and make her roll what? Ooh. So she succeeds on 1. So if I roll the damage, she should take half, right?
Yeah.
Let's see if it works. 9 half. Cool. And the second meteor.
You didn't do it. You don't have her targeted.
Why did? Oh, it untargets.
Yeah, it untargets after you roll damage.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. She
And
shifts quickly away from the meteors and only takes limited amount of the damage.
I'm gonna tell Gerald to run up and punch her, and I'm going to technically after my turn, my familiar gets his turn. I'm gonna tell him just to fly up and try and stay towards the roof, up there, like in the dome, just like up at the top of the dome.
Okay.
Basically, just stay out of here for a little while. Just stay up there.
Okay.
Run,
At
save
the
yourself.
end of your turn, as a legendary action,
Gonna hurt.
the Venom
Boy.
Queen Shasskatar will
I made her mad.
Is this Venom Queen Shasskatar 1?
Or 20.
yeah, because it duplicated her on the combat tracker. Let me get that one out of there. Just wait. Where is she?
Oh God.
Yeah, she's in there. Yeah,
Way worse.
the one and only. She will. Yeah, she will do this. She will. She kind of like speaks suddenly, and pointing at Archie, you see a kind of glow appear in her hand, and a sickly yellowish kind of like ray kind of launches out at her, straight towards you. Oh no, you know what? She'll do this instead.
Meteor Swarm.
Yeah, so it's very similar. She as a legendary action, she will, actually, you know what? She'll just do that. She'll do what I just said. I won't change my mind. Okay, so, you will, it's an attack roll, if I can find it, on her ginormous character sheet.
Well,
It looks like she's capable of a lot of things, guys.
she's also going slippery.
She's bigger character
She
sheet,
pulled
but
out a
smaller
notepad for what she wants to do.
Why?
Smaller is less dangerous, right?
I don't understand why this doesn't have an attack roll. Okay, sorry guys. It doesn't have an attack roll. Why?
Doesn't want to.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Good
Found it.
lord. Pew!
Shield.
Okay. You quickly launch a golden shield, and it deflects the beam away. Okay, who's up next? Next up is Baz.
Their catchphrase. Yeah, it's like the whole, yeah. So,
Baz invented the air horn.
Baz,
Oh, a DJ.
I'm going to, look behind me after she, like, yelled about, like, now you're gonna die. Like, wait, what? Why?
That escalated fast.
And then she's attacking my friend. Some kind of weird.
Fair, your friend did attack her first.
Well, nevertheless, you know what that means. Time to Hulk out.
I use my magic first. I'm not going to immediately kill her, and thus won't upset Jonah.
I'm slamming my my great sword down. Oof. Well, you know, ever since I woke up this morning, I've been feeling weirdly invigorated. Like I can do more.
Did you feel like suddenly you can swing a sword again?
I'm gonna try and swing it again.
Try it. Wow.
Afterwards. There we go.
Nice. Second time's the charm.
That's an option?
Nice.
With this technology, we can rule the world.
You
Did it
gotta re-roll
re-roll
that
that
too.
too?
It did. It
Yeah.
re-rolled. It re-rolled it to a 2. Yeah. That's my bonus action. And I will also invoke the fire rune on that hit. So she will take an additional 2d6 fire damage.
Oh, I roll 3.
Forgot to remove.
Yeah, take off the one. The one that should not have had
That
that
extra.
extra 1d6 at the end.
Yeah, you have to with your giant's might.
Yeah.
It's only on one hit, right?
Right.
So you're gonna have to play a lot of bookkeeping with that.
And just to make a DC 14 strength saving throw.
She succeeds.
She is not restrained. Fire shackles do not envelop her. But that is my whole ass turn.
Okay. At the end of your turn, as you rush up and smack her once and flames shoot out of you and try to envelop her, she kind of like breaks them off. She turns and she hisses, looking deep in your giant elephantine eyes, and says, "Your fear will feed her."
Oh, will it?
And she will use as a legendary action.
A word?
That is not her. That is the other guy. She will use Invoke Nightmare on you. It's an intelligence saving throw.
Is this a fear effect?
It is not.
Damn.
You said fear.
A nightmare.
She said
Fear.
abilities.
say
Oh.
She said the word fear, therefore I feel like it should be a fear effect.
You know what? It is yeah, it is. Let's see.
Doesn't
Okay.
matter.
I was gonna say, yeah, it would be a fear effect. So this will do psychic damage to you, 13 points of psychic damage,
Sure.
and you are frightened. You can repeat the saving throw at the end of your turns, ending the illusion on a success. It's an illusionary thing. So until then, while the fear lasts, you will take at the start of your turn 2d10 psychic damage per turn until it's over. Until you save.
Whoa.
And you are frightened until you save. But you're right, it is a fear effect, so you will have advantage on all those saves. So your mind is assaulted by, and I never asked this before probably, what is Baz's greatest fears as you get assaulted by all these feelings and images and stuff?
Now, I don't know. I've never actually.
At pot roast.
I've never thought about like.
Food poisoning.
Yeah, it might have something to do with food, but honestly, no. Frankly, it would have to do with, being in chains, being confined, being
Enslaved.
shackled and laughed at, and that kind of thing.
Well,
Joe.
Yeah. Even as you shackle others repeatedly in combat, Baz,
No,
are you projecting your fears onto others?
I am what I hate.
I am.
How about that?
I am what I ate.
Okay, it is the Yuan-ti Pitmaster's turn. Actually, on initiative count 20,
Oh no!
the Venom Queen will invoke a layer action, and you suddenly hear, especially those of you near the stairs here, you hear what sounds like splashing, and then hissing behind you. You're not sure what it is, or are you? Maybe maybe it's in your line of sight. Let's see. Ah, it is. Jonah, looking over your shoulder,
Oh,
you can see it in the light. You see out of the pool, you see a winged snake suddenly kind of like erupt from the pool. And
It's
kind
bad,
of
you guys.
fly up into the air. And I don't know if you can see that. There's actually two of them. You might be able to see them both.
I can see one. But it definitely looks familiar.
It does look familiar to the one that bit Aelin on the
I stand in front of Aelin. Get back,
And in
my
the
friend.
camp.
Get away from me!
So that was layer action on initiative count 20. Is there a way for me to? I guess there's no way for me. I guess I could put a placeholder something in the combat tracker so I remember it's on 20. But whatever, I'll just do it. After Baz's turn, it'll be her layer action. So, what is the Pitmaster? The Pitmaster will. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jump 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, that's going to be difficult.
Very
terrain.
somber battle music. The cello.
Yeah, this creature, which Baz can just barely make out because he's tall. He's now tall enough to see over the lip of those stairs. You see the creature that was against the wall there, kind of dart across, and it leaps down here. Jonah and Aelin, you will see this creature kind of round the corner, but that was a full double move for him to do that, to get him that far. Yeah, and then at the end of his turn, the Venom Queen will take her last legendary action, and she will turn to Baz, who is trying to fight these nightmares, and she will slash at you with a scimitar that she is holding in her hand, which I did not describe earlier, but she has a scimitar. She slashes you with it. Why did that not give you her advantage? Are you frightened?
That
immune.
It doesn't actually give
frightened doesn't give you advantage on the target.
Oh,
just
it gives
them
him disadvantage against her. Yeah. Okay. So she will slash at you, but unfortunately she misses you. Scrapes across your armor. Bringing us to Gerald, who has been commanded to run over and punch her. So he will run over, and that's his turn because he can't get to her.
Nope.
So he double moves over to her. Where do you want him? Right here or just right? What?
I mean, he would take the fastest route, so yeah, he'd be there.
I like how the grid's slightly off. I don't know why. It's like weird. It's a bug, but anyways. Okay, Gerald, that's your turn. Blackwind, you're up.
Aha! I knew you were a snake.
Well deduced, sir.
Hunter's mark on her. Oh shit. Click. And drop. And that's my bonus action. And then move up. And glaive attack. Oh, for fuck's sake. Second attack. Thank God for second attack.
Isn't it nice to have 2 attacks?
Especially if you roll.
Unfortunately, she's moving in a rather awkward serpentine way, making her difficult to pin down. Swing twice, but to no avail.
Well, the first one was a fake. I swear to God, the first one was a fake. That's... Did that pass the turn? Probably not.
Yep. It did.
Okay.
Narissa. She will... I guess she can hold on to the light stone and still punch people, right? There's no reason why you couldn't have a stone in her hand.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I said not big.
She doesn't really want to step onto that bloody circle thing, so she's gonna go and she just kind of like somersaults over Gerald and lands over here.
Mm-hmm.
And then she will go. She will strike with her palm. Hiya! Unarmed strike.
Judo chop.
Against the Venom Queen. Bam. I think she's not gonna use her any smite right now. She's just gonna punch her. And she punches again. She's gonna save her key points as well. She's being a little cautious just in case she needs them. But she punches her twice, hits twice, does a little bit of damage. It is now the Venom Queen's turn. She will, as a bonus action, she will move over here without provoking attacks of opportunity. As she slithers quickly across the floor. She rushes up to Archie and she says, "Do you feel it? Do you feel the inevitable end?" And she will attempt to wrap her tail around you.
Oh boy.
Are you still shield up, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah. 19? Yes, will hit.
She needed.
So she quickly wraps around you and crushes you. Not very good damage. You succeed on the concentration from the 6 points of bludgeoning, but you are grappled and restrained as she wraps around you.
She gets to do both.
She can only... Yeah, okay, so she wraps around you, and then when you're wrapped up, she will stab you with her scimitar as well, or try to. Which should have advantage because you're restrained now. That's a critical hit. She stabs you, and as she stabs you, there is a flash of kind of like sickly yellow energy that emanates from her hand down the blade. Because she is going to, the first time it hits with a, it can deal, yeah, so she'll use her Death Fang ability to add extra damage to the hit. You know what? No. It's the first time she hits, so she would have had to use it on the Constrict, so this won't crit, which is very good for you. She can't choose which attack. It's the first one that hits she can Death Fang on. So technically it'll be on the Constrict, so you'll only take the damage once, not doubled from the crit. So you would have taken this Death Fang damage. Oh shit!
Because you've crit. So do the
I'll do the scimitar crit and then I'll roll the others. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that way it gets rid of the crit, right?
Yeah.
Okay. As it didn't do the crit. Oh shit! She's not targeting you. That's why. Why isn't she targeting you? Let me try, see if it'll do it. Now it'll do it. There we go. Not 20 on the concentration. So 12 points of slashing damage because of the crit. And then you would also take the Death Fang damage from the original hit, which won't be doubled.
Jesus.
You'll take 20 points of damage from the Death Fangs. That's necrotic. So 10, because you're resistant.
Baby Jesus.
You're resistant to that. So you
Oh my
take 10.
god.
So you'd be at 28 out of 29 wounds!
Yep.
Add necrotic resistance. Holy
Necrotic
shit.
resistance saved your butt. That is her turn. Her legendary actions will reset. And it will be Jonah's turn. Yeah, so you're wrapped up in her coils and she stabs and you're like, you crush and this energy pulses down her tail and you see Archie kind of like struggle as this energy courses up her. Seems to shrug it off, but then she gets stabbed real hard, like right in the shoulder.
Move up. I will
Self-destruct yourself. Just kidding.
I will target the Venom Queen, and using inspiration, so it's at a disadvantage. I am going to do my globe of cautious, hideous laughter at her.
Okay.
Have you heard the one about the
So,
gnome that walked into the room?
If I click disadvantage, is it gonna do it? I don't know.
I will also click disadvantage and see if that does it.
Okay. Let's see what happens.
See if it happens. Nope.
No. Okay.
If you both do it, then you
Doesn't matter. She
Yeah,
failed.
it won't matter because that would be because if the other one's higher, it would take this one. If the other one's lower, it would take that one. So,
Yeah.
she will use one charge of legendary resistance to resist it.
And
You have a feeling she may only have one more charge of legendary resistance. Because I'm nice and will just tell you that she has two.
What was the spell?
cautious.
Tasha's hideous laughter.
Blackly, I have a little globe of laughing gas that shoots out.
At the end of your turn, she turns to you, Jonah, and fires a ray at you. Oh wait, can she do that two in a row? She did that. Yeah, she can do that. She will fire a ray at you, Jonah, as a legendary action.
Is this a magical effect?
It is an attack roll.
Ah,
Essentially, she's using Eldritch Blast single ray as an attack. Yeah. Pew! 4. She misses. Okay, that's it. Okay, it is flying snake number 2. How flat fast can these fly? 60?
Nah, like 10.
So it can
We're
make it to
England.
there.
I was going to protect you, but sister's in trouble.
It flies.
Yeah.
It flies up. Stop it. To here and just kind of like flutters in front of you, Aelin. Can't attack. It's double move. Aelin, it's your turn. It is in melee with you though.
Yeah. Hearing my sister yell, I'm going to turn and run over next to the Venom Queen.
Sorry, has she taken damage since
Who?
since she invoked Nightmare on
Yes.
Baz? Sorry, it's supposed to be. It's concentration to invoke Nightmare.
Yeah,
Has
Narissa
she?
her twice.
Narissa hit her twice, and
Yeah.
that's it.
Blackwind, did you
I
miss?
missed.
He missed
Oh.
Baz. So she actually technically needs 2 DC 10. Sorry, it's important because if Baz's turn comes around, he'll take the damage if she still has it.
And to be clear, they're sharing the same space, right? Because she's like wrapped around her.
I'm pretty sure the tail wrapped around me.
The tail's wrapped around her, but she's technically not in the same space as her. She's longer than she is tall, so she's kind of like wrapped around her, but still in her square. Her torso's still in the square she's in. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah. Let me think.
It's
about
like
this.
if you
Yeah,
grappled
okay.
somebody, you're not in their square, right?
Sure.
You're just
Yeah.
holding them.
Okay.
But sorry, let me just do like 2 quick con saves. DC 10. Success on the first. Success on the second. Okay. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah. So I turn and I run towards her.
The flying snake will be able to attack of opportunity you.
Yeah.
So it will lash out with a bite. Missing.
Okay. And as I run up, I'm gonna say, "Put her down, you piece of shit." And I am going to attack with the rain stick.
Nice. 25.
And I'm going to damage her, and I'm going to, in the process of doing the attack, channel key through it. And given that I've done some research on the Yuan-ti, I think I have an idea of some of their pressure points, and I'm going to spend a key point. I'm going to use my inspiration to give her disadvantage, and I'm going to stunning strike.
Nice. Does this do
Didn't
damage?
figure
It
it
does damage as well?
No, it's just a con save, which I'll roll.
Okay.
And I'll just roll it twice, because we don't know. She failed. All right.
Okay. She'll lose your second legendary resistance to resist it.
Okay, and I will, inspired by Blackwind and Baz, I will also attempt to attack a second time.
Look at this.
Okay.
Yeah,
Damn.
why haven't we been doing this the whole time?
I love that little
And then,
cartoon.
You know, that's,
Yeah,
that's almost too much.
Yeah.
And as a bonus action, I'm going to flurry of blows.
Nice. Okay. That'll hit. Yep.
And another stunning strike.
And concentration
7.
check.
Let me do the con check first.
Sure.
Actually, you know what? Do the save first, because if she's stunned, she loses concentration anyways.
Failed.
Very nice.
Yes!
Yeah.
So that will drop the invoked nightmare. Stunning does not make her drop you though, Archie. Technically,
It just means... Yeah, it just means that she can't take a reaction or an action. Or they're incapacitated. So I think you can break free from a grapple for free if they're incapacitated.
Did you apply a stun to her?
I just did.
Oh, you
it
did?
should work. Yeah.
Okay, let me. I just want to look up real quick. I just want to make sure I know exactly what it does, so I'm not.
And if
being-
legendary actions out there.
So
Sure.
she's incapacitated. She can't take actions or reactions. She automatically fails strength and dex saving throws, and attack rolls against her have advantage.
Nice.
She can't move and can speak only falteringly.
Ooh.
So she fails saving throws, but not ability checks. So breaking a grapple is an ability check to pose. So she doesn't auto fail
true.
that. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage. Yeah, can't move. speaks. Stun creatures incapacitated. Sorry, incapacitated does. Can't take actions or reactions. But what about legendary? I guess that would be an action, right?
Yeah.
I see what the web says. And lair actions. That's even weirder. Like, is it because it's the lair that's acting?
This says Monster Manual. A legendary creature. It can't use legendary actions while incapacitated. So it cannot do legendary actions, but lair actions, I would assume, yes, because it's kind of independent of the creature.
Jeremy Crawford says it can't take lair or legendary actions if you're incapacitated. on
Because
Twitter.
it's still
Even
got
better.
Kind of direct. Probably, I would assume, is along those lines.
Okay, nice. Very nice.
I don't think I've ever seen Stunning Strike work twice
And-
at once.
And for my final attack, I'm going to punch her again. With advantage. So close.
You're like, wop, wop, wop. Three Stooges style. Yay, yay.
Alright.
Alright. Archie, you have a feeling that there was a possibility she would have squoze you to death had she not been stunned right then.
I love you, brother.
But you are still restrained and grappled by her, even though she seems to be kind of sitting there going, like, as a staff, like, jabs her in, like, the side of the neck or something.
Oh, it's my turn.
Wonder.
Right.
Yeah.
So, mechanics-wise, do I have to break out of reverse strained and break out of a grapple, or do you break both
No,
at the same?
breaking
No,
out of the
you break
grapple
the
ends
grapple.
the restraint.
Okay, then
There is-
I will. All right, I will attempt to break out of the grapple using inspiration.
Okay. So this will be Are you using your dex or your strength? Because you can try either.
It doesn't matter. They're the same. My strength.
No, the grapple condition ends if the grappler is incapacitated.
Oh. Where's
Oh.
That is under the grappled
God.
Oh, well, that's
status condition.
God, I
Really
gotta look in
needed
like
to
4
relax.
places to see what stun does. Jesus.
I know, yeah, because stun is like incapacitated. Also, these things. Go look at incapacitated.
But the
And-
incapacitated
and-
doesn't say ends grapple. You have to look at grappled for that.
Right.
Like, come on.
Yeah.
You know,
Come on,
the good just
wizards.
list what it does.
Put your shit in the
Right?
same.
Where did
Just put in stunned, and be like, just list it
Keyword,
again.
stun.
God. Okay. Grappled is gone. Restrained is gone.
So I can move.
You can, and
take
she
free
cannot
action.
take. She cannot take opportunity attack.
Mhm. Until the end of my next turn.
All right, I'm just gonna go hide by Blackwind over here.
Archie stumbles, blood out of your shoulder where she stabbed you. 1 hit point. You lucky.
Ow! I am going to. Yeah, fuck it. That really hurt. I'm
Mhm.
going to level. Do I wanna do that or do that? Yes. Yeah, screw it. Level 2 magic missile at her. Cause why not? Oh no. Tres. Cuatros. And then as my bonus action, I'm gonna throw 2 meteors just to the south of her, and so they explode.
So she
do it-
will have. She auto fails these.
It's
Yep.
a dex save.
Yeah, she auto fails dex saves, right?
Yep.
So just roll the damage. Don't roll the roll.
Okay.
Just roll the damage against her. She
Oh,
manages it.
nice.
Right in the head.
Ah,
and then-
balanced. 6 and 6,
So
1 and
balanced
2.
Exceptional.
So the
substandard.
meteors, you get 6 of them. Once they're gone, they're gone.
Yep.
And their
6 of
concentration.
them, concentration. I can use 2 per turn on a bonus action. Once they're gone, they're gone. So I've got 2 left.
Okay.
And then I'm going to tell Gerald to come protect me. And stand in front of me, Gerald. And I'm just gonna leave my little buddy up top. I'm not gonna. He's just gonna save us before.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Snake will double. The other flying snake will double move in, kind of flutter near Baz's ear. Can't find them.
Sweet nothing.
Baez.
Okay. Shaking off the woo.
Did I remove Frighten from you? I didn't. Let me take that off of you. Okay, go on.
Yeah, I see her over there, and I want to get to her. I see this flying little snake, whatever. I'm just running over here.
The snake will opportunity attack you.
Bloody circle on the floor be damned.
Slippery.
To hit. You take 1 point of piercing damage and 8 points of poison damage as the flying snake bites into you as you run.
Aelin, you weren't kidding.
No, they're the worst.
And yeah, I'm gonna strike down non-lethally, but hard.
This creature is beyond redemption, I don't think.
I meant to ask Jonah on my turn.
Come on.
What the
Not to
roll
mention,
back?
she just tried to
You
squeeze
missed
the life
her.
out of you.
Crazy. With advantage even.
Come on.
There you go.
Nice.
I meant to ask Jonah if she's.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah. Does she count?
She count.
Yeah. Non-lethally doesn't count to me when he just tried to squeeze the living
I mean,
life out of.
it's not my turn.
Yeah.
Got it.
Actually, yeah, I will sort of turn back to Jonah and be like, "What do you think, big guy?"
Thumbs up, thumbs down. He's now Caesar.
And I will bonus action second wind.
I wish I had that.
I'm your worst nightmare.
Ugh.
She's gonna slither right through you guys and kill me.
I think she's got other problems now.
She won't be able to. She
When
can't
she's
move
dead.
until the end of my next turn.
Oh right. Okay. Good. I can run again.
She's at 50%.
You done, Brad?
Yeah, whatever.
Run. I need to hide. I forgot to take mirror image today. It's not a good idea. It's a bad call.
That was very absent-minded of you.
It's very absent-minded of me.
Wizards
Yeah.
must select spells.
Bad
This,
call.
this creature kind of, which some of you are seeing for the first time as it rushes up the stairs and stands on the landing here. It says in common, and it says, "No, you will not destroy the priestess." And then he kind of like swirls his snaky-like arms,
Ugh.
and he will invoke
Oh no.
Duplicity.
Duplicity. No, he will target 1, 2, 3, 4, and you can't see Jonah, so he'll target Nerissa, 5.
I'm down.
And he will invoke the Slumber of Mershulk. It's a con save.
I want. Fuck. I was gonna say I was gonna go for advantage
by
with
1.
inspiration. But too late.
2. No, Ryan, you can just re-roll a con save for me.
Oh, okay. Con save. Jeez, be better. No, fuck. The same, pretty much. Ugh, god damn you.
So
How horrible.
who failed?
Yep.
Everybody but Baz, and I
That
don't
was-
know about Narissa.
Horrible save.
Narissa also failed.
That was because of inspiration. I rolled the same damn number.
Everyone but Baz fails. Amazing.
Jesus.
Well, he's the
okay.
one guy that should pass them.
It was nice knowing you guys.
Not sure if it's a damaging one.
You're-
It didn't seem like it's a damaging thing.
There's no damage, but the 4 of you suddenly get overtaken by this strange, like, extremely heavy sensation on your mind, and the 4 of you collapse unconscious, sleeping to the floor. So you are unconscious, but you are unconscious for 10 minutes, or until someone uses an action to shake you awake, or you take any damage. You will also wake up when if you're damaged. So that was a thing. He'll step 5. He's got 5 more feet of movement, so he'll step forward. Gerald.
And as a reaction, I'm going to invoke the stone rune on the pitmaster.
Okay. That will be a 21. Has that ever worked, Brad?
Inspiration next time.
Sorry. Okay. Well, that was that. Gerald rushes over as commanded and stands above Archie's body, defending her. Blackwind, you are. Blackwind, you. Sorry. What?
No, it's fine. Sorry.
Blackwind, you are asleep.
God, I should have done radiant consumption. It would have woken me up.
Narissa is asleep. The Venom Queen is stunned, right?
Yep.
And that just lasts until the start of your turn?
End of my next turn.
Okay, so she is stunned for this turn. Jonah, you are next. You see your whole party but Baz doesn't just slump to the floor. Oh. What would you like to do?
Well, this is interesting.
Now I can kill and no one will know.
Different campaign.
No witnesses!
So, okay, I don't have. It doesn't look like I can do any just incidental AoE damage to wake you guys up. You are also. Oh shit, guys. I guess while the Venom Queen is down, I will take this opportunity and I will use a 2nd level catapult to do my clay pot of bugs at her.
Catapults, what save?
It's a dexterity.
Auto fail! Bam! So she will take that
It's just,
catapult damage straight on.
And some bugs appear on her. I'm up casting it, so sorry. And then you can just drop it. Did that work?
Yes, it did. 17 points of bludgeoning damage to the Venom Queen as it smashes into her.
And I will move so I can. I might get next to Blackwind so I can try to wake him up next turn.
Yeah, take advantage of the auto succeed.
Yeah, while I'm checking everything. Does anything do like 2 points of damage?
It's swarm of insects kind of bursts forth from the jar. And then you
And
go
I will-
over here. What
That's
happened?
turn.
Where did Jonah go? Okay, there you go. Sorry, I gotta accept your movement. You weren't next to the snake, no.
No.
You'd already attacked Baz anyways. Alright. Snake number 2.
Come on, hit me,
Well,
hit me.
I've
Fly
moved too
down
far.
here,
I watch it.
and
I watch it.
it will bite giant Baz, who's trying to kill its master.
Baz is sleeping.
Baz is
Nope.
not sleeping.
Or no, he's not.
succeeded.
Damn it.
It misses. Aelin is sleeping, and therefore the stun will wear off at the end of your turn.
Yep.
So, does that... Oh, it's already gone.
I think, yeah, the duration's weird because I set it for 1 round, which means it would end at the start of my turn, but I don't think there's a way to make it at the end of my turn. But either way, it's, yeah. It's gone.
Swarm critical hitter.
The fucking swarm, I'm telling you.
Fucking swarm critical hitter.
I can't move now because that swarm is there.
24
They'll kill
points
me.
of fucking damage.
Yeah.
Wow! Did not expect that.
She's allergic to him.
Jonah's like, non-lethal. The bugs are just burrowing into her.
Jesus Christ, of course.
Dripping
they're
her of
critical
flesh.
hitter.
You have one DCP.
Archie, you are unconscious.
Little bugger.
Sleeping away, snoozing. Snake number 1 follows Baz. Because you're attacking. Actually, you know what? No, it'll follow Baz. Who's attacking him before? You're the biggest threat on the battlefield, according to Snake. It bites you. Arf. You
Is
will
Baz
take
really a bigger threat than the entire party?
1
that's
point
sleeping?
piercing and 10 points poison damage.
It's literally bigger.
It seems like the biggest threat actually is the swarm of insects.
Baz, it is your turn. Actually, no, it's not. At the end of Flying Snake's turn, technically you would have had one on Archie's turn too.
But did you say it?
No, I didn't. At the end of your turn, Baz, the
Beginning
Venom- or the end of the snake's turn, she will, I do this? Yeah, she's going to. She can't do that again. So,
I have a question. Wait, is Gerald holding his action to attack something that attacks me since he's protecting me? Just so I know.
Sure.
Okay.
His trigger is something attacks you will make him attack. If it doesn't attack you, he won't use it, right?
Right,
He's protecting
right.
you, yeah.
He's protecting me, so if something comes near me, he's gonna attack it. Right?
I'm near you, sleeping.
I'm friendly. He knows not to attack you.
She misses. The Venom Queen misses. Baz, it's your turn.
Oh. Yeah.
She swung her scimitar at you.
Probably should have done this last round when I had advantage, but nevertheless, I'm going to continue to pummel Venom Queen. Nope. Come on.
Auto miss.
Nope.
Oh, so close.
Action surge is what I'm doing.
Yeah, got her barely, but got her.
I wonder if that sleep thing's a concentration.
Yeah, good question. Dealing 15 points of damage. She's not looking good.
And
What is this?
oh,
What's that?
sorry. Hold on.
Oh, you meant to attack.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait.
I-
Because you
I
knocked her
don't know
unconscious,
why.
I have to remove that before you swing.
I apologize.
You're like, we're just gonna say I hit.
All right.
All right, one more try.
No.
Dragged the,
Now
I
we're
dragged the wrong thing. I'm
He rolls
sorry.
damage again. Damn it, Brad.
I killed her again.
Yay!
Hey, I'm awake. I'm
Still my
asleep.
hit. Still my
Are
hit.
you
It's fine.
inspirationing or anything? Or
Actually, yes, I will use my inspiration. I think this is important to.
To deal with this rapidly
Yes.
escalating situation. There you go.
Okay. And then I have to take.
Giants might off.
Yeah.
Is it de-escalating? I feel like it's getting worse.
Nice.
Oh.
Exactly what you needed. Exactly.
Oof.
She had 10 hit points
Oh,
left.
that was non-lethal. That was
You
non-lethal.
gotta say it in advance. You did not.
No, you
killed
don't.
her.
No, you
I'm
don't
just
have to
kidding.
say
I
that
know,
in
I'm
advance.
You have to say it before you roll damage.
No, you don't.
You can decide after you know if you surpassed your max hit points that it's non-lethal.
don't
Let
understand
me double
that.
check, but I believe so.
I think it's like a kind of a weird rule, but I think it's just allowed.
Goosey thing because it's just like if your intention
Yeah,
is not.
here it is.
to
If your
know that-
attack reduces a target to 0 hit points, you can choose if it's non-lethal.
I think
Because
it's a
otherwise,
little
saying
screwy.
non-lethal beforehand doesn't matter. But raw, it's specifically when you reduce it to 0 hit points.
Okay. Sounds good.
It's like you turn your blade sideways at the last second.
Okay.
Do you move? Do you do anything
On top
else?
of the head.
And then I will turn to the towards in the direction of the flying snakes and the pitmaster, and just be like, "All right, who is next?" And my turn.
Okay. The pitmaster staring at you and the unconscious allies around your feet. He says, "Seems you," and he rushes forward. And he will, with his bitey bite arms, he will lash out with his snake arms and attack. That's a hit. He will invoke Poison's Disciple on this hit. Dealing 39 points of damage to you.
Wow.
Sure.
And that was 2 points of piercing and... Holy fuck, I rolled high. 19, 26, 28, 34 points of poison damage. Which will be enough to knock you unconscious.
Body is just riddled with poison today.
He then turns and glances at, and just kind of moves over, and he will lash out at the swarm of insects that are still crawling all over the unconscious Shasskatar, and will lash out at them as well. To try to save her life before they eat her. But he can't hit them! Rolls a 3.
Without hitting her. That's the trick.
Gerald stands there waiting to do something. Blackwind is unconscious.
I think Gerald would probably move over in between me and the enemies. He's putting himself in between, right? Because he's protecting. So he'd probably just move over one square just to.
Yeah,
Be in
that
between.
makes sense. Nerissa is unconscious. The Venom Queen is unconscious. This doesn't exist. Get out of the combat tracker. Apparently I missed one from earlier. Jonah, it's your turn, and every one of your compatriots is unconscious on the ground.
All right.
Baz,
I got
however, is kind of spasming and foaming at the mouth of it.
I got this. Okay, first things first. I'm going to run over to Archie. I am going to use my action to shake her awake,
Okay.
Yeah.
Archie,
and then
you are no longer unconscious.
tell her maybe you can use the bird to wake up your brother, and Gerald to wake up.
I'm just to interject meta-wise, I don't think the bird's capable. The bird doesn't have enough strength to shake a person awake. I wouldn't agree. In a magical slumber, I don't think you can use.
It's like
use it
pecking my eyes.
Now you're blind.
They could do damage.
It can't attack.
It can't
That's
attack.
why. That's why I.
Greater
said,
familiars can
Yeah,
attack.
I feel
Regular-
like a standard familiar just doesn't, especially a tiny little owl, especially doesn't have the strength to shake someone out of a magical slumber.
Oh well, Archie, go back to bed. I'm gonna wake up someone else. No, I'm
Gerald
kidding.
said no.
Kidding. You can still use Gerald to.
Yeah,
Gerald
Gerald definitely
his
has
own
the strength.
I will then use a bonus action to pop Baz up with Healing Word.
Okay, Baz, do you have? Does your
Nice.
Giant's Might end if you fall unconscious, or is it just a duration? Can you check? I just want to know if you shrunk back down when you fell.
Pretty certain it's just a duration, but I will check.
Now, I could cast through the familiar to wake somebody up.
It does not say anything about it ending when going unconscious.
Okay, so it'll still be up then. Okay, so
It says
you
after 1 minute.
an infusion of healing energy goes into your body and you awaken.
I just need a turn.
And it's a little bit better than normal. Then I'll go up to these flying snakes and yell at them.
Hey! Hey! Nice.
Shake my
Ooh.
hands. Ah!
Alright.
Okay.
Jonah the Brave.
Flying Snake number 2, who is about to deliver the coup de grace to Baz, instead turns to Jonah and hisses, bites at you. That rolls a 2. Fails. Aelin, you are unfortunately still sleeping. A
Yep.
swarm of insects bites the shit out of the Venom Queen. Unfortunately, they don't know the meaning of non-lethal.
Nope.
Hitting her, that's 2 auto death fails.
Jonah's gonna kill someone.
Actually, literally,
Negative 1
he
point.
takes
heard
a-
the-
And I'm going to be able to say, wasn't me.
She
No.
takes a single point of damage and she will be dead. Or fails a death save on her turn, because she's now dying. She's not just unconscious, she's dying. Archie, it is luckily, however, your turn, Archie. You're awake, you are prone on the ground.
Sure. I am going to cast Magic Missile at
That's,
first level. I'm going to hit Blackwind, Narissa, and Aelin.
that's I was like, yeah. I was wondering if I wonder if she's gonna magic missile her own party just to wake them all up. Good
I was wondering about that too.
good
That
idea.
was a good call.
Aelin.
Ow!
Sorry.
It's
I'm trying
literally
to go low, but I
magic
You,
don't
wait,
know
you said
how.
Baz, right?
No.
I'm just kidding. 2 death fails. Oh shit.
Well, Baz is also up, and he wouldn't take 2 death fails.
Oh shit,
because
you're
it's
right.
not a
He's
melee
awake.
attack.
He's awake. He's awake. Yeah. That's great. Let me take off Blackwind. Is it gone?
probably from the damage.
Yeah.
Oh, it knew.
That's cool.
How did it know?
It just knows when you take damage. It removes
I don't
the
know.
sleep effect.
Well, either way, they all suddenly blink as ow. What? Nurse is like, what? Ow.
I'm sorry.
Watch your aim, lady.
It was on purpose. Oh god. So I'm going to. I know. I'm just gonna move this way and I hope nothing is over there. I'm going to tell Gerald to Gerald. I'm gonna tell. Can he move 5, 10? That's not gonna get over there. 5, 10. No, it's not gonna go there. I'm just gonna tell Gerald to punch the snakes.
Okay.
And I don't have anything for a bonus action, so because I lost concentration on my spell. Thanks, Corey.
You're welcome. Flying Snake number 1 was about to deliver the coup de grace to Baz, but instead is distracted by Jonah yelling at them, so it strikes at you. And critical hits you.
Come on!
I
Jeez.
Jonah takes a buttload of damage, or does he? He takes 18 points of damage. Almost all of that is poison.
It's flying snakes, man.
Do I? Can I?
Yeah, it's literally 1 point of piercing damage and 17 points of poison damage from that crit.
Jeez.
Apparently it bit you right in your carotid artery.
Alan, they suck.
I know.
We're allowed to kill these. These are fine.
Baz,
Zero points for
um,
killing these.
just remember you are technically prone right now unless you want to stand up first.
Oh, you're right. I was prone. I can't move that far.
Oh, that's good. Yes.
I'll be over here.
15 feet back. Yeah. So do you want to stand up first or lie on the ground?
Yeah, I will definitely stand up. Why am I like in? How?
I know the grid is off. It's
You
weird.
have to move up half a square. That's where you actually are.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know why. I effed up
fine.
on the grid.
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, I will stand up and. Oh. Thank you, Jonah. Buddy, you shouldn't have done that. I will swing my greatsword down onto Pitmaster.
Okay.
Come on!
The rolls.
Oh, Baz. You need to rage.
You have another attack.
I know.
Oh, God.
Oh,
Oh my goodness. The drama, the terror.
Oh, poison in my veins is really.
The Yuan-ti Pitmaster, watching these bugs devouring his queen and knowing that if he doesn't do something about it right now, fortunately, seeing you swing kind of feebly at him, he looks like he might turn attack you, but realizes this is probably his last chance to save his queen, so he will attack the swarm. Because his primary concern is her. He will hit the swarm. Dealing 13 points of damage, partially resisted because it's a swarm, and so he will attack again. Hitting it again. Again, partially resisted and does not kill it. He tried his best. Gerald will move up and attack the closest snake.
Yep.
Good job, little swarm.
Gerald.
Pitmaster just kind of like shouts out, he's like, "No, my queen!"
Gerald misses.
Wah, wah. Oh, that's it.
That's it.
Great, Gerald only has one attack. Blackwing,
Gerald
you're
doesn't get
prone.
two
Would you like
attacks.
to stand up?
I arise,
You are
reinvigorated.
half
from
your
my-
movement is used standing. What do you do now?
I will 5 and okay, 15 to there.
Okay.
Bonus action to move my hunter's mark from the unconscious creature.
Okay, carry on.
I put it on him, and then I attack him. Him being Mr. Poopy Pants. Combo! Glaive damage.
Oh God.
Oh, there's a 1 in there.
Still 21.
Then I will use my ability to attack a creature next to him,
Oh.
which is right in front of me.
Hordebreaker!
Oh, but I missed.
No.
And then I'll use my second attack on him. Ah, damn it! It was like it cursed the way the dice roll sometimes. I swear. That was my turn then. You see that high number, and then it's just like, oh yeah, Low number.
Narissa will run around here and
I think she can go. She could go the
I
other way.
think
if she
Narissa will try to focus on the pitmaster. He's bigger threat in her eyes, so she's gonna actually run around to here and attack
Yes.
the pitmaster.
Good, Narissa.
Kill him.
What's the eye doing that we're
Oh, yeah,
standing
we're
on?
standing on it.
You're standing right next to it, shifting around.
Just minding its own business.
like that
Narissa
thing.
runs over. She punches. She will use a smite this time. So she will do her punch damage.
My
minimum.
fist compels you to die.
He's not a fiend or undead, so he will take just 2d8 instead of 3d8. Still takes 14 radiant damage. Jesus. And then she will
Except
punch
for
him
the bunch.
a second time.
Good hit.
Punch him a second time.
That will be a miss. She'll use a key point to flurry for a third attack. And she misses there too. So that's her turn.
She should get 2. Oh,
She doesn't have.
well, flurry of blows is 2 attacks.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Scores you an extra attack. instead of
So if
using
she
your
has
When
2
Andre
attacks.
Flurry- When Andre
So-
Flurry, she gets 4 attacks.
Oh.
Yeah.
So if she has
He gets
2
his-
attacks innately. Well, no, she only has 1 attack innately because she uses her bonus.
Oh, okay.
She has to flurry to get 3, otherwise it's just 1 and a bonus. She doesn't have 2 attacks
Yes.
normally.
Gotcha. So she would have flurried of blows for that second attack.
Yeah, technically last turn she wouldn't have had a second attack. That's a good point. I effed up on that. Okay, anyways.
Well, she gets the second attack with her bonus normally, so she does
Oh
always
yeah,
get 2.
you're right.
But if she chooses to do that, she can't then flurry of blows.
Yeah, she can't wait to see
Because
if
the-
she hits with the... Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so she's done. So, the Venom Queen, let's just do a D20 and see if she dies. Nat 20. She wakes up with 1 hit point and can take her turn as normal.
What?
That's what happens when you nat 20 a death save. At the start of your
You
turn,
get
if you nat
hurt?
20... Yeah, if you nat 20 at the start
Well,
of
no.
your turn, you gain 1 hit point and can take your turn as normal.
When
That's
do
how
you
it
when do you
works.
roll the death save? Is that
At
the start or the
your
end?
turn. Yeah, if you're not 20 a death save, you wake up with 1 hit point, can take your turn as normal. That's the rule.
I didn't know you got your turn. I thought it was you wake up and yeah.
Well, it's at the start of your turn, so yeah.
No.
So,
Fuck.
shit.
1 point.
This is what happens when you non-lethal. The Venom Queen wakes up, and she's angry. With 1 hit point.
Angry.
So, with 1 hit point, she looks at you, Aelin, and she's like, "Watch now as I slay your sister." And she will use her slither to move right there with no provoking. She can move through.
Is she,
Shit, she's prone.
Prone, yeah.
She can't do that. Okay. New plan.
I'm watching.
Ooh, that's a good.
Watch out. Wait, hold on. I can
Wait, no, I can't do that. I can't do that. So she will take half her movement to stand up. And
I was gonna
then
leave you there.
she doesn't. So retcon that. She didn't say that because she's not gonna f up her own. I forgot she was prone. So she will stand up and then she will turn to you and she will constrict you, Aelin, or try to on her first attack. 24 is a hit.
I think that hits.
She will use her second charge of Death Fangs. So she's out of those now. Just you don't know that technically, but she only can do it twice. So on her first hit, she has to do it on. So this will do. Some of this is necrotic, so you should resist. Yeah, 30 points, but the necrotic, which was 20 of that, is reduced by 10. So you take 20 points of damage, but you are grappled and restrained. She will take her second attack to stab you with her scimitar while she has advantage on you. And miss with advantage. Good job. It is Jonah's turn, and she has her legendary actions back. But she has
Jonah?
1 hit point.
Wait, I will.
That was an unfortunate turn of events.
Uh,
Fortunate for her. She nat 20.
Yeah. Resets her death saves too.
There's still a leftover swarm on her though.
All right, bonus
Yeah, there is.
action.
There is a swarm. Sorry, carry on. Sorry.
Bonus action, Misty Step. I'll throw my teleporter so I can get out.
Okay.
I will then Firebolt using inspiration to get advantage.
Oh shit. Non-lethal?
Yeah.
Non-lethal firebolt.
Yeah, non-lethal. Aw, shit. Down she goes, this time for good. She takes 21 points of fire damage and
That's
screeches.
overcompensating.
But
-1 to Jonah.
oh, she did.
Score.
I would have totally used her legendary action to constrict you too.
I had a plan.
Jonah's
Yeah,
on
so
board.
the
Let's
Venom
take it
Queen, now thoroughly dead and not like a horror movie, is not getting up again for one last hurrah. She immolates and lets go of Aelin. You no longer grapple and restrained.
That firebolt seemed much more powerful this time around.
The Pitmasters lets out a roar of anger as you immolate her.
How do you get the +4 on your firebolt?
I add my intelligence modifier once I hit level 5.
It's an artificer thing.
Damn.
It's good.
So yeah.
It's really
Warlocks
powerful.
Adding charisma to Eldritch Blast. It's good shit.
So
Well,
that's it, Jonah? Or do you move? You still have a move if you want to.
Like invocation to do that. Is this just something all artificers get?
Yeah.
Yeah, damn.
Or it might be attached to your subclass, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's attached to my subclass.
Ah, okay.
But the other ones get like a D8.
Sorry, so are you done, or do you still have your move if you want to?
Oh yeah, I do have one move because I bonus action. I will not get close to the snakes. Get here, sorry. And then I'll mess with her.
I'm so sad. I only got to show off one layer action before you stunned her and then killed her. She missed her 20 every time.
That stun was.
That will be the last stun I get this campaign.
Flying Snake number 2 is Corey teleported away, so in rage and frustration, it will lash out at the big giant elephant. It's next most threatening thing next to him. And misses. Aelin, there's a swarm of insects that looks at you, upon you, and Baz hungrily. You're not sure where it's gonna go, but
I'm gonna move next to Narissa. I'm going to look to her. I'm gonna wink, and then the iridescent silver flame energy is gonna kind of emanate from my symbol, coalesce in glowing, flamey arms, which means that the flying snake, both of them, the pitmaster, the swarm. I'm also going to target the body of Shasskatar and the eye, and they must all make dex saves.
the eye auto fails.
Great.
As does the body on the ground, I'd imagine.
Yeah, well. The swarm succeeds, the snake succeeds, the other one fails. Did that kill something? Kill flying
the
snake,
snake.
number 1. How much damage did that do?
Is that the only one that failed? Fuck. The
Yeah.
snake is the only thing that failed. It did 11 points of damage to the body
Snake
and the
do
eye.
a lot of damage.
Okay, the eye heats up and pops like a grape.
Ew. It's in my mouth.
Aelin, gross.
Look at that.
As my action, I'm going to attack the pitmaster. Twice.
Oh, come on!
These attack rolls.
Poor shit.
God damn.
Thank God we've got more attacks now.
The swarm will crawl its way onto Aelin.
Oh no, this is my nightmare.
Not the bees. Not the bees.
But it misses.
Okay.
Bat had like done significant damage to him, and Jonah would be walking away. I'm a monster.
The downside of
Time.
making a real swarm of insects is the fact that you can't dispel it afterwards
Well,
Alright.
or control it.
Archie, it's your turn. There's a flying snake and a pitmaster and a swarm.
We're level 2 magic missiling that pitmaster.
Okay.
Actually, I'm going to throw 1 at the swarm, and then 3 at the pitmaster.
Sure.
Uno, dos, fuck, tres. That's all right, and then 1 at the swarm.
Wah!
Nice.
The swarm is blasted off with precision.
Here, I just like to get a view to make sure nothing else is coming from that direction, since the snakes and stuff came from there.
The real boss.
And then, Gerald, punch the snake. That's sweet.
Try this again, shall we?
I'm just gonna turn off Pro Stream. It's giving errors again, so just turn it off.
Error.
Hey.
Got him.
Oh, hold on.
Add your giant. Remove your giant. Jeez. That re-rolling is... That's...
Oh god.
Going in handy.
Critical damage. Oh no.
Danger. Danger.
Oh no.
Nice.
Nice!
Nice.
Boom.
That was non-lethal.
Man, racking up the point.
Non-lethal. And I'll just move over, kind of surround this last little flying snake creature. That's my turn.
Gerald. Punch the snake.
Gerald. Yep. He will attempt to punch. Says-
Yep.
Good job, Gerald.
Low hit point creatures, but
Critical damage. It's still alive.
they fight so hard.
Gerald tried to... That was non-lethal. That counts for me, right?
Blackwin.
He's not down.
Hello. Hello. Yeah.
Get it, get it.
Almost went back to a 6. I'm like, really? Whoops, that's wrong. He knows about to roll the second attack on it. It's dead.
That's enough to destroy it.
Yeah.
Anything
Well,
else?
I averaged 1 hit around. Sort of.
Someone remind me, where was Venom Queen in the initiative order?
She was.
We don't know because it doesn't show us.
Yeah. But who did she go after for her
Well,
turn?
hold on.
Late.
Yeah, she was before Jonah. Like in between Jonah and whoever was before Jonah.
Yeah.
Narissa?
Was
she
in
before Narissa?
Between
Oh, let's look. When does
Yeah.
when does the combat tracker say she
Between
did it?
Narissa and Jonah.
Between Narissa and Jonah.
Okay, with the threat destroyed, we will drop out of initiative order. Blackwin, you've destroyed the last threat. The Pitmaster lies on the ground, unconscious, beaten to a bloody pulp. A few moments later, there is a flash of purplish light, Archie. You're staring out over this pit, and you will notice after the flash it stops pulsing and just goes dark. There is a kind of a rumble that kind of emits, and the entire place starts shaking, and little rocks are starting to fall from the ceiling.
Okay, alright, we're going.
Guys.
I'm going to grab the body of the pit fiend and the body of the
Shasskatar.
Shasskatar. I'm gonna pick them up, put them on my shoulders, and we're gonna run.
Might as well, if you can cast detect magic. Detect magic.
Yeah, I've only got the ritual.
Like, is it in immediate danger of collapsing?
It seems to be. The whole place is shaking, and there's things like falling off the roof now.
I'm not willing to take that chance. I'm telling everybody to run. Follow me.
I will run as well.
Baz,
Slower.
let's pause as you go to pick these up, because I would like to know, having been knocked to the ground pretty heartily, whether or not Baz potentially is injured.
Okay.
Because that might affect your ability to pick things up if, for example, your arm is broken.
Does it make a difference if almost all the damage I took was poisonous?
It might be an internal injury. Well, maybe your heart is in danger of giving out. No, it's not that.
I'm just saying, in terms of, flavor
Snake
and
bite
dramaticness,
break your arm.
it doesn't seem like it makes much sense to say that my arm or leg is broken. If it was like I got hit with psychic damage and poison. I think I took maybe like six points of physical damage.
It could be nerve damage from the poison, though. It could be affecting your ability in your extremities. So let's find out. So to 10, you didn't fail any saves, right? When you went down?
No,
Correct.
he didn't do
so,
any.
So base is 10. You only brought to 0 once, yeah?
I was only brought to 0 once, and I was healed 11 points of
Magically.
When you went down, was it due to a critical hit?
No.
No.
No,
It was
that,
just the
It was
giant
because of the
fucking
poison
poison
disciple.
bite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And what's your
poison.
max hit points?
55.
55.
Okay, so it didn't do enough single hit damage to Okay,
No,
so
it was like-
if
it
you
was
could
like-
please give me a Constitution saving throw. All right. Yeah. Okay. No, you are okay.
Oh,
You are not injured. So, you scoop these guys up. You got plenty of strength. And you're gonna
And
start running.
My Giant's Might will go down in about 25, 30 seconds. I will re-up it if I feel like I'm starting to lose it.
Okay, you will. That's enough to make it to the portal easily if you have that much time left. Because you move at 30, right? Double move is 60.
Yeah.
Baz is picking them up.
Narissa will, as you go to scoop them up, Narissa's like, "Why? Leave them!" And then she follows and runs. She quickly outpaces you towards the portal. She's faster than you, as is Aelin. But what did the rest of you do?
I'm moving up that direction. I know I can jump down because I want to see what's up there.
Sure. I'm gonna healing hands myself. Initially. Just after the
Just in case
combat.
a rock falls and knocks you unconscious on the way out with your one hit point.
I don't know, man.
You never know.
I don't know. I'm gonna tell Gerald to grab anything on the pedestal with the eyes, so just to swipe his hand, and if there's anything to grab it, and otherwise to run with me.
Good old eye juice.
You know, it could be just eye
What?
juice. There could be something in there. I don't know. He's just gonna be like, "Arr."
Yeah, Gerald doesn't know what's interesting, and so he just follows you.
Don't forget your bird.
Come on, bird. Come on, Al.
Birdie.
After the hat.
Blackman,
Al's
there
much
is
faster
a
than you.
cave up here.
I
But-
wonder.
It's not super wondrous. It just feels like a cave.
But there's nothing over here.
Do you want to spend time searching?
I'll spend at least a little bit of time. Just see if there's anything. The guy was sitting up here. What was he just?
Okay.
Or
What's Aelin and Jonah? What are you doing?
Run into the portal.
I'm bringing up the rear just so that I can make sure everyone in the back is making it all right, and then I can run up to the portal if need be.
Okay. Blackwood, make a investigation check for me.
My investigation. Let's talk about that. Oh, phew.
Much better.
What's up?
Better?
Okay. You search around for a few seconds as your party is running down below. You can hear their footsteps. You don't find anything. Depends, I guess, how long you want to stay here. But you don't find anything in the few seconds so far. So
Yeah,
you let me
there's
know
like-
as they keep running when you decide to follow them. If you
Well,
decide to follow them.
there's no chests. There's nothing he was keeping stuff in there. This is just a hellhole cave.
It is just a cave, as far as you can tell. It's just looks like it looks like it was mostly collapsed. The parts of the walls, so it doesn't. Whether it led somewhere at some point, you're not sure. But there's no passages off of there either.
Well, the collapse. It all looks collapsed, I guess. So I was gonna say which part looked collapsed, but. All right. Well, this is what 20 feet down. You said.
It's a 20-foot drop down to this platform. Yeah.
Yeah, I can climb it down. I can make an athletics check if you like.
Yes, please. Yeah, you can climb down it, no problem. So you make it to the bottom by about the time Narissa and Baz made it towards the portal. Jonah is a little bit further. Archie's around in the corner, and Aelin, I'm not sure if you're hanging back because Blackwood's back there, or are you moving?
If I see him drop down behind me, then I would wait. Yeah.
Okay. So you'll hang out at the top of the stairs, and then you see him climb over and climb down.
Yeah.
Okay. At about this time, there is a kind of like rocking sensation, and the roof in earnest starts to collapse in heavy chunks as the whole thing starts shaking. If I could have everybody give me a dexterity check, please. Or sorry, a dexterity saving throw. To see if A, you can stay on your feet, and B, if you get hit by any falling rocks.
Fuck.
Ah, man, these
Okay.
dramatic rolls.
Oh, that's for Gerald. I'm like, why did Archie
And the
roll
party
twice?
was buried alive.
So, Jonah's the only one that succeeds. Everybody else will.
Oh no, not 2d6.
Everybody else will take 9 points of bludgeoning damage. Blackwind, you're at 11. Gerald takes 9. Jonah is succeeded. You're fine. Aelin takes 9. Archie is hit in the head with a rock and falls unconscious.
Like, I'm gonna make it. Whack.
All right.
Any,
So, here's
anybody
my
who
tip.
failed by 5 or more, which is Gerald and Archie.
I mean, Gerald is made of rocks.
Gerald and Archie are also both knocked prone. So apparently there was a pretty heavy fall right here, and it goes knocks you to the ground and knocks Archie out.
Hey.
Okay, I would, if I noticed that, I would toss the bodies aside, and I would go up over.
Toss him through the damn portal. It's right above you. Yeah.
I would.
Well, I wouldn't be thinking about that. I would see that I've got to like get up over this like lip of this balcony thing. I'm like, fuck it, and I will toss the bodies. I will run down, and I will grab Archie and Gerald. I'll pick them up, and then I will leap up and go through the portal.
Did my bird take the damage?
Well, your bird went away. No, maybe it didn't.
Find familiars, not concentration. My bird doesn't. I'll double check, but I don't.
No, I think
your bird should take a dexterity saving throw.
Can't you just dismiss him to a pocket dimension too?
I didn't do it though.
Yeah.
I didn't say I did it, so there's my bird. No, my bird's gone.
Your bird your bird sitting on your hat gets hit by the rock.
It didn't cushion the blow for you.
It absorbs some of the damage, yeah.
I don't think we're out of initiative order, but as soon as possible, I would want to bonus action healing word Archie.
Sure. So you see that because you're there, you see them like this collapse happen. You dodge nimbly out of the way. See Archie take a big smack to the head and fall over, and Gerald collapses as well. So probably you would toss out a healing word just as Baz is like turning around and running down the stairs. Bodies tumbled off to the side of the staircase. So Archie, you will heal for 10, nice. And you will awaken, potentially injured, we'll find out.
Yeah, but either way,
you're carrying me, I got it.
Baz is picking him up and getting out.
Okay, so Blackwind and Aelin, you probably would just come around in line of sight to see Baz scooping your sister up off the ground. You don't know if she's okay or not, but he grabs him and Gerald and then runs.
Yeah, at that point I would run up, and if I can catch them before they go through the portal, that's what I'm trying to do.
You move only 10 feet faster?
I could also do my...
Yeah, I've got 40-foot speed.
Okay.
I could also do my bonus action to cast Zephyr Strike, which basically gives me an extra 30 feet of movement on one turn.
Sure. Blackwind rockets ahead with Zephyr.
I think technically you're supposed to trigger it with an attack, opportunity attack when you do it, but whatever.
Which is funny because Zephyr Strike only actually gives you on a double move 10 extra feet of movement over Aelin because he moves 40. So he doubled his 80, and you move 60 plus 30 is 90. But anyways. But you do surpass Aelin as Aelin rushes around the corner. You see Baz kind of jumping up here, carrying these two. Narissa's kind of like standing. No, wait, why is Narissa standing? Narissa jumped through the portal. Yeah. So you guys are running through, or
does it seem like the roof here in this section is also shaking?
Yeah, the whole complex seems to be coming down.
Yeah.
I would have gone through the portal, and I wouldn't have stopped and waited for anything. I would have gone through.
Okay. So, and you're carrying the other two, so through you go.
Go through, I guess.
Baz had put the bodies up on top.
I just threw them like
he tossed them on the
Stairs.
Aelin, you see Blackwind, who's just ahead of you, go through. Are you going through too, Jonah? And are you?
I'm gonna wait make sure everyone gets through, and then I'll
boost Jonah up.
Yeah,
I'll help Jonah up.
And then I will help Aelin up as well.
Okay.
I'll try to.
Jonah, go ahead. I'll be right there. It's fine.
I will wait for Aelin to at least get up, then I'll go into the
I
portal.
can't leave you, Aelin.
No, you first. No, you first. No, you
Just
first.
want to make sure you get
The
up.
Canadian argument.
I'm
After
gonna
you, after you.
reach down and kill the pitmaster.
Okay.
I will deduct 1 point.
So you'll have to move over here because
I know what you were up to.
Baz kind of casts him off to the side, so you run over and punch the body.
And then I'll kind of look at Jonah a little ashamed, and I will help myself up and go through the portal.
I'll sigh and go through.
Aelin, give me a perception check.
Okay. In the tower?
Nope. Doesn't have to be unless you want it to be. It's up to you. Okay. Aelin, as you punching this body, you do notice something. The Venom Queen does have a small satchel on her. If you'd want to, you do have just enough time to snag that before the roof comes down on you.
I'll grab it.
I said it at 10 because, I feel like a dick if you didn't get any loot.
I almost missed it.
You're the one who decided to have the place start collapsing.
Yeah,
You're the one that burst the eye!
Well, I didn't know the eye was holding the place together.
No, but you didn't know what the eye did, and now you do. Or at least you know partially that it was somehow keeping this place intact.
It was probably what was
Good thing
holding-
we didn't lead with that.
What are you talking about? We should have led with that and just left.
Deal with falling rocks, fuckers.
That would that would have been
That's a
funny. Because
horrible
at one point
situation.
I did assume that the eye was her, and I was like, let's just fucking punch it and then leave.
Punch her right in the eye.
Like,
All right, so you
serious
dive
fun
through.
design.
You appear on the other side of the glowing purple portal in the strange city of Omu. No, I'm just kidding. You appear back in the warehouse. It does seem to come right back. It doesn't randomize or anything.
Thanks, Baz.
Are you okay?
As you come out the other side, you notice as you kind of like stumble through, and you guys are all coming out there. You notice that the portal seems to be like wavering a little bit.
Close it. Once everyone's through, we need to close it.
I don't know how to
everybody's through that you care about.
Yeah,
Aelin-
just
Aelin's
pull the lever
last one
twice.
Yeah, crawl over to the lever.
Nerissa, who is standing by the lever, waiting for you all to come through, as she was the first one there. As soon as Aelin pops out, she goes click, click, clap, and
Like the way you think.
it shuts down.
Thanks for not closing it on us, Nerissa.
Nerissa's
are we
like,
losing
oh,
power?
I would never leave you to die in that dreadful place.
Yeah, I don't think that one's gonna be a viable anything anymore.
Like, who leaves a vulnerable object connected to the structure as the self-destruct mechanism? Horrible planning.
My guess is what was potentially holding. We knew it was flooded. It might have been what was holding back the water in the first place, as
I
well.
don't think it was. Well, it could be that. The
No,
water
my
was-
research told me that the underground structure of that place was flooded.
Yeah, which means there was a bunch of stuff we probably. All the treasure in the world was down there.
Well, I'll tell you what. Once I can cast water breathing, maybe we can go back.
I don't think we can go back.
No, not through
think
here.
we
We can physically
Oh, the
go
long
there.
way.
Nice.
Oh, the long way.
Yeah.
So
Ow. I'm sitting down. Am I injured?
that's a good question. You got smacked in the head. Give me a
Paper cut.
Constitution saving throw, Liz.
I survived the fight with 1 hit point. And then running is what took me out.
Yeah, you.
That was a check, not it.
Oh, it's the same as the save.
Okay.
Liz, you are not. You have not taken any permanent injury, it seems.
Thank you, Jonah. I think that was you. I'm
Oh.
assuming it's you.
Baz is the one that really saved you. helped you a little bit.
Grab this.
I don't know. I feel like the
Show the
dude was
pouch.
more dangerous. He hit hard.
No, she was extremely dangerous.
It's just that the fact that she got stunned.
Yeah,
It's
that
awesome.
stun was what allowed us to really beat her up. She
Yeah.
almost
Didn't
took
allow
me
me to. Then I went to sleep.
one go,
Good job, Balin.
although I'm very squishy.
Oh,
It was
thanks,
impressive.
Jonah. Baz is
Well.
just on his back, like altar, just arms out.
I'm beside you, but opposite. I'm face down, arms out. Ow.
Dirt nap.
Yeah.
Well, that was a short and sweet. I don't think we used up nearly as much time as we anticipated.
Can I look through the? Can I dig through the bag? Archie, even if she's hurt, she'd want to dig through the bag.
Yeah, there is some interesting items in the bag. Number one, can I just do this and it will do it? Yes, it will. There are coins, 100 gold pieces, 30 electrum pieces, stamped with the symbol of Am, and 20 of those Omu and Mythal pieces as well. Also, you find a couple potions. A quick examination determines that one is a potion of greater healing. The other is a potion of healing, normal. There's also a scroll. The scroll, upon looking on it, is a spell scroll of Blight, which is a level 4 necromancy spell. It is Druid, Eldritch Knight, Sorcerer, Warlock, Wizard, or Arcane Trickster.
A lot of that.
Yeah, it causes one action, 30 feet, instantaneous. Necromantic energy washes over a creature of your choice you can see within range, draining moisture and vitality. It's a con save or take 8d8 necrotic damage, half on a success. Cannot be targeted on undead or constructs. If you target a plant, creature, or a magical plant, it makes the saving throw with disadvantage and deals max damage.
Oh, wow.
If the target is a non-magical plant that isn't a creature, such as a tree or a shrub, it simply withers and dies.
Ooh, that could be interesting jungle-wise.
And lastly, there is a luminescent, large, smooth pearl that shines with an unnatural luster.
We should have.
Unnatural luster.
Yeah, am I able to discern anything about it?
You can determine that it is a pearl of unnatural beauty and quality, and you'd estimate it's probably, just on its own, worth probably at least, you would probably peg it at about 250 gold pieces, if just in the pearl quality alone. But just looking at it, you can tell with a simple Arcana check that this is or not Arcana check, but with your Arcana, that this is magical.
Can you use the pearl as the component to figure out what the pearl is?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I will. You guys want to wait 10 minutes? Bandage the moon.
Hell yeah.
It's like, I found the greatest bargain.
Well, it is upon. So you're taking at least a quick rest here to bandage and identify? There's no
Yeah,
immediate
11
threats,
minutes
so.
to cast Identify as a ritual.
Alright. It is a Pearl of Power. It is a wondrous item that requires attunement by a spellcaster. While this pearl is on your person, you can use an action to speak a command word, which with Identify spell, you know the command word. And the command word is Eclipse.
I know that guy.
I heard about a guy called that.
So, you can use an action to speak the command word and regain one expended spell slot. If the expanded slot was a 4th level or higher, the new slot is 3rd level, so at most you can get a 3rd. Once you've used the pearl, it cannot be used again until the next dawn, but for the purposes of overland travel, it's going to take a week. Because otherwise it's unlimited spells. It's way too many spell slots in overland travel mode. If
Oh, it's
at
one.
dawn.
Per point of
One
interest.
one per day.
Per long rest, basically.
Yeah.
Effectively one.
Which would change it to 1 per short rest. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, however you want to look at it, because obviously magic items don't take into account an alternated resting rule. So that's how it would work. Effectively, you'd get it once per long rest, but it's at dawn is when it recharges. It can also be used as an arcane focus. Alright, so those are all in the party sheet.
I will take the scroll if you guys don't have a problem with it.
Oh,
I mean, I think I can't use it yet.
Well,
You can
use
if
it,
you
use it.
succeed in the Arcana check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or I
No.
could hold on to it and potentially be able to permanently use it later. So I guess I could hold on to it in case there's an emergency.
Yeah. If we come across a
Yeah.
Vicious plant
no
creature.
meeting plant, an animated ant-like creature. What about the pearl? I guess if you or me.
It's
But
true.
any spellcaster, isn't it?
Technically,
word.
our Blackman can use it as well.
Or black one too.
Except I don't think it would be as useful for me.
I do have more slots than you in general, and I do have a way to get some of those slots back every day on a short rest.
Yeah, it's kind of not as effective.
So it might be for Jonah. It might be good for you. I mean, obviously, I can use it, but
Well, I would like
you have the
you don't like.
spell that you can use it for now too. So we wouldn't have to buy a pearl. We can.
Yeah,
use
we can
it.
use it for the pearl. We can give back, return the
Yeah.
pearl we borrowed.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll give it to Jonah.
Yeah. Give it to Jonah. If you find that you're not using it,
I'll
you
use
know,
it.
Yeah. But like I say, I have more slots than you in general because I'm a full caster, so it might be more useful for you.
Who wants the potion of greater healing?
Baz does. my goal is Baz greater and then either Blackwind or Aelin the regular. That's my
I got a potion of healing on me that I bought, so
Yeah, I'd give it to Aelin. I already got one.
you guys tend
I can
to
move around faster too if we need to
If you need to
administer it.
pop it to somebody,
Okay.
That's
and then
true.
the standard
good
potion of
caddy.
healing?
That's mine.
Aelin.
The greatest to Bass.
Greater-
Oh,
to Baz.
graders to Baz, and then okay, sure. No loot for Black. Sorry.
We can always swap.
No loot for Blackwind. Big loser gets nothing.
He also
I
gets
feel
none of
bad.
the coin.
He also-
Find that if we're sneaking around or something, we might end up giving Blackwind the pearl so we can do that more efficiently and
Good idea too. But yeah, we can pass it. I mean, we all got open slots now.
I mean, it's an hour that we get to do that.
I know, but if we're like sneaking and running or something, we might.
Somebody uses it, then passes it off. They attune to it, then
Yeah,
So,
get spell slot back.
Doesn't recharge until dawn, though.
you guys want to? You guys are bandaging up. Do you want to?
Yes.
Everybody. Blackwind's not too bad. You could probably use one, but yeah, you got 11 down.
Oh, I can mend Gerald as well.
Use my remaining key points to heal myself first.
Anybody got any of those healing kit
Healing kits.
charges?
Yeah, I just topped off. This will be for Baz.
I swear to God, they made the dice do the dramatic thing for me all the time.
Baz gets +4.
+4 per.
No, +3. +3 per.
Three.
Plus 3 per.
Nice.
10, 15, 20.
Blackwind, I assume that medicine rolls for yourself. You get no bonuses.
Ailing, would you be able to medicine check for me too?
Yep.
Yay.
Plus
Almost
Okay.
plus
two.
3, only plus 2.
Yep, that's okay. I can use
Nice. Nice roll.
everything.
Damn. Damn, I'm almost all the way back up to full. Thank you, Alan.
Can somebody medicine check me?
I can do that as well.
You and Blackman have an equal bonus, right?
Aw, no bonus for
I
Jonah.
have plus
It's
2.
Jonah rolls max anyways.
Okay. 2 and 3.
Narissa's not damaged enough to be worth using anything, so she'll pass. Actually, she'll use one hit dice to heal herself, sure.
What's the magical healing remove something that I've been noted?
Injury?
Injury threshold?
It
Lesser
doesn't remove
restoration.
threshold, it moves injury effects.
Oh, sorry.
A lesser
Yeah.
restoration
Didn't
spell
Yeah.
can allow an immediate save for an injury threshold. It doesn't auto-remove it. Greater restoration will auto-remove.
And then it's a week. So tomorrow will tomorrow morning be a week that we've been here? When did we arrive?
Actually, you wrote
We
lesser
arrived on the
restoration
2nd.
automatically reduces the threshold by 1 level, but each separation location separate.
Oh,
Casting.
right. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I was thinking effects for some reason. Yeah.
So tomorrow will be good? Or reduced by 1?
Tomorrow you will gain... So you don't reduce injury threshold unless you get a con save. If you're not using any magic, you only get a con save every 7 days.
I can cast lesser restoration. No
Because
check.
technically, at the moment, me and Baz both have injury thresholds.
Yeah,
An
me
old
too.
trick that I learned from, I'll try. I do the Mr. Miyagi thing.
Oh, maybe we can do it tonight.
I can cast it twice. So
Yeah, but you might as well wait until break to bed then.
For what?
In case we go to the bathhouse.
all right.
Or the place that we sleep.
The place that we sleep.
You mean
Or
place
the
that we
market
fight?
where we buy stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anywhere in the city, anywhere in the jungle. No.
Any
Alright.
but time, but right now.
Well,
you come on
so you
now.
guys sit for a while, bandage, and look over what you got there. Having destroyed, unfortunately, there's nothing here to indicate. Nor did I mean, you learned some stuff from what she was talking about, as enigmatic and vague as what it was. You're not sure who this Cressvoon is or who Cressvoon may serve. Is Cressvoon potentially, the boss of the 12? Is Cressvoon the Blood King? You don't really know, nor was there any indication in there as far as any, you didn't see any letters or anything, because you looked around the shelves in that room and everywhere else. You didn't really find any other things. So it's hard to say, but you did eliminate the Yuan-ti threat, and for that,
Level 6.
no, for that, Narissa would be very appreciative. She says, "You all fought well. I was a little worried there when that creature ensorcelled us, and I lost consciousness for a bit, but we all survived and succeeded. So she seems to be very very happy with your performance."
Thank you, Narissa. Glad that we were able to make it out of there.
Yeah, thankful to have your help.
She nods and she says, "Well, should we report back to Plevin and Soggy?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
What we learned and what we found?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lead the way.
I don't know, probably not a lot of time. You probably spent like maybe you were
Not
creeping
even
in
an
pretty
hour.
slowly, looking around. So you probably spent like probably less than half an hour, to be honest, in there. Well, you talked for a little bit, so you might have, at most, you probably spent like an hour in there, at most. So it's
Who
only,
knows how long we were asleep for?
yeah, it could have been days, but Jonah can confirm it was like 12 seconds.
Power nap.
There was a moment where it's just me, all alone.
Gerald was there, doing nothing but standing guard over Archie's body.
That's true.
Harold.
And Al was still alive.
Oh yeah, poor Al got squashed. You're probably realizing that now, Archie.
There's just a mess in her hat.
Well, it's not a real owl, so it just poofs out when it dies. It doesn't actually splatter. It's technically a
glitter
spirit in
that
owl
comes
form.
out.
It's not a real owl.
Yeah, where's the owl? Where's the owl from? The Feywild?
The Feywild, yeah.
Nice in the Feywild.
Yeah, he comes here and it's hell, and then he dies and goes back to the Feywild and gets a break from the torture of.
Then gets forced to do things again.
Oh, well, can't be hell. He hangs around you all day.
He gets a little nest in the hat. Man, that's 10. That's fine. It was worth 10 gold just to make sure it was safe to enter.
I mean, you found
Kill each-
enough gold to recover him in that loot, so.
I mean, to be fair, I spent all of all the platinum we found. I bought enough for 4 summonings because I was like, I'm gonna need it.
Yeah, when your little owl has like an AC of 10 and 1 hit point, anything could cause problems.
Which is why I sent him up high. I was like, okay, just stay there until in case I need you, but hopefully out of danger. And then the rocks.
You could, like I say, you can always just dismiss them.
Yeah, it takes a.
On action, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So before combat, it's a good thing.
Well, you can recall them as an action. I
Combat,
can't
but
remember.
Yeah, you can resummon him or dismiss him as an action. So in combat,
Oh.
it does use an action, but outside.
Yeah. But you can protect them and then unleash them.
Yeah, if you want to spend an action resummoning him.
Yeah.
Alright, well. You
once
guys,
the point started thinking, I should have vamped him out. But he's new. It's new. It's all new.
yeah, I mean, you can't be an expert right away with keeping it alive, right? Growing pains. At least Gerald survived.
He did, buddy.
Even though you tore pieces off him to hurl them at your enemies. Okay, so are you guys gonna just head to the Weave of Life, or what's the plan?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Nothing. There's no reason not to.
I don't know
I'll
if
drop
you...
I'm gonna buy some more healing kit charges
I was
as we
just going
pass
to
through the
say,
Grand
you want to
Souk.
top up when you go through the Grand Souk?
I'll drop Gerald off at the Lizard on the way. There's no reason to drag him through town. I mean, there might be, but I guess we'll see. Last
Okay.
time he
Oh,
had to bear.
okay, so you go back to the Lizard first? Because you don't have to go past the Lizard to get to the Weave.
If we're not going past it, I won't worry about it. Oh, I can buy him new clothes at the Weave.
True, you could. Okay, well, you reach, it's probably around like 12:30, 1 o'clock by the time you're finished picking up what you want in the souk and making your way, because it's a fair ways across the city to get there. Weaving through the crowd, you make it back to the Weave of Life. At the door, Narissa kind of stops you before you go in. She turns and she says, well, I think this is where we probably part ways again. I'm going to go and report what happened to Poe. So I'm sure that if we need to work together again, which I certainly hope we do, that you'll have the opportunity to do so. I will stay here in the city for now. I understand, apologies, that you perhaps might be leaving the city soon?
Yeah, we had booked the ship to sail out tomorrow to make a quick jaunt around the island. Hopefully no more than a week or so. Assuming a week is 10 days here.
Yeah. She nods and she says, well, it's a peninsula, not an island, but the
Liz sucks.
Fucking tourists.
Archie would have
Ev-
wanted to
it's just funny that every time someone's referred to as an island, I've had an NPC there to correct you.
That's the thing. It's the one thing she wouldn't get wrong. She's a freaking it's wrong all the time.
She says, but before she leaves and before you guys head in, she would just be like, so, you're, sorry, remind me as a DM, have you told Nursa about your upcoming expedition plans? I don't think you have. I think she's been with you and you've discussed it.
Yeah,
just
no,
so I don't
really...
put my foot in my mouth or something she shouldn't know.
I mean, if she had a question, we'd probably answer it. We don't know.
Ah, good to know. She does have a question. Oh, sorry, John, what?
I'm saying her boss also seems to be in the know about what's happening in town, and very likely has been keeping track of us.
Doesn't actually work for Poe. Just an acquaintance.
Ah.
She's not a member of the Utepka.
Oh, she's not?
But doesn't he like pay her? Like she does work for him, even if she's not part of the Utepka.
I mean, not, as far as you're aware, that they're friends. As far as you know, she's not in
the relationship I was
employ.
getting.
Oh.
She does some side work.
I had the opposite impression.
Yeah.
Well,
then maybe we wouldn't answer. It depends on the question.
Oh, she's been pretty effective ally, so.
Yeah,
And quite.
Yeah, so learning that you are leaving, she knew as much that you were planning on leaving, but she didn't know the details. So she would ask you, about a week out, if you don't mind me asking, she would say, whereabouts are you headed? If it's not a secret.
I don't.
She would say that part, if it's not a secret.
Oh, well, we're intending to
Swing around to Kitcher's Inlet.
Kitcher's Inlet.
And hopefully find Mesro?
She nods. She's like, I had my suspicions, but yes, thank you for confirming. She's like, you're leaving tomorrow?
That's the plan.
You nod. She's like, okay. Well, good to know. I wish you luck in your endeavors, and hopefully it all works out for you.
As everybody rolls insight checks.
Do you want to go with us?
She seemed overly like how was her? Like how was she?
Blackwind insight check should be in the tower, please.
Oh shit! Yeah, right.
Just so it's okay. No problem.
I was trying to explain what I was trying to deduce from her. Not that I don't trust her. It's like trying to read into her interest more. Like
well, the question that Jonah just posed to her, whether she wanted to go with you, it's obvious to both Archie and Aelin and Baz and Blackwind, as you all rolled quite well in the tower.
I didn't roll, I just asked her.
I know, but you asked the question, so I'm like,
no, that's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't bother to insight her. I just asked her.
Yeah, but yeah, you can all tell that when Jonah asks the question of whether she might be interested in coming with you, you can tell she's definitely interested, but seems to, especially I would say Archie, you got a really good read on her. It seems like she seems to be, you can tell that she absolutely is interested in going, especially when Jonah asks her if she's interested in going, even though she kind of hesitates before she answers. You can tell that for some reason she seems to be holding back saying yes, but you can all tell that she's interested. She kind of like pauses for a moment and looks at Jonah, and she's like, well, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested in seeing Mesro. She kind of like looks down, and I would say both Blackwind and Archie, you would notice this as well. Actually, probably even Aelin. You would notice that when she says that, she kind of like glances down at her bracers for just a moment, and then she says, I'm just not sure that. Well, I wouldn't want to impose.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you've been like helpless, like a good ally. You know, you've helped us.
A stalwart companion.
Stalwart companion. You've helped us both.
The undead run rampant there, and
And-
you are definitely quite effective at combating.
You're very capable, and I don't think it would be an imposition. I mean, we're taking a ship, so it's not like there's limited space.
Yeah.
She seems
Well,
still
then-
kind of hesitant, even though you can tell she wants to say yes. She still seems a little hesitant, and she's like,
Have you
I'll-
been
I'll-
in that area?
Again, she has further hesitating. Probably for the first time, she seems a little, a little less sure of herself under these questions. But Archie, you can tell, even though she doesn't answer in the affirmative, you can tell the answer definitely is yes, that she's been there before. But she kind of like looks at you all. She says, not in a long time. And then she kind of pauses. She's like, I just have to. I don't want to renege on any duties or obligations I have here in the city. So I'll tell you what. If I decide to join you, what time are you planning on leaving tomorrow?
What time did we tell Mandala?
The morning tide.
Morning. General.
Probably morning, yeah.
Yeah, we weren't sure if anything was going to come up and delay, so we didn't have a hard time. I'd say, yeah, late morning probably. Make sure we have our stuff together.
Which we should probably touch base with her.
Yeah.
The boat too, just.
Well, yeah, I think we'll go and we'll pay for the boat is what I figure I'll do before we return tonight. That way we're 100% locked in now that we're not stranded somewhere.
She kind of nods. She says, "Well, I'll tell you what. Don't wait for me, but if I'm there before you depart, well, you'll have your answer whether or not I'll join you. I do appreciate you extending the offer." And she kind of like she gets a look on her face like she's remembering something, like a little fondly, but then she gets like a sad look on her face and she says, "But I won't keep Paul waiting, and you shouldn't keep the quietly the Tepka."
As she's about to leave, I would want to just get her attention one last time and just be like, we haven't been that way, so having somebody with us who has would benefit us quite a bit. So if I wouldn't say I'd follow that up with if you have been that way, so that I don't, she didn't answer it, so I don't want to assume, even if I know. Just saying that if you have been that way, it would be quite a big help to us.
And she kind of
So
like, and she kind of like looks at you, like considers a bit, and then she's like, she kind of says, kind of softly, so only you can hear her, because she's like, you're standing right next to her, and she's like, you're special, a lot of you, I can tell. And she kind of nods. She's like, well, perhaps tomorrow. And she kind of just nods and says, but I must be going. And she kind of like,
One second, Ursa, before you leave.
she kind of like looks over her shoulder and
goodbye.
slows down, turns around.
Last time when we fought together, you had mentioned the monastery, Kirsabal.
She nods.
I don't recall, and I'm sorry if you did, I don't recall you mentioning where it was. If we were heading into the jungle near there, I would like to make my way to it if the opportunity does ever arise.
And she kind of nods and she says, well, it's exact. She kind of thinks of it. She's like, well, I couldn't give you an exact coordinate, nor do I think I could give you appropriate directions to get there, but I do know that if you follow the river Olung south, beyond the gorge of Atazmuhaha,
Ooh.
You'll come across a large kind of mountainous region to the east of the river, and the monastery is there. It is on the edge of a rather putrid swamp, if I recall. But you shouldn't have to enter the swamp. If you've entered the swamp, you've gone too far. All I could say is look up, and I would say try to catch the attention of the Aarakocra tribe that lives there. And should they not deem you a threat to them, they may deign to invite you into their home. Otherwise, I'm not sure. But then she kind of looks at Archie. She's like, "Well, you might just be able to make it there." Because she saw your wings when you were in the She's like, but the rest of you might have some difficulty. Anyway, she says, yeah, they are renowned for their capabilities in martial combat, so at least the master's there. Assuming they're still there, I haven't heard otherwise, but again, who knows what could have happened in these dangerous times.
I'd relish the opportunity to learn from them.
He nods. He's like, well then, I'll leave you to it.
Did she say it was Tasbuhaha?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And she kind of, as she says, "I'll leave you to it," she kind of glances to see if anybody else is going to say something to her, and then turns and walks.
And then she turns again. No, wait.
I have one more thing. I just have one thing real quick.
She turns. She's like,
Bye.
Yes, Baz.
Bye.
I'll leave it. On the hypothetical that you do want to join us, do you have any specific dietary needs, allergies, favorite food?
She kind of just shakes her head. She's like, whatever's available, it's fine.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Okay, she turns to looks at Blackwin and Jonah kind of pointedly, and then turns and walks.
Bye.
All of a sudden, there's blessings. Safe travels.
Good stuff.
Oh wait,
Oh, wait! One more thing.
you have 5 gold.
No, she runs. Inside the weave of life, you find a worried-looking Clevin wringing his hands behind the counter, and when he sees you enter, you see the tension leave his shoulders, and he smiles. He's like, you're back, you survived. And some of the other random people in the shop kind of like look at you guys, kind of beat up and bandaged, look at him. One of them just kind of like excuses herself and shuffled past you at the door, and he's like, "We're closed for lunch!" Shoves. He's like, "Come to the back. Close the door, will you? Flip the sign."
Sign.
In the back is a drunk-looking Soggy nursing a mug of something, and he also smiles as you enter the back room. And Clevin looks a little dejectedly as he goes to his pantry, opens it to find it bare. He's like, I didn't make it to the market this morning. I'm sorry, I have no pastries.
Wow, that's a first.
He's like, I'm just kidding, I always have pastries. And he opens a different cupboard and pulls out a tray.
Oh,
It's the
ooh,
same
got me
one.
worried.
He's like, these ones are fresh. I mean, they're all fresh, of course, I would never
Fresh
say.
from last week.
These ones aren't 2 weeks old.
And he kind of looks you up. He's like, "Well, you look like you've been through the ringer, but back in one piece. So, what happened? Tell us everything."
Well, blah, 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 blah.
It all started.
Do
one
you
fateful
leave
morning.
anything out, or
I got hit in the head.
I remember
Well,
nothing?
they're telling the story. I'll just keep an eye out for eavesdroppers at the door.
I can't think of it.
I can't think of anything. We didn't learn a whole lot. I'd mention the specifically
Cress,
Yeah, the name.
the name.
Cressavoon.
What was pretty much the only, at least the biggest,
Swoon.
the biggest sort of piece of
He also mentioned Cathedral of Night is where he resides, a grand temple.
And the space that they were in had clearly been redecorated to honor the Yuan-ti gods and their deities, but it seemed to be held together by a really flimsy connection. So it's hard to say, like, if it was like that for centuries. It seems, I don't know.
They kind of like Soggy kind of
Seems irresponsible.
yeah. So Soggy kind of nods. He's like, huh. Well, it's one less of the 12, and the portal. And Cleven's like, yes, the portal. Is it? So you say it collapsed behind you. Does that mean it's inoperable then?
We won't know until tomorrow.
Yeah. We also didn't see what's through the other portal.
Well, that means just the one might be broken. But
Yeah, the second one may still be active. I
He
can.
thinks he's like, well, Soggy kind of says, okay, I'll keep eyes on that. Make sure nobody messes with it till we know for sure.
It can be open from either way. It may be prudent to have somebody at midnight go and double open it. You know, just cycle it through so that it can't be opened from the other side.
Soggy nods. He kind of stands up, and he's like,
It's
well,
pain.
you're all right in my books. Once again, we're in your debt. Thanks so much. He's like, nah, I'll make sure we got eyes on that, and I'll head there now. He's like, Cleven, I think has. And he kind of like turns to Cleven and pauses a second. And Cleven just kind of nods at him. He's like, Cleven has something else for you, but I have some things to do in the city.
Of course he does.
And then he kind of like sways slightly, like he's gonna tip over, steadies himself, and then like saunters toward out the door. Kind of gives Blackwind a little like punch in the arm as he walks by, like a good on ya.
Oh,
good
before
job, champ.
could he pass a message to Screaming Wind to potentially pass a message to
Wadumu?
Wadumu?
He's like, yeah, I can see to that.
Yeah, because he was telling us that his chieftain had the visions from this Venom Queen. We believe that's who we just killed. So I don't know. He may be. It may. I don't know if it'll free his tribe or not, but just so he's aware that that influence may be gone or less. Hopefully.
He's like, I'll be sure to pass it on.
Thanks.
He kind of gives you like a kind of a sloppy looking salute and carries on out.
Oh, Soggy, before you leave.
Kind of whistling, he just kind of like saunters out the door. Doesn't seem to hear you. Cleven is like, well, I think it's about time that I introduce you to someone who I think will want to speak with you after all you've done for us. For now, since we don't have any ties to this, or any leads on this Blood King, unless of course that secondary portal which potentially leads to him, but from the way you made it sound, it doesn't seem like it would be connected. So for now, with Fabian, unless he resurfaces or another lead presents itself, or this Blood King moves in earnest, with the Yuan-ti threat eliminated and their base caved in, for now I think we can. I'll keep my eye out and my ears to the ground, but for now I think you've done all you can to stop whatever nefarious means the 12 was attempting to do. He's like, and he kind of like points at your satchel, and he's like, the amulet though, did you put it together while you were there? While you were out of the city?
Oh.
We were only gone 30 minutes.
We got things got hairy quickly.
But
fair enough. But is it still a threat with the Venom Queen gone?
Hey, you should take a look at it again and see if you could tell that somebody had attuned to it before. If we killed her, if it was her, that attunement should have broken.
Like, yeah,
or whoever it was attuned to.
Yeah, I'd like to know if it's still a threat. If it wasn't this Venom Queen and maybe this Cressavoon, whoever that may be. Never heard the name before. Sounds Yuan-ti to me. Similar vowel structure, multiple S's and things.
There's some Ospreys in there. Maybe you got a Yuan-ti going.
When she was speaking, was she saying Cressavoon was the one at the Cathedral of Night, the
Yeah.
Grand Temple, or was it the one he served? It was Cressavoon?
Cressavoon, yeah. And you've researched Tomoa-chan. You've never heard anything in Tomoa-chan or Orlunga being referred to a Cathedral of Night. So, by that, it's probably not referring to the Blood King. Cressavoon is probably not the Blood King.
What did one of our notes, the tablet, you spouted a lot of crap. You can do your thing. I'm just looking at something nice.
Sure. Well, he will let you know. He says that he knows you're heading out tomorrow. So he won't impose on you before you want to make sure you're well rested before you head out on your expedition. But he will tell you that if possible before you leave, if you could look into that amulet, just make sure that that threat is over. I suppose if you're leaving the city with it, at least he'd rest easy knowing that it's gone out of the city. But he would also say that the person he wants you to meet is in he's in the Harbor District. So either tomorrow before you leave, he can meet you there before you leave and introduce you. Otherwise, he's not sure what you're doing today, but he could also take you there now or in this later this afternoon. It's up to you.
I mean,
you have other business.
I was thinking of going over and just paying for the boat for tomorrow. That way they have time to prep too. They know we're definitely leaving. Give them, the day to prepare themselves as well. So we'd be heading towards the Harbor District for that. If we want to just meet them.
Sure.
A day.
Yeah. Sure. So Coven says, okay, well, yeah, shall we go now then?
Yeah.
How long does it take to get from here to the Harbor District?
Not long. You're not too far away. Yeah, here to the Harbor Ward where the Pegasus is, it would probably take you, I don't know, 20 minutes, half an hour. Not even. 15 minutes.
To comprehend languages before we leave. That way I've just got it going for the next hour.
Okay, so you want to take 10 minutes to cast that? Okay. Sure. Alright.
Perfect, guys.
I feel to understand if they're talking about me in a bad way when I'm like on the Pegasus, because there's a couple there who speak to other stuff. I just like to know that they don't know I can understand, so I like to have that.
Okay. Well, when you reach the Harbor District, one of the first things, because nothing really happens along the way, a couple things you notice. Number one, you'll notice that there is kind of less of a crowd. There's no Sokola worshippers by the fountain today. There is still some people milling about and kind of like, protesting a bit, but it seems to be less today. And as you approach, you notice that there's no gate. There's no guards at the gate to the Harbor Ward. There's no order presence there. There is still like harbor guards, like you've seen before when you first got here and stuff. They're hanging out, but they're not blocking the way. And as you enter the Harbor Ward, you do notice that of the 3 large ships that came in with the Order of the Gilded Eye, there's only one in the harbor. The other 2 seem to be gone. And there's much less of a presence. There is still some Order of the Gilded Eye around, but all those like rafts and barges that they were loading seem to be gone.
Like they headed out towards camp.
So with their presence vastly diminished, it seems that the protesters didn't have much to rabble about today. But yeah, the Pegasus is still there, so they're more than willing to take the remainder of your coin to confirm if you'd like to pay them 45 more gold. She gave them 5 so far, right?
Yeah, gave him 5, so I've got the other 45
Okay.
to pay up. I grabbed it from.
Yeah, they just want to know what time you're willing to head out. They have plenty of space, so however large your expedition, within reason, they can't take dozens and dozens of people, but you know, essentially they can take like up to probably about 20 people on the boat. There's enough space. So
Fair enough.
yeah, orders
late,
hirelings.
Probably late mid afternoon. That's where we're.
Okay. So yeah, they're happy to take your money, and they say, perfect. Well, we'll be waiting here. You've paid for the next 10 days, so whenever you're ready to leave, just come down, and we'll be ready to go by mid-morning, essentially, or early. First thing in the morning, we'll be ready. So no matter what you want, what time you eventually you want to leave, we'll be ready to cast off. She's like, I'll recall my crew. I'll make sure they're sobered up by then.
Thanks.
And then Clevin will, waiting outside as you do your business with the boat, Clevin will, once you come back off the dock, he will gesture to follow him, and he leads you. Archie, that was amazing. You couldn't find your feet in front of you with that roll. You're stumbling around like, oh, look at all the birds. I
really miss Al.
And then suddenly, splat, right on your shoulder, and a bird
see him
screeches
everywhere.
happily and flaps off. Damn it, Archie, pay attention. You got shit on again. But they bring you over and up a small hill, and Clevin leads you into the harbor master's office. He nods to the wizened old woman sitting in the lobby, who just kind of nods back, and she's like, Clevin, nice lad. Oh, these fellas, friends of yours. Yeah, he's in the back, head on in. And Clevin kind of just waves you forward and brings you through past that main desk, that main waiting area, and into a rather large office with a big window overlooking the bay, where sits a massive golden-scaled half-dragon holding a scepter and sitting behind a large oaken desk that's covered in like folders and books and sheafs of paper and inkwells and envelopes and letters and scrolls and all sorts of other things stacked up. And he kind of like turns in his chair as you enter, and he says, he's like, ah, Clevin, yes, you're here finally. He's like, and these folks. And then he kind of like looks at you, cocks his head. He's like, I remember you. Fresh off the boat you were. Well, looks like you found your footing here, from what I've been told. And he kind of gestures to the chairs. And yeah, he will reintroduce himself again as Zindar. He's the harbor master. And as Clevin closes the door behind you, he says, and the leader of the Atepka. And that is where we will leave this session, as we are at 5 to 10.
Can you spell up tech again? Just so I'm putting it on the NPC note things that I got going. Or who's in it and who's not. I can never remember how to spell up tech. Yep,
if it helps, Atepka just means Triceratops in common. So Triceratops Society. Hence the 3-pronged sign.
That's why there's.
Isn't there coin a Triceratops head too?
Yeah, it is. It's a little Triceratops.
That's why there's only 3 of them.
And Zindar.
And Zindar now.
And Zindar.
Wait a minute. This is a quadricep. Quadceratops.
Quadceratops.
It's evolved.
It's the Quepka Society now.
I don't have him down. Sorry, his name was what?
Zindar.
Zindar, the sailor.
The bronze dragonborn.
He is a
quartermaster.
gold half-dragon.
Gold
Not a dragonborn.
half-dragon. Oh, you told us bronze the first time, Corey, because I do have bronze written down.
Oh,
Got gold written down.
he's definitely gold.
I remember gold.
Because the half dragon was the surprising thing. Because he's
I've got half dragon.
Yeah, not Dragonborn, half dragon.
Yeah.
What is the physical difference?
Well, Dragonborn is a
half-
natural race.
Yeah, and Dragonborn are not like Dragonborn are like tieflings. It's a lineage thing. Half dragon
wait.
is literally one of the parents was
Dragon.
a
Dragon.
dragon. One of them was not.
What I mean by
Dragon
that
order,
is
technically.
physically a half dragon. Is it like
Bigger,
what
have
thing where
wings.
she just has
Has
a
a
little
tail.
bit? Like what's the physical?
Yeah, half dragons have much more pronounced draconic characteristics. So they'll have kind of probably a sharper nose, like the frills bigger. Some half dragons have actual wings.
Okay.
And
Yeah, like Zendala. Zendala is not a half dragon.
yeah, she's not even she might have some draconic lineage in her blood, like a dragon blood sorcerer, you know?
I just wasn't sure because some dragons, like of the metallic varieties, can make themselves look humanoid. So I didn't
Like
know.
gold ones.
Yeah, full dragons can. They can polymorph themselves.
I didn't know if half dragons had that ability as well. So if it might have been a mix, or I didn't know.
No. But yeah, and they also have full tails, whereas Dragonborn I don't think have tails.
Technically, they don't, but I think most people give them tails because why not? It's not really advantageous.
Yeah. They don't have tails. Why would they just randomly?
Some people just don't realize it.
Well, those people
They
are
just-
wrong. Dragonborns don't have tails. It's
Yeah,
canon.
death to them!
They get upstairs.
Otherwise, how
then.
would you tell them apart from half dragons?
Because
Good point.
Dragonborn basically mostly sucked until recently.
Fair.
So yeah, we'll see what Zindar might have to say to you.
What a
Maybe.
reveal!
When yeah, you now know who's in charge of the Atepka Society. Goes all the way to the top.
The half dragon.
He was like
Gold half dragon.
the person that we talked to.
The first person we met, yeah.
Makes sense.
And he
You're
said,
gonna
when
have
you're
a secret police for the city. Be
It's
the
a gold-
person that
gold
sees
half
everyone who
dragon.
comes through.
It's written all over him. Does he have 3 horns?
Not three horns.
Clevin is technically part of them too, right?
also did
Clevin,
Or
Soggy,
is
and
he
Screaming Wind, are Yatepka for sure.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure as I.
Narissa and Poe. Clevin,
And
Poe,
yeah.
Soggy, and Screaming Wind, and now Zindar, for sure are Yatepka. And you could assume Diamsar was before he died, and you could assume the guards that are flashing you the signs that have been guarding various places are, but you don't know their names. So there's at least a dozen of them, probably, from the amount of people you've seen. Yeah, well, that's the end of the session, so we'll just do our round table here and wrap up. So why don't we start with Brad. Brad never goes first.
True. Great session. It was a good old-fashioned dungeon crawl type thing. It was a little bit of a mystery, a little bit of intrigue, a little bit of a, who knows what that summoning portal would have done. Would've made it-
Good call shutting that down before the fight. That's for sure.
What would it have done, Corey?
God.
Well, instead of having to use her shitty-ass summon flying snakes, she would have summoned brood guards through the portal,
It seems like that would have been worse.
which would have they're more dangerous than flying snakes. That's for
We
sure.
don't like those.
Are they?
Yeah.
Are they
Yeah,
really
those-
though?
I can't imagine how we
Well,
survived
the
one.
flying snakes have like 6 hit points, but they gather venom's pretty potent. But the broodlings had a triple multi-attack.
Yeah, and like pack tactics or something, or they
Yeah.
had a way to gain advantage. Like they were rough.
And the
they could reckless.
the thing in the
That's
water,
what it was.
is that just another portal that she brought the snakes through, or was that some other crazy other thing?
I don't
Oh,
know.
come on.
Gone now.
I mean, destroying the eye is what shut that down. So I figure that's what was holding the cave and everything.
Yeah, Thorn that finally got multi-attack and I fucking barely
Rolling
hit
garbage.
wall.
Does it feel worse to have the second attack
Yes.
and miss?
Yes.
Really? See,
Oh,
for me, at least I have the opportunity. It makes me feel better that at least I get another shot
just-
if I fuck it.
It wouldn't have felt as bad if it wasn't the first session after it got it.
Yeah. It's like, oh, I got a new attack. I want to be a badass and destroy
Here we
things. Then
go.
you roll like shit.
I-
Yeah.
Twice. Nope, I'm gonna hit you once, just like I used to.
Took me
Fair
2
enough.
rounds to do this finally.
All of them, though. Ryan was missing his on, like, you all.
I didn't get to do multi advantage attack though. I fell asleep.
Let's be fair. I only missed the 1 round.
Cool. Okay. What about John? I'm just jumping around here.
yeah, I think it was a good session. I liked the fight. My stuff did work great, so, so I got chance. It was a good session all around.
All right,
So,
I forgot one thing. Inspiration to Liz for her idea to magic missile everyone awake.
Thank you.
yeah, that was good.
I was sitting there and I was just like, I just need a turn. I need one turn. Please don't kill me before one turn, Corey.
He's just trying.
An inspiration to Andre for coup de grace-ing the guy and trying to hide it from me. It's a good character development. Like, you went out of your way to do that, and you went and protected your sister again, even if it meant taking an opportunity attack. So, thought you really played your character well.
Thank you.
No negatives. At least I can't think of any.
Okay. Let's jump to Liz, right in the middle.
I like that you gave me something to dispel.
This is a tough one.
Knowing that I took it.
I
My
think.
fear
Sorry,
was that
go
you were
ahead.
getting 2 things to dispel, and I blew it on the meteors because I wanted to use both my new spells.
Hey, the meteors were pretty effective, actually. They were pretty
Yeah.
good.
I think they're fun. You know, like they're kind of like a mini you know, what's the one you Crown of Stars.
Craft stars, yeah.
They're kind of like a mini Crown of Stars. I feel like.
I like it that it's an earth elemental attack kind of thing too. Though.
Yeah, it's
Well,
very
and what's-
thematic to your character, I felt.
And correct me if I'm wrong. There's a radius on the explosion, right? So you could hit more than one target.
Yeah,
It's
it's like a mini meteor swarm. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 2d6 fire on a dex save, half as much per meteor. And each one, it's a 5-yard radius around the point I choose.
Yeah, that's pretty
I
cool.
thought it was actually earth. It's actually fire.
What's it from?
It's from Xanathar's, I believe.
MILF's minute meteors.
Milf's, yeah. Milf's minute meteors.
To just turn it into
I
rock
haven't seen
damage
anyone
or
use it
something.
before, but yeah, it was cool.
People don't.
I almost feel
so,
like it should be 1d6 bludgeoning, 1d6 fire instead of pure fire. I think that would be more thematic, but it doesn't matter. It's fine.
I mean, we could change it if you want.
For you, you could do whatever you want.
Technically, it's more powerful if some of it's bludgeoning,
Yeah.
Yeah.
because fire is more easily resisted by creatures, usually.
Yeah, it does. Technically, it does more damage than a fireball, but it's concentration, which is the big reason a lot of people don't take it. Because it uses up your concentration, and you have to hold it for 3 rounds for it to be
As of, yeah.
really.
Mhm.
But if you can hit multiple people with multiple meteors over the course of a few rounds, it could really add up, so it's nice.
Got a big range. It's 120 feet from me.
Yeah,
So,
dang.
You might
Is it
not be in danger.
Cool.
yeah, so
Um,
it's
let-
fun. But yeah, so that was those my roses. I mean, thorn-wise, I'd just be like, I didn't die, so I can't really, because I was worried.
Yeah.
I was real worried there. And then I totally screwed it up. It afterwards, after Aelin saved my ass and I got away, that stun 100% saved me. I shouldn't have hit her again because I'm like, she can just disengage and hit me again. She can just run over. She doesn't. You guys being next to her doesn't save me. I'm like, what am I doing? I should have booked it, but it turned out okay. So, other rose is John's non-lethal game, you're brilliant. It's so good. I love it.
Keeping track, I have a spreadsheet. Baz is
I,
way
I
ahead.
started. I made a note on my character sheet. I'm gonna try and keep track too.
You're -1.
Yeah.
So if I have a spell and I say non-lethal, but it still kills somebody, where does that put me?
I mean,
-1.
Damn it.
what if? Yeah. Anyways, cool.
I'm at -1.
Let's go. I don't want to put Andre last because he went last so many times in a row. So Andre, why don't you go next?
I want to make sure John used inspiration during the session, right?
He did use 2, in fact.
I'm gonna break the rules, Corey, and I'm gonna give John inspiration again for the Jonah's non-lethal game because it's so good. It that is gonna be that's like a highlight for the campaign. I feel like that's such a good character choice for Jonah, and it's so fun, and I think it's just such a good idea. And I hate that I gave you inspiration when you had all of your inspiration still. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. I think it's not a thorn, but it felt like we kind of dilly-dallied, and it took us a while to get to the actual portal and cave stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, the fight was fun. I really appreciate, Corey, that you gave us a fight to go Nova in after we just hit level 5. It certainly felt like a fun showcase of everybody's new abilities. Another rose for the campaign will be that I did manage to get a stunning strike on a boss creature, because I don't think that'll ever happen again. But
we did get it through twice. She had to.
It's true. Well, I had to burn it. Well, I didn't have to burn, but I did burn inspiration once, and then yeah.
Well, the Tasha's. Because she had, I don't know if you guys realized, you might have realized when she rolled, but there wasn't a lot of saving throws going on with her that were magical, but she had the magic resistance trait. That's why she had advantage on Jonah's Tasha's roll, which she flubbed anyways and had to burn. I was so mad. I was like, fuck, are you kidding me? She had to burn it. But when she had advantage on the roll, she had a high chance of succeeding and then failed it with advantage. I was like, oh well, I guess that's what the legendaries are for. Only had 2 though, and then because I knew in my mind, I'm like, she has to burn those. She's gonna get stunned. I know it. And then the next round, stunned. Oh, but it was good. It was cool.
Yeah, no, that was a lot of fun. Enjoyed the fight. I enjoyed the sort of the mystery of the eye, and then the chaos of getting out of there. Felt tense and fun and stressful. The damage that both God, I'm gonna keep forgetting her name, Shasskatar, and the pit master were doing was insane. Those were huge hits, so that was certainly stressful. But yeah, it was fun. I really enjoyed that fight.
Cool. Ryan?
Yep, it was a great session. Scary creatures. Some of them were kind of glass cannon-ish, but they hit hard. That's for sure. I'm starting to doubt our attention to detail though, because we're already where we're at, and we don't have much to show for it though. We keep destroying the places. We have nothing to show but a stick and a magic ring and a couple of scrolls.
We didn't destroy Umbala.
No, we didn't actually, and this was by chance too. But it was just funny though. It was like, oh shit. The old blowing up layer. But it was in fact started by us by popping the eye. So it was kind of funny, but I mean, I don't know if there was much there anyways. We got something.
Well, and that's why I was like, okay, I gotta give a shot to be able to grab that off of Shasskatar. I'm like, oh crap, because you popped the high eye right away, during the last round. I was like, okay, well it's starting, and so they don't really have time to loot the bodies. But then Brad grabbed the bodies. I'm like, oh okay, they're gonna get it. And then he dropped the bodies. I was like, shit, okay, alien's going back. Okay, give him a perception check, grab it.
Can I inspiration Baz for trying to bring the loot with us?
Yeah.
I was actually gonna maybe investigate the murals more to see if they were painted over and shit like that.
Yeah, I wanted to look at them too.
I have a feeling it was redecorated there too, so it might have revealed more information maybe. Somewhat, but Oh
Yeah.
well. Easy come, easy go. It was
Yeah.
satisfying.
Cool.
We all figured out how to swing multiple times. Yay!
Inspiration to the bugs to crit.
Yeah.
And like
I couldn't
the
believe that. I was
damage
like, "Are you kidding
terrifying.
me?" I'm like, well,
24 points of damage.
yeah, that was ridiculous. I'm like, oh my god, are you kidding me? Of course they crit.
Release
But then
the
the nat 20 on her death save, though, I was like, yeah.
Oh man.
That was a good moment.
It made me so happy, even though it
Well,
was
and
like an
what's
oh
funny
shit.
Is I was planning on accidentally taking her out with my AoE damage.
Mm.
If she hadn't popped up, and then I was like, okay, well, I'm just gonna do it anyway then.
The bugs are still on her anyways, too. So.
Yeah, it's just the fact that
Yeah,
she got up and she got to go. She died the very
Yeah.
next turn because
Yeah.
Aelin was right after, right? But
No, I had
no.
to.
It was Jonah.
Jonah
Jonah
was
killed
right
her.
after. Right, Jonah was right
killed her.
after. Yeah.
She got legendary action stuff. I couldn't let her go another turn.
Yeah. Oh, she totally would have. She totally would have used her legendaries. Well, she was going to try to kill Aelin. That was going to be her first legendary action. Was try to kill you, because you were right there. But
She attempted.
afterwards, she was going to definitely try to pick off, like Archie with 1 hit point, Baz who was really low. It's like, okay, I'm going to use her next legendaries to try to just whittle down the party and swing things back in their favor. But no, you immolated her next turn before she even got a single legendary action. So that was good. But yeah, for me it was good. It was fun. First legendary boss monster of the campaign. I knew you guys were level 5. Yeah, I kind of planned that. I was like, okay, they're level 5. It kind of worked out really well. That I'm like, okay, well they can just go straight in and fight her. And I was like, yeah, it felt like a, yeah, they'll do this, and then they're going to go on their expedition. They'll get another long rest, and it'll be a fun debut of level 5 abilities and take out an actual boss. The first, well, I guess Nanny Poo Poo was the first boss you encountered this campaign. She was pretty harsh, but
That's Flesh Golem, yeah.
she wasn't legendary though. She didn't have any legendary stuff.
And the
No.
Megapede.
The flesh
Yeah,
golem was easy to
Or how
deal
about
with.
the guy on the way back that almost wiped out
Oh yeah, the
Oh, the
that was
snake.
the
Yeah.
Drake thing.
Yeah.
the trade. Yeah.
Apparently we were all
That was just a
drunk.
monster that I overestimated how powerful it was. I was like, oh, shit.
You're all
We were
paralyzed.
rolling like crap though. We were rolling for
Yeah.
like
Confluence of
Turns out action economy doesn't mean shit if you're constantly blinded / paralyzed.
Blinded or paralyzed. Choose.
end of traveling. Any spells and stuff we had used, we hadn't gotten back yet, so we weren't at, we're a little lower, and
Yeah, that's an example of a random. Yeah, her name's Nanny Poo Poo, Sean. But yeah, it was fun. Some good stuff. Got to
it
give you a
wasn't
bit more
overly
lore.
powerful.
Oh, by the way, just so you guys know, I mean it's totally meta-wise. It doesn't really mean anything. But you guys have completed the I think it's called the Jungle Has Fangs trilogy now with killing the Venom Queen. It's a 3-parter trilogy that I lifted from Adventurers League. It's for like levels 1 to 5 characters. So you guys actually completed the first Adventure League arc just now. So just FYI, you didn't.
Cool.
You characters have no idea. It doesn't mean
Achievement
anything. There's no
unlocked.
spoilers, but yeah, I was like, yay! They defeated the level 1 to 5 arc. Excellent.
Now, did you put the achievement unlocked for a pet onto your character sheet, John?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that
Like
that was
achievement
that was
unlocked.
fun just because I can be
Yeah.
like, okay, sweet. They did that. They did all the Yuan-ti like stuff. They killed the leader of the Yuan-ti, and the 12 stuff is still ongoing, but it's okay. It's kind
suck
of
it, Yuan.
just
There's more for the
just like previously, you guys kind of started some of the 12 stuff left. You guys now finished a bunch of 12 stuff. I mean, you did a lot against the 12 this time back in the city. So heading out now, it feels like it's a good place now that you don't have any like pressing in-city stuff to do. So it's like, okay, good. You didn't leave any like low-hanging fruit, if you will, in the city right now. Like, so you're kind of like, oh, we're heading out. We defeated the
kinda
threats
force our
within the
hand,
city.
though.
Yeah.
Well, like, yeah, they kind of forced our hand a bit, but
They attacked us.
we also took out 6 of them.
More
in
than
last-
that.
And it was because they attacked us. We took out 2 and just kept it like, boop.
Viplo, the 2 on the boat, the chick in the
Well, knew about one.
we did the or sorry, the chick in the who attacked us, the rat queen.
Yeah.
The serpent one.
Hextala.
And then the serpent
And
one.
the doppelganger.
Oh,
They did-
right, doppelganger and this one, so 7.
They expended
And then
their
the Venom
resources
Queen.
very
6
willy-nilly.
Or 7 with the Venom.
Yeah, Viplo, Hextala,
The
Octavian.
original tunnel.
Raleigh,
Yeah.
I just mean in
Cat, Mirage.
Oh.
Yeah,
And they
yeah, you're
threatened
right,
our
7.
friends. And
Seven since you've been back in port in the last like 4 days.
Yeah. So if they didn't start it with us when we got back at the inn, I don't think we would have been as devoted to forcing the issue.
Yeah.
Very true.
Okay, well,
we still would have been to the warehouse and stuff though, so we still would have taken out 5.
yeah. You guys didn't get as far as I thought you were going to today. I had some more stuff I figured we'd cover this session before you. I thought you guys were going to be at the point you'd be going on the boat by the end of the session. So we didn't quite get there, but you're pretty close. There's just a bit more stuff that I have. Obviously, this talk with Zindar and stuff. And then tomorrow you guys ship out and your second expedition, so that should be fun. We'll get back out in the world, out of the port, for who knows how long, see how this goes. But we'll wrap up today's session, so... oh, right. So, that's the end of today's session. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Magic Mythal Tomb of Annihilation. We live stream our games nearly every Sunday night starting at 4 p.m. Pacific time here on Twitch, and you can also catch up on the weekly sessions as well on YouTube. If you enjoy spending this time with us, consider giving the channel a follow and turning on notifications to see when we go live, and you'll never miss an episode. Thanks again, and thank you again to all of my players. And until next time, have a great night, everybody. Bye.